All right. It says we're live, so welcome back to Brandenburg and Europa Universalis 5. So I had been doing some thinking and some digging in since the last stream, and I've decided we're actually not going to invest into the granaries as much. The extra pop growth we could get would be nice, or at least making sure we don't starve. But I think with the 1400s, we just need to focus on using our cash to build up because we have some pretty scary neighbors nearby who have lots of potential levies. And Denmark is actually stronger than Poland, so we might go bully Poland instead. I also did a bit of a test and did confirm that with the claim throne Casus Belli, which we don't have anymore on Denmark, it establishes a personal union, which can be useful in some ways, and in some ways they're not useful. But yes, we are back with Brandenburg. I'm trying to make sure the stream's running in the background and not just having vanished. So what are we voting on again? Oh, this is to make the the HRE technically a puppet. So I bet what's gonna happen, that's gonna pass, and then we're gonna become the HRE emperor, but we're gonna be a puppet or something. That would be really funny if so. I doubt it, but we'll see. You're already at 200. You're already at maxed out opinion. What is the score difference? I mean, I know they prefer themselves because it's themselves, and the high prestige we have is not going to last. So we'll see what happens. But the others voting for them is partially true. So what we will try to do is get these two electors to change their opinions and vote for us instead. In fact, maybe we'll go for this elector too if they don't like us already. It's low enough. We can afford it. I don't know if being the Holy Roman Emperor will be good, but it can't be worse than some of the options we've had before. And we do have a good relationship with Poland, so what I'm thinking is we get more subjects and maybe annex another subject later on. But right now, Lundberg's kind of one of our best subjects. I also noticed that Goslar here has a silver mine. And the area that it's right next to already has 40 proximity. So the proximity drop shouldn't be too great. I think we could get like a good 50% out of it. They don't really have that many friends. It'll just be a matter of seizing it. But we might not be able to do that until the next parliament, which was 18 months ago. Though we can establish an agent anyways, try to get a war going there, seize the silver mine, maybe the whole territory, honestly. We might just directly seize all of it. A lot of this is Angrian in Eastphalian we at least have accepted in Brandenburg, so it wouldn't be that bad if we had to fight them. Actually, I just realized, you guys, who are you allied with? Because no, okay, I thought we still had an insult CB against us. We don't really have anything against us, which is not bad. And then I need to, I have to check. So the Robber Barons event, they did actually nerf it with the patch that came out. So now instead of being 0.02 monthly development loss, it's 0.01. So we're still going to bleed development, but we're not bleeding it anywhere near as fast. It's still going to suck, but it is what it is. The good news is that it's just not going to kill us as quickly. I'm going to actually shrink these here to make that a little easier to read. And then our Brandenburg market is not doing bad on trade. But for our size, we are very feeble. We are very small. I've also been learning things with the RGO builders and stuff about just macro building quickly to get this done faster. But a lot of our situation is more of just, we're waiting on pops to grow. We don't have a lot to do. But I know that we need fiber crops later, so we can grow this. And I think fruit, if nothing else. Yeah. Also just been kind of learning of which RGOs might be worth sacrificing to build towns and cities on, since towns and cities will actually reduce the amount that we can get from those areas. We should get another cardinal seat just for fun. We don't trust the Pope or anything. I just thought it'd be fun to have more cardinal seats. Gustro would be the best for paper, really? Is that because it has high... it's because the control here hasn't dropped yet, so it's kind of misleading. It technically wouldn't be the best area for it, but at the moment it looks like the best area for it. It's actually crazy how big Magdeburg is. Honestly, even if it's not the most optimal, we really should build more things here. Like the Tailor's Guild, for example, it wouldn't be the most profitable because it doesn't actually have access to wool here. Actually, in saying that, it doesn't have access to wool, but it has access to cloth, and it's saying cloth would actually be a little more profitable. So maybe we do that, but get some spinner guilds going. See, that's not a bad idea, because spinner guilds are actually somewhat profitable, at least. I also learned that cities are able to build 2 buildings at once, so that's pretty cool. Just these little things you start to learn over time. I've also learned that just because you're making cloth in an urban building doesn't mean you can then get a production efficiency bonus from it. So the production efficiency bonuses are at least a little controlled. They don't get out of hand. Well, that I've seen so far, they don't get out of hand. That may change later on. Because I haven't really gotten any further than maybe the Age of Discovery with the Ottomans, and that's kind of it. We haven't really gotten any further anywhere else. Ooh, the Chancery's got this bonus. Oh, right, yes. I was considering changing some of the technology path that we're doing now that the Chancery's upgraded, but I do want to grab the Crown Powers. I've also learned that universities are really nice for just increasing your cultural influence. Technically, they're good for getting institutions to spread faster as well, so all that good stuff. I've just been considering grabbing... Where is it? Ah. I want to quickly grab max literacy. Oh, right, I have to do this. Get Thirst for Knowledge for that 5% literacy bonus to improve our research progress because of the average literacy. And then go curtail the rights of the nobility to weaken them to get more crown power out of it. And then kind of go from there. The best part of... You know what it is? We really should get around to taking it. I just haven't... I never really got around to seizing it, I suppose. It just... The value of it never really rang to me, so that's another thing we need to grab. We're going to try and spread that, as the title went, because I couldn't think of anything better, our sphere of influence. Although, in reality, it's going to be us trying to not die to everything else around us that's stronger. Because, Lord help us, are they strong. I also noticed we can, of course, build in our subjects, which is great, so Lüneburg we could actually build in. But I'm pretty sure building up more, like, marketplaces, for example, wouldn't really... help in the long run, but we can build up a lot of their RGOs if we just need access to more RGOs. So a good example is Wolgast with their amber, if there is any amber like this one right here that we can build up. Just pop it right in and they'll get more out of it, no problem. I do want to annex this subject actually because their control is really... It's not bad, but it's kind of reached this point where arguably we almost can progress to the same amount, but... we just need better roads, and we don't have better roads yet. We actually don't even have the roads we need up here yet, it looks like. I've also been trying to use the map modes better. Like here, for example, showing right now that's actually faster, but it would definitely probably be faster here once the road's built. Because it would be closer, less tiles to go through. Oh, we'll just keep building up for now. The burgers complain. I actually want to move more towards plutocracy with them, but I'm actually going to say no pain, no gain to increase our prestige right now. Because that's one of the little things they think about with voting. Because, yeah, there we go. There we go. We got the 2 archbishop electors to start siding with us, and that caused Saxony to lose their other votes. So now Saxony is voting for us instead of against us, which is really nice. Where are we on... We have all these. I'm trying to just double-check things before I... screw the budget. So we're actually going to go ahead and just start saving on money in certain areas. I do want to keep diplomatic spending up because we're using a lot of diplomats and we're kind of going to burn through them. And then cultural investments to keep our culture up, so this is all kind of working roughly where I want it right now. So now we're actually making 50 whole ducats. That won't last. I'm going to be honest. That will probably fall. I'd love for it to get larger, though, but that's not going to happen. You can also build the special buildings like the Chancery in your subjects, which I think is really funny. Because if you take those areas over later, they're just going to lose it. So it's funny, but it also, I don't know if it serves the intended purpose or not. Get some more marketplaces going. It's one of the few things I can actually build to get more market access. Or, not market access, but trade capacity. Of course, that's only for the areas we own. We're not getting any from our subjects, but building one on our subject is to just help them do more trade, because then we benefit financially from it. We partially benefit financially. Speaking of benefits, Berlin really should probably get more stuff. I don't know why it's saying there's like a $1 ducat we can make here, and then I go here and it's not there. I think the game's lying to me, chat. It's a big old liar. Speaking of which, how is jewelry doing? Oh, you know what? We have silver in our market now, so yeah, silver jewelry actually works. The problem is that there's already such a massive surplus of it. Oh yeah, amber too. I didn't even think about amber. Because what I'm thinking is we're always going to need paper, and we're definitely going to need more paper as time goes on. So we could always just make a good deal of paper and export it, because I think right now we're importing paper. Yeah, the burgers are kind of importing some paper, not a lot. Just a little bit of paper, though. But there's only so many buildings we can build, so my brain is like thinking, is that really what you want to do? And then I'll never make a decision ever. But I think the answer is yes, because if we go to the burgers, it is just one of the most profitable things. It's that and dye, because you absolutely need dye in the long run. And apparently we're getting dye kind of sent towards us from the others, which is always great. And then the alternative is the scriptorum, because books. In fact, we can upgrade the scriptorum there, so let's do that. I did manage to confirm that, yes, when you get the next level of a building, like how there is a higher level here, the printer shop for books, you can upgrade the books you've already made to it. But it does change who's being used in there. Oh. I forgot we had this mutual defense area with Saxony. They're currently voting to make it automatic defense, which means if one of us is attacked, the other is required to come to our aid. So basically, it's saying that we'll both come to our aid no matter what. What is this? 0.05 development per month for 10 years? So that's what, 0.6 development for a year times 6. So basically, we'd be paying 474 ducats for 6 development. That's just in Brandenburg. Is that the country or the town? The country. Oh, sorry, the town. Wow. We're speed running misreading here. What is the alternative? We gain prestige, and that is a lot of opinion. I think I'm going to take that and use the money for the economy. Yeah. Let's do that. This is not too bad so far. Let's actually just show you real quick. If you go to the RGO and hold shift, you can tell it to try to expand as many RGOs as possible. There's actually some, like Potsdam, that would be fairly profitable. I think it's mainly because of the food aspect of it. The livestock itself is actually really cheap, but I think it's accounting for the food that would be produced, and maybe even the exports that could be done later on. I doubt it's going to help leather guilds, but it would be good to have more food. So we are just going to go ahead and expand a few RGOs at once. Just kind of get that all going. That reminds me, there are actually a few pieces that we can add to the Holy Roman Empire. Way over here. I don't know if it has any inherent benefit for ourselves. But, you know, may as well make it a part of the Holy Roman Empire, so if anything goes wrong, maybe the Emperor comes to our aid until we're the Emperor. Then we die. Because then there's no aid. Ooh. There we are, 5% literacy. So all the pops, no matter their class, will gain a little more literacy, which we show here. The peasants having more literacy means more promotion and levy speed, which is good. The burghers give you more trade, have more trade capacity and give you more development. Laborers literally make the RGOs larger and production efficiency higher. You want that to be as big as you can, because it is very nice to have more at once. Okay, we're starting to get more cores. Okay, the current robber baron situation's dealt with, but I'm expecting more of them to appear as time goes on. Because I've been told this is an issue that is meant to occur for the rest of this century, which is very fun. It's very, very fun. I'm glad that this is going to happen. Let's see, is that a core or not? Yeah, no, this area is not cored. Probably just slowly convert them over time. We don't have control out here. And it's partially because we just can't get the proximity down yet. Although I think, yeah, there's no road there, is there? Yeah, no, there isn't. Okay. So that should help slightly, at least. There's already a gravel road there, well, that's nice. I'm glad we have that, at least. Yeah, the control here is almost gone up. It's all just falling because whoever last had it, which was our subject, was technically better for it. Now they're, well, they're kind of gone because we annexed it up. And do let me know if everything sounds fine. I got the music working again, which is nice for Europa Universalis 5. Yep, there it is. God, that didn't take any time at all. Well, no more simulating for you. Back to dealing with robber barons. At least they're in the area that this time was already suffering to begin with, so it's not as big of a loss. It just sucks to have it happen anyway. What is this? Oh, competent diplomacy. Good, so people will like us more, in theory. In theory. And ruler's distant cousin died. Oh, cabinet member. That is actually a concern. Oh, well, just appoint a new man to the cabinet. That's a nice 27 income from trade. Yeah. I'm not spending 170 ducats on an issue where I don't even know what it's going to do for me. Oh, I see, because now Brandenburg can build up the tannery now that livestock's been made and it's cheaper. Yeah, you know what? Because there's livestock right here. Although, we considered building a new city, a new town right here over the livestock, which we might eventually do. I just don't know that we'd do it yet. Because rural locations do actually get a 0.1 increase to pop growth compared to other areas. So I'm kind of leaning towards the desire of wanting to have as many rural locations as possible to get more pops. Well, that's provincial control. We need more integration. Well, let's get this integrated first. Yeah, get that integrated. It's our hinterland area. No one wants to work. I should have read that more, but that title was funny to me. No one wants to work. I'm sure we won't be hearing that anytime soon. Absolutely not. I'm sure we won't. But I am hoping that things like our growing silk industry and the little paper mills will be able to just make more money as time goes on and export more. But if not, we can always use it ourselves because things such as the scriptorums do need maintenance, which is definitely very important. I love that 30% trade capacity bonus we have. Definitely allowing us to get more out of trade than we otherwise would. Speaking of which, let me just organize this by size. We are importing almost 9 silver from one route, 2 from another. We are importing a lot of silver, actually, and exporting some. But gems that we're importing is the most profitable right now, which makes some sense. We're actually... How much jewelry are we importing? We're kind of importing more than we're making, but not by much. That's fair. Can we... Is there any casus belli we can make? Not really. The excommunication requires them to be excommunicated in the first place. So that's one issue, is we don't have a lot of... We could just go to war with no casus belli, but that just kills your stability. And I'm rather fond of my stability, so I'd rather not chuck it out a window just because we could. Be very unfortunate. What we do want whatever will pass the easiest right now, so we can get the CB. Then a you just want us to build a monastery. Support for capital economy. I definitely want, even though it costs stability. Humanist ideas. Do we want to upset the nobility for that? Yeah. We can do support for capital economy again at the cost of more stability. That's funny. I don't know if we should be throwing stability that hard out the window, though. And the nobility, we don't want to make... And... we do want to take this territory. So there we go. And their only allies are Brema and Oldenburg, both who I wouldn't really consider strong. Actually, if we take Brema, we could either make a new subject or just give it to Lüneburg. Lüneburg has really good control, and they're very close to it. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to either make them a subject or take it over, so that might be something else to add to our list of things. Would Saxony join? Saxony would join, but we don't need Saxony to join us. I do need to just quickly send an insult, though, to save on 10 stability that we would otherwise lose. The rise of the Fugers? I'm going to say Fugers. The Bank of the Fugers. Oh, in Augsburg. In Bavaria. I see. So it's another merchant house. Oh, I've definitely butchered the name. Trust me, I've definitely butchered it, but it's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be fine at all. Do you get any production efficiency bonuses? You do get a lot from lumber. 7.6 is a lot. So maybe we make some more furniture, because I think furniture we kind of import, but I bet you can make a lot of export out of it. So now we can declare war. It's only gonna cost 9.9 this time. Still sucks to lose that stability, but it's not as bad as just kind of waltzing in and losing 20. So, you know, it's half the stability we could have lost. And with this size difference of the armies here, honestly, we could probably split our army in two and go two ways. Yeah, we definitely could. So we'll combine it, kind of balance it out, but then split it in half. That way, one army can go siege Golsar. The other one's gonna head all the way to Bergdorf. And we just got a relations improvement with them as we're invading them. I don't know what trickery our diplomats are working with, but they've managed to convince the enemy to like us more as we're invading them at once, which I think is really funny. It has no right to be funny, but it is very funny. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of which ones. Actually, let's just use the mass expand RGO for now. I want to expand a lot of RGOs, but I'm just... If we go clicking through every single one endlessly, it's going to be annoying after a while. So instead... Oh, dear. Yeah, we almost lost 14 people there to a guaranteed death. That would have been really sad. Yeah, our vassals are currently... yeah, wow. Holstein's already been completely occupied. We could take the whole thing, or we can make them their own subject. That's actually worth considering. Are they good as their own subject? They have, what, less than 10 tax base? They're very undeveloped then. Yeah, okay. Let's see what the cost is between the two. It's 32 to make them a vassal. It's 45 to end. So technically making them a vassal would be wiser here. To not have a bunch of duchies try to kill us. Although one of them is our subject, so that doesn't really matter too much to me. Alternatively... It's only 87,000 people here, too. Wow, this place is poor. This place is poor, chat. Alright, well, let's put them out of their misery, then. I feel like they wouldn't even be that valuable as a subject. I think... I kind of wish there was a way to just transfer all of this to my subject. Kind of like click on them and give it to them, but you can't... Maybe you can do that, and I don't know how it should be right now. I think maybe, yeah, making them a vassal might be wiser. Just because we're going to have no control up here. So we make them a vassal for now. Because we're not going to have any control up there. And I think we can only give, like, one province at a time to Lüneburg. So we probably do that instead. Especially since we have the diplomatic capabilities to keep them loyal. Which is why we're spending a lot on it. Yeah, we don't want to level it too much. Actually, I think this might be a city. No, it is a town. You're right. But don't worry, we're not going to, like, devastate it. We're going to directly annex the two towns they have here. Oh, Order of the Swan. Oh, wait. We can get an Order of Chivalry Law? Oh, I'm going to have to go into debt for this, though. What is the other one? Stability. Order of the Swan. Nobi level size 10, chivalric order. Yes. Oh. I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad option. Great lead of prestige of the electorate, lured by reasons. Yeah, why not? We'll go into debt for it. So, we now have the Order of the Swan, which makes our levies give us more, so our nobles give us more levies. But we are going to go into debt for that, which is going to kind of suck. Oh. Huh. So, chat, apparently the game decided we'd go bankrupt instead because I guess there's not enough money to borrow. So, this is going to suck. That's funny. It's like, here's an event that's going to cost you money. And I'm like, okay, we just need to take out a loan. Well, apparently the loan wasn't enough and we went bankrupt right after we spent about 500 gold expanding all of this. So now for 5 years, we're going to be bankrupt, which means we're probably not getting Holy Roman Emperor now because we're bankrupt. Yikes. That is a bit unfortunate. And also kind of silly with what happened. Because I think there's no way to pay this off either. I think you're just kind of locked into it. And I think you're stuck with these penalties too. I think you're hard stuck with it. I don't think they decay. Which means our armies actually have basically no no morale right now. So that is good to know that is a thing. And also another fun thing is that we now have almost no crown power. We have a lot less crown power than before. So definitely no more wars after this one for 5 years. Oh, we lost. You also lose all your cabinet members. It didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't think we'd go bankrupt when I took that on. I figured we'd just take on a big loan, which it looked like that's exactly what was going to happen. And that's not the case as to what happened. We also lost 50 stability. Like, wow. It hurts you in every possible way. And of course our trade income's fallen because of everything else that fell. So let's just cancel this and drop this. That way we're at least making money and not losing money. Yeah, what is that's gonna put our aggressive expansion at? Because we could lose a war. I mean, our subjects should be able to keep us safe. Yeah, it also destroys some buildings. So what's really unfortunate is that, yeah, wow, it destroyed multiple marketplaces. I think it took out a fifth of our trade capacity. I know bankruptcy is meant to be like really dangerous and serious, but I didn't think I'd get it just because of an event where we. It is kind of funny, but it's also really sad that happened because now our tax base has also fallen a lot. We'll survive. I'm pretty sure we'll have some additional construction soon, but that is most unfortunate. It looks like it did prioritize Magdeburg, the city, for that at least. So it could have been worse. But yeah, we don't go to any more wars until 1426. And we actually now have a law policy for exports. We'll just do regulated because I kind of need the income from minting right now thanks to what we did. Speaking of which, we actually have to be concerned about other things too now. Yeah, bankruptcy basically destroys the country. The thing is, we're on Ironman mode, so we can't even roll back the save. Like, we can't even roll the save back. But it's fine. We'll live with it. It's unfortunate that it was by event, but at least it was by event because of the amount and not something worse. Well, I guess technically it was my fault for not reading our situation. It was technically my fault if you think about it. We might actually cut our cultural investments too then. I did kind of wish it had like a decaying modifier like they do in Victoria 3, because right now you basically get this negative for 5 straight years. Like, you can't research, you have no crown power, the estates are a lot more upset, your army has no strength. So basically for 5 years, anyone can just walk in and kill you. Whereas in Victoria 3, if you're bankrupt, it is... Well, to be fair, with Victoria 3, that's a 10th of the time period that you're bankrupt, which does suck a lot. No, I am not giving them money. Not right now, of all times. Are they crazy? I mean, now seems like a great time to upset the nobility, right? We could actually just ignore this for now and just leave it undone. Our next tech isn't going to be done for a long time anyway. We're... Oh, wait, maybe... Wait, is it a decaying modifier? So it doesn't say... It shows here, it looks like it's not a decaying modifier. But if we go here, it's only at 66. So, okay, so it is a decaying modifier, which is good. The good news is that it is a decaying modifier. The bad news is that the game, when you're right here, doesn't make it look like it's a decaying modifier, which is a little misleading. I don't think they intend for it to be misleading, but it is one of those things that is kind of... You don't really know it until you look at it. But that's okay. I think that means, honestly, we're fine. It's not... It's still awful, but it's not as awful as I thought it was. So I think we're okay. We just take it as a learned lesson and move on. Try to recover the prosperity here. Oh, you know what? Maybe that shot our prosperity. Oh, yeah, I'm surprised bankruptcy doesn't affect prosperity at all. The more you know. So I do want to integrate the 2 new provinces that we have down here. So we're just going to set them to full-on focus on integrating. We could grab you, but I'm actually going to put the heir in charge, and then when I have the money, I'd like to make... Oh, 300. That's not going to be for a while, then. 300's a lot. There are a fair number of people in here who are of the nobility, huh? Yeah, that'll give us some crown power back by making everyone in the cabinet a part of the crown. So that'll allow us to recover our trade income more. We've already actually recovered some of it. They just insulted us, chat, but I want to wait for the bankruptcy to end because our troops are suffering bad from the lack of morale right now. Bankruptcy is the administration, prosperity is just the people. That's true. That's true. The prosperity is just them. The second we're done with the robber barons in one spot, they show up somewhere else. I'm glad we can deal with them, but they are very persistent. Although this time it's in an area we don't really care about, thankfully, so it's honestly not that bad. Let's just focus on the good news, chat. We actually have a silver mine under our control now. We can even expand it. Not that we have the control right now to tax from it, but, you know. We can make money from it, in a way. Oh yeah, give me the stability. I need the stability bad right now. Yeah, okay. Still sucks. Still slows us down in tech, but, yeah. Yeah, no. Give me the happiness. We really, we need all the things that make people happy. All the good things, because they're gonna kill us otherwise. Okay, we got our other little technology done for more crown power, which is special to Brandenburg and Prussia, I would like to note. So, no one else gets that except us. It is actually a very unique technology in that sense. Expected cost to court drops would be good. There's a lot of this tech here, the ocean, I haven't really delved into yet because we barely have a coastline. That being said, more trade range would be good because it would allow us to trade further away. It could unlock new opportunities that we otherwise don't have. This stuff's not too... you know, we have silver. Our 20% silver output's not a bad choice. Oh, let's get this. The entrepot, which I might be mispronouncing, because it does give 5 trade capacity. It also gives the market 10% attraction. Which would be very nice. Did we ever expand? I don't think we did. Our special building here. Maybe we did. Oh, we did. It's just they're just missing workers, right? Yeah, because of the sudden expansions here, there's not enough people. Oh, I see. We have no promotions because of... Okay, so bankruptcy does affect your promotions, like, very harshly. Unless you've already built up some buildings for it. Are you currently ruling... Oh, no, you are old, though, so you'll die soon, but you're not leading an army. There we go. He's 61. He's not going to last long, chat. He needs to enjoy the outdoors before his time is up. Well, that was fun. I think we want to research universities soon just to get more more qualifications going at once. Certainly anything you can grab here. Maybe... Nah, the peasant buildings are kind of last resort when we start running out of everything else. Build another counting house, but there's no point of that until you actually have control over the area. What about bridges? Where are we on bridges? Yeah, that's a lot of bridges. Let's mass build bridges. There's no available location for a bridge. Are you high? Do you not see all these locations for bridges right here? Game, are you okay? And what bridges basically do when they're employed, chat, is they reduce the proximity cost from this area by 5%. It's a 5% local proximity cost reduction. So it will help to spread it over to places like Brunswick by just making that proximity cost a little cheaper. It won't be too much, but it will help just a little bit. And then, do we curtail the nobility? Maybe we... I'm kind of thinking we do. Because that actually gets us a little more centralization. But where are we on taxes? We're not even at the max tax for them yet. So I'm not certain. On the other hand, the nobility are about to fall below 25% power. We are really kind of... You know what? Yeah, that kind of sells me there, as I do want to knock them out as much as I can. Yeah. I'm still uncertain, which is why I'm kind of like hovering. But we'll actually let them stay somewhat disloyal, maybe. And purposely tax them more. So that, we got to 38 crown power now, which is nice. We're not even... I'd like to not murder our artist, please. Thank you. Oh, well. Ah, so it's giving us an option to enact joint ruling, which gives us decentralization and gives us government reform. I really don't want that. The stability decay is concerning. Oh, but we get rebellious princes. We'll deal with it. Oh. Saxony, why? Oh, is it because our ruler died, so you don't want to ally us anymore? Saxony would need... Oh, I see. Saxony's unable to maintain the relationship, so that's what they broke it. Basically, they would have to pay money to keep it going. What else was this affecting, by the way? I'm just curious. I know the research... Oh, yeah, great power score. So basically, we had no great power score because of bankruptcy. That's fun. Oh, that satisfaction equilibrium is lower than I thought, so maybe we do tax them less then. Oh, I see. We keep getting this because we're still Bavarian. We're not Brandenburgish. Maybe we should switch to Brandenburgish at some point. It might be worth thinking. Just something to think on. But we could also just stay to our roots. You know, the people always love us, right? Aside from the occasional rebellion that we have to put down against their will, but aside from that, the people love us. Is what I tell myself every night. People love you. It's okay. You know what? Really quickly. I know we're making more wheat there, but... Yes. Oh, no, that's actually maxed out. Never mind. Horses are doing great. Livestock's there. Fruit. What are we... How are we on Brandenburg needs? I've noticed we always need more fur. No matter how much fur we produce, we always need more. There's just never enough fur. Urbanization would make Parchim a town. What does Parchim make? Lumber. I really don't want to make... A free town's nice, but I really don't want to lose lumber, because lumber is needed for a lot of construction right now. I mean, we could do market regulations just to get trade advantage, but... It's one of those circumstances where we don't get a lot out of any of these that we pick, so we'll just pick something and roll with it, see what we can grab. We do want less aristocracy. Toll castle, so that... Yeah, and the nobility would get too upset, though. Yeah, we'll just tick along for now. We're just gonna probably let this one fail unless an event comes up. Which will hurt our stability, though, so we'll make some considerations. Oh, the nobles are almost below 25. It's almost there. Do love all the crown power we have. Okay, the interplot should be down here. Yes, it's just really expensive. And then after that... No, not construction. I mean, construction speed is good, but that's not what I want. Not art schools. Where are universities? Here they are. And then this does give us a new law as well, which is education of the elites. Yeah, it's called education of the elites, but it's an entire policy section. And I do kind of want to do education of the people, except it makes our clergy upset. But it increases the literacy rate for a lot of the lower class who tend to have less literacy in general. The nobles tend to have higher literacy, as do the clergymen, but like soldiers and peasants don't have as much. Oh, so we still have the defense alliance with Saxony, I see. You know, technically we're bankrupt, but our financial income has never looked better. All we had to do was go through a crisis, which is not fun. Yeah, let's pay for more stability. We've really got to dig ourselves out of this stability hole. Then, who do we want to marry into? Ooh, Scotland's over there. Lithuania, though. I'd love to get their throne later. Oh, that's like decently ranked. Take that. How are we in the Holy Roman Emperorship? We have basically every elector backing us practically at this point. It's crazy. Ooh, okay, so the burghers are building an artisan guild right now, chat. This is a building only they can build. It gives them more power in a location, but it also gives that location 1% production efficiency. So while it gives them more power, I actually kind of like it because you get more production efficiency out of it, which I think is really good. Okay, we're finally getting promotions again. We're out of bankruptcy. I am not giving them 1,500 gold. Or 500 gold. Feels like 1,500 gold is what they're asking for. Gained core maritime presence. Trying to see, I might want to do guild investments for them next. Where are we on innovative? We're still traditionalist, actually. We're not even innovative yet, but we're almost there. Because that gives us more literacy, and I love literacy. It gives them more power, though. But we do want capital economy as well. It's what we've been striving towards. Let's do it. We'll give them guild investments. It is going to make the burghers more powerful, which is going to hurt our ability to tax them further. But it's also going to allow them to be really happy and give us other benefits. 35% tax rate on them is still pretty good, too, anyway. I don't know, I really like the burghers. I've also noticed Saxony keeps doing the vote. I don't know why they can't decide on what kind of vote they want. Yay, 5 research. So they just keep passing it with something different until they figure it out. There's a 37 tax base here with this silver, by the way, chat. So I am excited to get that unlocked as soon as we can. So I think education of the elites, I think that is a law we already have active right now. So that should be under what, socioeconomic? No, but, oh my god, what the hell? Oh, that devout education is, a lot. Oh, we're already under, we're under religious teachings. I think all this does is it just makes the clergy a little happier and makes you traditionalist. Yeah, okay. I was trying to figure out, I was like, whoa, what does this do? There's so many laws to go through here. I like that there's a lot of laws to go through here. But there's a lot of laws to go through here. Oh yeah, there it is. Education of the elites. We just have no policy yet. I guess it needs a month tick. I'm guessing it needs a month tick because it won't let us do anything just yet. Disease resistance would be good to get. More cultural influence is good for faster conversion speed. I think we're fine on conversion speed right now, though. I think what we'll do is we'll grab that cost to court reduction next, chat, just so we spend less on the court, because cost to court is a percentage of your total tax base. So even if our tax base grows, a portion of it has to go to the cost of court. And we definitely want to reduce the cost as much as possible. Where did everyone go? I didn't realize our court had vanished on us again. I mean, yes, we kicked the nobles out, but I was trying to make sure that we didn't have any nobles in charge. I guess that didn't matter too much. The downside of making it to where the nobles can't be in court is that you tend to have not as many good courtiers or cabinet members. But yeah, this should boost our crown power over 40 now that we have all that set up. Yeah, there we are. We're at a good 42%, chat. This is really nice. Look at these bonuses. 42% of our trade income, 17% cabinet efficiency, 5% is state satisfaction equilibrium. Like, our clergy are moving all the way up to 65% now. It's really nice. Despite us being at negative stability. And the nobility are now finally below 25%, so they're not giving us any benefits, but they are easier to tax, and their weakening strength means they're just not as big of a threat now. Honestly, with them being below 25, I would almost be willing to consider giving them a new privilege, just because they're controlled. But I don't really think I want any of these, except maybe Noble Patron of the Arts, because that gives us innovative. And maybe Primacy of Nobility, because that gives us quality. But it's only because they're getting really weak. We're not going to do it just yet, because I want to enjoy the good crown power we have now, because it is definitely making our trade income do really nice. And I know we're saving up a lot of money and kind of hoarding it. You have to understand, Chad. I'm wounded by the event that just happened with bankruptcy. I don't want it to happen again. I'm scared that it will happen again, even though I know it won't. Also, before I forget, we really should actually focus on building universities now. We'll actually do it in Magdeburg first, since it's really big and can promote a lot of people. Universities are great because not only do they give you the cultural spread, they'll also give you more qualifications. So universities and libraries are both good investments to get more promotions at once. And now the robber barons have arrived in the capital. How long until this event ends, chat, and I can stop pausing to deal with it? Probably not for a few decades, and I'm sad to say it, but I'd like to note that this is an issue unique to Brandenburg, where it just keeps happening. Anyone else has to deal with, like, a one-time thing now and then. We have to deal with it constantly for the 1400s. Oh! Kolberg's building a town where salt is. Well, that's going to be our future town then, chat. Local nobility power grows. I mean... Oh, it's that toll castle there. I don't want to lose the stability, but... Sure, I'll take a crack at knocking the nobles down a bit further. I don't think it really adjusts their power that much, but I'll take it. So, I noticed that... Oh, I see, you can't do this until you have a university. I didn't realize that my first time around, when I got it as the Ottomans, that you need universities. You know what? Sure. We'll ally the Netherlands. We're actually a fair bit stronger than them, though. Which I find amusing. It'd be really funny if we could vassalize them. That's not happening. Actually, I think Munster, if I remember correctly when I was looking at the end, we could actually send a member of our dynasty over. Well, actually, some of them are supporting a rebel movement right now because I think of claims to the throne. So what we'll actually do is send them over, supporting him to become the new ruler. So we might be able to get one of our members on Munster's throne. I mean, there is a different successor right now, but it's a bishopric electorate, so yeah, he's got a shot, but it'll probably fail. Court production. Who's this for? I guess we'll accept one. I don't think it matters to us too much. There's also the argument to build the art school, because that does make our artists better and gives us more local cultural influence. That is good for some hegemony stuff later, but we're not a great power yet, so that doesn't really affect us too much. It's more about counteracting a lot of that cultural influence that the Polish and others are going to have. That makes it harder to convert them in the various territories here. Although, in a lot of cases, we just don't have control. Which is a bit easier to solve. Theaters reduce unrest and give cultural tradition. I'm not sure how valuable they are right now. I'm not gonna say they're bad or anything. I'm just very unsure. So I can't really give you... I love how we can get slave centers. That's silly. I know it's on purpose, but I find that silly. Is there anything down here we want? I know there's the construction speed. Legislative efficiency is not bad. Medicaments output... Oh, yeah, I guess formal city rights, so we can make it cheaper to build new towns later on. Yeah, that might be good to grab before the era is over. We're not building towns yet, but we have the budget where we can start building towns. We can think about building towns and actually build them. Like, I don't care too much about livestock. We could definitely build it here, although I think we're exporting livestock now. No, our leather guilds are grown, that's right. And leather is used in what exactly right now? Armories. Primarily armories. You know what? This actually is making sense now that I think about it. Darn it. Why would you make sense? There we go. We got a couple universities being built now. Oh, I can't wait to enjoy that good silver. Yeah, we'll let that grow. We'll let this grow. Our stability is kind of recovering. Now we can pick our little education of the elites. And I understand why it's called that now. It's because university. That's kind of funny, actually, to me. Upsetting the nobles just means we'll tax them even less, which kind of sucks, but they also are losing a lot of their clout to begin with. The clergy being upset will kind of suck, though. The alternative is that we can actually get cabinet efficiency, which is good. Or more artists. Like, these are all good, but we want humanist and innovative. That's what we're going for in this run. And right now, we're very spiritualist, actually. So let's do education of the people here. That will help start shifting some of these values to things that we want. And that's going to really start pushing us down innovative, which is nice. Up until about 17% innovative is what we reach. Or 17, however you want to say it. That's going to start giving us more max literacy, but it makes stability more expensive. Blankenberg gains an insult to cost us ballet on Brandenburg. What? What are these names? Oh, I forgot. Speaking of which, I forgot that we got insulted, and I forgot to declare war on Libus. So, hopefully they'll insult us again later, and we can go kill them. that's a dangerous thing to say for them, but oh well. Yeah, see, the control's not bad up here. I think this is with it just... Yeah, these are cores, too. It's not bad. Honestly, I can't wait to annex our subjects up here, too, but... Yeah, your tax base is so small up here. At this point, I could annex this directly and not suffer any real loss. In the long run, at least. I do kind of want to build out a bit here more. This is kind of the same situation. There's not too much to gain here, but I think the fur we could actually gain a lot from. Oh. What is being proposed now for the Holy Roman Empire? Electors' contribution. The Prince Electors and Archbishop Electors must contribute manpower to the Holy Roman Emperor. Normally, I'd be against this because I want to keep our manpower, but right now... It's looking like we'll be the next emperor. Actually, yeah, wow. Every prince and archbishop elector is currently backing us, including the current Holy Roman Emperor. And I think, honestly, I think it's because of all the prestige we have. But also because we're over 1 million people now, so we get plus 50 to the weight. And that plus 50 could also be why. Does Bohemia have negative prestige? Well, they're at barely over 50 legitimacy. No, their prestige is low, though. I don't think you can get negative prestige. It's just that their current prestige is actually kind of low, so they're not doing so well. Which is interesting for a country that has a tax base of 700. Like, I am very scared of Bohemia. They look like they could just sneeze in our direction and we would die. All they would have to do is sneeze at us and we'd fall over. That's how scary they are. I'll just mass expand these RGOs here, get more wood going. Same with fur. Not that I can build a lot yet. I think I might actually grab... How long until the next age? Wow, we still have time. I'm surprised how much time we have till the next age. I don't think we're researching quick, but it's probably because Latin's liturgical language is at max power. So it's getting that extra 0.2 is probably boosting us a lot more than I thought. Since it's then modified. Maybe we get merchants in trade, but I need to see what is the kind of limit of our market here. I think to do that, I have to kind of go to set up a trade. Okay, this is the furthest extent of our market. I see. Oh, we actually can't trade at the Constantinople market. Interesting. So maybe in order to be able to trade further away to places like that, let's get merchants in trade next. That way we can trade further away, and maybe we go down to the preaching friars, because that makes the clergy happier. And happy clergy, chat. Happy clergy give you research bonus. Let me just show here. The increased satisfaction gives you more research by a percentage, so it could be a good idea. It could be a very good idea to do that. I would love to get more communalism too, but 35 is pretty good. Okay, the commoners are uppity, chat. Which, what else is new? We are gonna do, once this hits about 90%, we'll properly deal with it. For now, we're just gonna leave it as it is. For now. Oh, they already have a gravel road. I can't even build there. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I really want Golsar integrated as soon as possible, too, to get that control up. How many towns do you have, and what's the end goal? So, okay, the end goal, really, I want to try to form Germany at some point. I would like to try and form Germany out of this terrifying mess. As for towns, we can kind of tell by everything that's got a square or a pentagon. So, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 towns and then 1 city. No, I'm sorry, we have 6 towns. I forgot about Stettin over here. Is also a town, which can be upgraded to a city. Speaking of which, we do have, I forget, is it a, I think we have, it's a, what is it called, chat? An advance. It's a specific advance that we have. Or it's a law. Ah, it's our mining law. I was trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. We have a special mining law that makes it to where towns cost 20% less to found, and now we have formal city rates. So we quite literally have a 30% discount on founding towns. So we could just start spamming these out if we want to. And I am thinking areas that have livestock. Livestock are good for food, but I kind of want to build those up, especially this one that's got oceanic climate and a river with grassland vegetation. That is very good. Because I think, yeah, oceanic is better, yeah. It's like this would make a good town. That way you have a town in this little province here, because right now there is no town. Because we want fur, we want wool, we want wheat as well. Even though wheat is the same production as livestock, wheat is used for pop needs, and pop needs are very important to us. Livestock, I believe, can be used for pop needs, but it's more so used for buildings than pop needs in the long run. That's true. We could also crash lumber more. The problem is that we've actually built up a lot of our lumber RGOs to their current maximum. And in fact, that's why we mentioned earlier that we didn't want to make Parchim a town, because then we'd lose half the RGO right here, because rural settlements get a 100% bonus. So it would probably be almost half of it. It's also why I don't want our development falling, because development gives us more. Which reminds me, I also want to make this a town as well next to Brandenburg, because all of this is good for, as I've seen, a special demand, which is stolen food supply, and then pop needs. It does make food, so it is worth considering, but I want to make this a town and leave this livestock in Potsdam here. So this is another place I want to make into a town. Especially because it's also a flatland, so it has no negatives to a lot of factors, which makes it really nice. It's a very, very nice spot. Except for the robber barons. They're pretty bad. Once you ignore the robber barons, chat, it's not a bad neighborhood. And in fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and build a town. Also, because our glassworks have been suffering nonstop and they really need some demand. I'm pretty certain glass has just suffered this whole time. We've been exporting it. So Elector's contribution has passed. We are really just waiting for the current emperor to die, and he is currently, wow, he is 66. Dude's got some age to him. For the time period we're in, he's got some age. So when would Golsar be done? It's a town. It's not too bad. 1436. And it'll finish in less than 10 years. That's why I wanted to get by blood as well. All right, back into Brandenburg. The reason why we keep putting it in Brandenburg is because every time we put it in Brandenburg, we get a little bit of centralization. And we want to try to squeeze out as much centralization as we can. Increase our control. Oh, wow, it literally builds counting houses. Is that half cost for counting houses? It is. Oh, three counting houses at half cost would be nice if it passed. If it passed, that's the problem. It probably wouldn't pass. Or do we prepare another war? I kind of want to seize this territory over here, chat. Mostly because this is way over here and it's suffering. Although we could probably just help get control for Wolgast and it would go a lot better. Speaking of which, what is this over here? Fish. I just don't like how this is as well. It looks really bad. I really want this gone. Take Silesia from Bohemia. You want us to go to war against Bohemia. I admire your ambition to take Silesia from Bohemia, but I think right now Bohemia would cave our skull in. I really think they would cave our skull in. Now, there are 2 allies we could ask to come help us, but even then, they still outnumber us 2-1 at least. Yes, we can form Prussia, and in fact, there are 2 ways to do it. Either sometime after the 1500s, we'll get an event to kind of annex or get into a union with the Teutonic Order. I haven't gotten that far yet. Or we can take the territory over early and form it ahead of time. But right now, we're kind of just sitting as an ally with the Teutonic Order because we're sponsoring them and because we're trying to check and make sure that Poland here doesn't just walk over and kill them. Because Poland could walk over and kill them if they really wanted to. So we can't really take that. I actually wouldn't mind invading Saxony and taking some of it over, but we're using them as a defensive ally to keep ourselves safe. So maybe... Oh, I don't know. Is there any good silver RGOs around? Where's our silver? Oh, there's copper nearby, actually. Owned by Saxony, of course. You know, there are 2 towns right here on the border next to Magdeburg that we could seize. That's actually a pretty good option, I think. You can't go wrong with more towns, chat. There's actually a lot of towns. That's a little concerning. Why are there so many towns? Yeah, we might actually consider an alliance with Poland to invade Bohemia. Even then, I think Bohemia wins. Hungary is actually in an equal boat. Because maybe we wait till Bohemia is no longer the Holy Roman Emperor. That way they don't have any special status. And does developing interior give us anything? Urban cost reduction. Yeah, I guess I could use that. Even if we don't pass it in the end or use it to change anything, we could use it to make these constructions a little cheaper temporarily. Like Hamburg would actually make the most right now, followed by Berlin for fine cloth. Magdeburg could actually make a lot, but I don't know. Because this area has access to wool, I believe, right? Yeah, it's got wool right next to it. Although I'm curious if... Yeah, no. I think let's actually build up Berlin a little bit more there, since we have the cheapness of it. See, this is the problem. I'm gonna start micromanaging, and it's gonna get really slow. That is true. More towns give us more marketplaces as well, and more marketplaces means more trade. The clergy want us to give them expansionist zealotry, which... I mean... They're not wrong. We are being fairly expansionist. Increase opinion. Oh, with Hungary. Yeah. And then... it's probably not worth what it would give us. I think it gives us just a little more... Yeah, 0.2. I mean, 0.25 development's not bad, but that's not what we want. Yeah, so we'll go with that. Because actually, this is pretty good to take, because it is... 3 tiles from Brandenburg. It's about the same distance as Magdeburg. Oh, Saxony would actually join on their side. Oh, no. Aw, Saxony. I thought we were friends. We have some counting houses in our towns. We actually have a few that we don't have. But the counting houses that we don't have are in towns like this, right here that we seized recently. It's kind of some of the towns that we seized very recently, so they have low control. But there are some that we actually could start building in now that we do have a lot more control in. So, This could hurt. This will actually... Oh my god, wait, this is a war against 2 of our allies. Really? Oh, that makes this even more painful. Let's go find another ally before we start this chat, because we're about to lose 2 of them. Oh, we could ally Saxony only to stab them later. Denmark would take it. Munster? Denmark. I would like Denmark. Although Denmark would probably not help us in a fight. It's probably good to have them on our side anyway. In case someone tries to kill us. They'd be willing to join if they got land. The Teutons are the same. Like, they'd be willing to join if they were given land, but they're not going to join otherwise. I think we can win regardless. We just use our allies as a shield. Maybe we could, but we could actually use this as a good alternative. We could actually use this as an excuse to invade and weaken Saxony, which is not a terrible idea. They actually have some silver too, but it's really far away from our control line. But we would be able to seize a line of towns and a new fort, which is not a terrible idea. What is the population like, actually? Like, where's the population centers is what I'm wondering here. Yeah, because they've got a lot of tens of thousands of pops there. So I think we do this. I think we do this. I actually have to end the alliance. That actually makes sense. That's also really interesting, but it does make sense that you have to end the alliance. And I think the defense pact we're in, I'd have to end as well, wouldn't I? Yep. Oh no, I just don't have a diplomat. We just don't have a diplomat. We just don't have someone to send to tell them that we're declaring war. I always love that. I always think that's really funny. Yes, 5 to humanist, make us less spiritualist. 2 to capital economy. I know that's really upsetting the nobility, but right now, under parliament, it'll partially recover. Like, it's not that bad. They're just gonna be upset for a bit. Which, admittedly, is probably not good, but eh. Speaking of which, can we build more marketplaces? I know there's other things we should build, but I really want more marketplaces. Execute the troublemakers. No, just take that, yeah. Okay, so. This is gonna probably be a here we go. Diplomacy. That's not D, is it? No, of course not. What is the hotkey? H. Okay. As for fortifications, thankfully we have a lot of fortifications along the line with these people now, especially the new ones we took. So the good news is that they're not going to be able to... well, they could go around us through Bohemia. They're otherwise going to kind of struggle. I thought we built a fort here. I guess we never got around to it. I could have sworn we built a fort over there, but I think it was an idea that we never got around to. And that's kind of embarrassing that we never got around to it. I actually want more cannon. And then that's kind of all we can afford right now. Immediately Saxony is coming through us over there. So we'll kind of make 2 armies for the moment, chat, and try to link them together here. Because right now, we're looking at it to where it's almost equal, so our armies are going to want to be together, but we want to try and ambush them somewhere if we can. So, urban parliament seats give burghers more power, and it gives them a parliament, which gives them, like, more power. I don't know. All I know is that this gets us closer to passing the issue, and I will probably do serfdom movement to make it pass. Yeah. That way it will pass, and we don't suffer the 7 stability loss. And we just wiped 700 units in one go. Excellent. Let's make sure our allies can follow us here. Now, they could still kill us. They could still very much kill us. I was wondering where they were. There they are. They're invading Lindbergh. Oh! This is fantastic, chat. They're separated. They are almost as strong as us together, but they're separated. Their armies are not linked up. So this is going to... It's not going to be an easy victory, mind you, but it's definitely going to be easier than it otherwise would be. What does rag paper do again? Actually, I need to check this out really quickly, chat. I don't know if rag paper is more profitable. Not there because they have access to fiber crops. That makes sense. I think it would be profitable if cloth was very cheap. But right now we have access to fiber crop in multiple areas and it's even cheaper. So I think rag paper at equal price is a better production method. But because we have access to a lot of fiber, the fiber crops, we're able to make it a lot cheaper from an alternative method. So that passes. We're going to combine these units, and then we are going to go straight after that force right there. Oh, they're trying to go around us. Hello. In the end, they actually took we actually took as many casualties, which is not as good, but okay. I actually just realized Anhalt here has like no forts. Just an easy siege. Ooh, do we catch this? I think we do. We do, but they have no morale, so it's just an instant win. That's like the one sad thing about it when their army has no organization or morale, chat. You win instantly, which forces them to retreat, and that can be good in certain circumstances, but it also means you have no time to kill them. But we did just kill 400 divisions, 400 levies in one go. Yes, you siege that. Siege that. I'll be right there. Don't run. I'll be right there. Oh, God. Oh, it's a massacre. That's true. It would create more demand for cloth. So what we'll probably do is we'll eventually get rag paper, but we're not going to grab it yet. We'll grab the military tech that we're doing right now instead, since that's technically a bit better for us. I would like to do sieges. We could technically split our armies in half now since we've killed a good chunk of divisions, but we're not going to do that. We're going to keep our army together for now since we have a lot of fortifications. And what we're instead going to try to do is just start wiping them out to where our subjects will be able to do sieges relatively safe on their own. There we go. It's a lot of micromanagement on speed 5 with pausing like this. We gotta fix that. But it is working. Like, we're just killing them left and right. Okay, that one actually got away from us. This is where? Bergdorf? But I think we win this pretty well. We're actually integrating Bergdorf right now. That's so funny. We're in the middle of integrating it, and there's robber barons there now. So let's just switch to dealing with them in that province. New market underway in the Golden Horde. Okay. Don't know why. Oh, yes. You know what? I totally forgot. We wanted to see if... Can we now trade with Constantinople? No, it's still too far, I guess. So that 250 trade range wasn't enough. I bet you there's a way to see your trade range, and I just don't know it yet. Because I know you can see markets and market languages. I don't know... Because there's naval range right here. Oh, you know what? Search like trade. It didn't... Okay. I probably need to be very exact with it to figure it out, but that's fine. You'll be unsurprised to note that our market language is German, by the way. I'm sure that comes as no surprise given the circumstances, but I thought I'd mention it. Ooh. That's a lot. Oh, yeah, there we go. See, this is what I meant, is that they would be... Because they can hire mercenaries, chat, and in this case, they have hired a couple hundred mercenaries, but it's mainly feudal levies still. I want stability, but I want to keep happy clergy, because happy clergy means better tech. Ooh, we almost lost that, I think. Because our morale was not doing so good. But it's okay. That came out pretty good. That came out pretty good. How about spinner guilds? Oh, they have 10 levels in Hamburg? I just built another one for you then, I guess. I'm just going to throw our money to mass expand our geos for now. Because we have a lot of cash to spend. Saxony, I don't think Saxony blocks us from trading. As you can see, we're still trading through it. I think only the market owner can do it. Speaking of, chat, really, really quick, I totally forgot about this, but you remember the Hansa League and how they absolutely despise us and have stuff in our territory and we can't do anything about it? I did do block. I have blocked their territory before, but we go to war and then it gets unblocked, which is annoying. I believe we can embargo them, can we not? That's a hostile action? No, it's an economy action. If you embargo them, it says that it blocks the merchants from trading in our market or pass through the territory. Or, sorry, establishing merchants. And I kind of want to block the Hansa, just because it feels like the only way to deal with the Hansa is to economically cripple them. They are currently the second... They're here at 15.88 ducats. If we block it, it could make it to where they can't trade as much. And I really want to crush the Hansa. Or at least make sure that they can't take everything over. So I'm going to go ahead and block them, and then we're going to see what the update here looks like in a tick or two. But my hope is that... Actually, we'll check it later after the war, because we have a war going on right now. My hope is that it will cripple them financially. And then the Hansa will just collapse from there. Okay, yeah, we're slaughtering them now. The sad thing is that this means there's now, like, 20,000 less pops in the world. But I also love how that's a thing. No, give me the religious influence, please, and thank you. Oh, wait, is this enemy territory? I think this is. Yeah, it is. They've got no fort. There's no forts here, which is why I didn't really notice. I did see a big army that's marching this way. The occasional month tick. I don't know if we'll take any territory over here. Maybe Lundberg could have a piece or two if we just take it and then sell it to them. Actually, in saying that, I do need to check subjects really quick. Is there a way to just... I know we can return land. Oh, no, that's us demanding the return of land. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. I think it has to be kind of the economy action to sell locations, which is a little slow. But we'll go ahead and get Sorbian opinion improved. Speaking of, let me do this. This is way faster. Oh, I guess that was the only one we could do. And they're raising more. Correct section choice. Oh, man, we just found their armies. There goes one. There goes another one. This, I mean, we're at 74% war score already. We could end this war, but I want to seize Wittenberg. At least seize Wittenberg as well. Unless it ends up being that it's just too great of a issue. Yeah, we've used up a lot of cannon, haven't we? I think we definitely need more armies. Oh, it's because we're contributing manpower to the... wow, we're contributing more than our monthly manpower. What's up with that? Is that a budget thing? Do I need to modify that, perhaps? Yeah, Imperial Army contribution. Oh, you get monthly tradition for it, I see. Oh, and if you don't contribute at all, you start to lose. So you're kind of... Okay, we'll just drop it to 51% then, I suppose, but that still sucks. Let's... mass build armor. Oh, we're just gonna build a bunch of armories then, chat, because we desperately need it. Evidently, we need it. And while our subjects are now focused on containing them, we will try to besiege Wittenberg here and take it. I'll sacrifice prestige to prevent the nobles from being too angry. I don't like the nobles, but I also need to make sure they're not too upset to where they overthrow us quickly. So yeah, we're kind of at the stage now where I'm just going to let them run around here and siege and unsiege things. Because once we take a fort, it's going to be a lot harder. I need to do this as well. It's going to be a lot harder for them to seize territory back from us. And the armory should allow us to replenish our manpower so we can get the cannons back that we've lost in fighting. That's why we only have 1 artillery bonus here instead of 2. How many cannons have we trained up? It should say us right here. 6, yeah, and we only have 1 bonus, so we definitely took a lot of casualties. Right, no manpower now because of the... Yeah. Right. The fun thing about building armories as well as chat is that it's going to make demand for things like firearms and leather, which we can make. So it is very helpful in that regard. Let's... Oh, they were sieging it, but they stopped. That's good. We're gonna go deal with their forces now. Oh, it's a near complete wipe out of their troops. That's good. Well, we'll do one more fight here to just knock them out. And then we take a look. We know that we want to seize these territories here. And then we know that we want this. What does that put us at for the coalition? Saxony would join it. That's not a surprise. Hanseatic League. That's not a surprise. Oh, okay, those are not really surprises. We're not really shocked at all by that. See, I'm wondering if we take this as well. What does that put us at? It's a much larger coalition. That's a potential threat, but we also beat all of this ourselves. So we just have to kind of decide, are we willing to risk the larger coalition for more territory? So, I mean, we don't really... I mean, we do want more territory because that's more people, that's more power. But it also just comes down to control. Although, at worst, we can make a new subject in the south if it looks like that we can't maintain good control over it. This area over here, it's all still conquered territory. Actually, one of it recently became core territory, but it has robber barons in it. But yeah, a lot of this has not yet reached that core status because it's, yeah, conquered. Friendly armies in province. I totally forgot about that. I'm hesitantly leaning towards, let's say, maybe don't take this piece right here or this, but we take the town that has the castle. Like we let them keep everything else to reduce the aggressive expansion a bit here, because now I can see who's going to join at least. And then probably as much. Oh, that 52 ducats is not a lot actually. Oh, I can force them to do a royal marriage as well. I can force their ruler. Wait, the ruler in the electorate of Saxony, chat, is our ruler's nephew. Hi, nephew! Sorry to invade your land! That's so funny. That is so funny. Okay, so I guess this would, like, kind of, yeah, let's do that. With Saxony. And then I guess just whatever amount of money we can take is what we can take. Yeah. So this province we didn't seize entirely from Saxony. We just took the area. It does mean there's a town that we didn't take, but we took the town that had the fort. And by taking the town that had the fort, we ensured that we have these fortifications for the next time. So they won't be able to just walk right in. We effectively got 4 new towns. Which is pretty nice. Until the inevitable revolt occurs, I'm sure. Ooh, some of these already have the ideal roads between each other. Surprised. There we go. We'll just kind of start getting these roads built now in advance. That way it's all done. Okay, Brandenburg market's losing food, but I assume this is because we're in winter right now, and that's it. I would love to not starve. But maybe we do want to get more food production at some point in the future. That's why we've been expanding a lot of those RGOs too, though, is to just make more food so there's not a risk. I wonder, do I want heavy cavalry instead? I don't have the unit compositions down very well yet, chat. Although I see light cavalry have some nerfs and some benefits. They have 5 antagonism breakdown, cavalry have 5 initiative. I don't think the tooltip's meant to say that. Pretty sure that's a bug. 10% reinforcement speed could be good. We've only got a few years left before the Age of Discovery. I think we go for the Friars next, though, and then the Art School. Yeah. Let's go for the Friars. That way we get 2.5 more clergy happiness. Honestly, I'm half tempted to give them just give them something to get more research out of it. Because we're at 1.82 research speed right now. It's really nice. Oh, right. Maybe I should disband the levies as well while I'm at it. Oops. Yeah, armies are reinforcing. We give as much manpower as we make, so how can our armies even reinforce? Oh, I see, because the armories are probably not even full yet of workers, so they're not even operating at full efficiency. That's fair. How many more universities can we make? We definitely want to build more of these because that's going to help qualifications. We actually have that new town that we built, chat. One of the first things we're building there is a university. We do have some granaries, not a lot, but we do have cheap food because, to my understanding, the cheapest food can be in the market is 0.01. So we are benefiting from really cheap food right now. There is another bonus where having large food storage in the province will increase it. But that is by province, and that is going to be dependent on you having a certain stockpile relative to the province's consumption. We could invest heavily into granaries to greatly increase it, but we have to keep in mind that does consume building levels. But they do have a capacity on it as well. So it's just kind of, do we want to be spending the money right now getting that, or do we want to spend the money just kind of getting peasants to do other jobs? Both are options. It can be a bit difficult to decide what's better. Hey, they're building the clergy are building a, what is this called? A tailor guild. I cannot read, chat. I think I'm blind and deaf. Which is not meant to be a joke. I don't know why I'm struggling to read so badly. Ooh. Yes. We did cease the production of some weapons. Not weapons. Where is it? It was firearms. What are these used to be made? They've got a couple production methods. Oh god, I'd love a province with iron, but we don't have that. But we can build a few in Brandenburg. And I assume it's just gonna import it because we have tools here. Yeah. Saltpeter can be made, so could lead. I figure we will go ahead and make some. That way we have some of our own tools because we have a lot of armories. Yes, we can build more marketplaces in those towns next. We're kind of just getting that extra university up in the new territory. That way it has more qualifications. I'm sorry, it's called promotions in the game. I keep calling them qualifications because of Victoria 3. They're kind of almost one and the same, though. Definitely incorporate this and finish here because that's almost done. I'd like to get the increased control there. We're starting to get some control to where we get this silver, but it's just not enough yet. Yep, I just eat my prestige because it was already dropping anyway, so that just saves me the trouble. Oh, we could build some market warehouses, which might be a good idea. In Brandenburg, and the reason why is because it gives the burghers more trade capacity without actually giving them more strength. Although it's gonna be a bit of a wait. There's a bit of a wait time on this, so maybe we don't build that yet because we're just gonna be waiting 2 years when we could just put forth something else instead. Oh, the parliament seat. I really need to start organizing this better. So marketplace. And let's do that. Let's just build up the new towns here. We'll just build up a bunch of marketplaces in them. In each one. Except for Wittenberg, because it's already maxed out on its current level with its population. They don't have a lot of people here, but they have something at least. Hey, another general that shows promise. How nice. And that's going to give us, well, it's going to kind of give us more control. These areas are actually lacking in burghers, and I think that's because of the war. I think the war kind of wiped them out. And there's almost no control here, so the qualifications grow very slowly. But thankfully, since it's so close to our capital, it is actually growing in its qualifications, or control. Ruler's distant cousin has died. That is sad. So it is actually going to be a bit before these are better. In fact, why do you have negative attraction? Province is starving. What? Oh, give me a moment, chat. I know what this is. Give me just a moment. So there is currently a bug in the game where sometimes after a province is conquered and then annexed into your country, the game gets confused and it thinks the province is still unable to access food and is still starving. That's what you just saw. It thinks the town is unable to access food and it's still starving, so we're losing 2% of the population there per month and people are leaving. The only way I know how to fix that right now is to save the game. In this case, it's Ironman, so we just quit the game, and then load. go back to the menu and then reload. And that will force the game to recheck everything. Now, Hail is not starving anymore. Remember, just before, you can actually go back into Livestream too. This was starving at minus 2% pop growth. It is no longer starving now. All because we reloaded the game and forced it to check. So that is a bug that can happen. So I would keep an eye out for any notices that you're having starvation zones right after a war. That unfortunately could happen to the AI too, and unlike us, the AI can't really save and reload the game. So that's a bit of an issue for them then. It doesn't happen every time after a war, but I've noticed it sometimes happens. It happens pretty rarely, thankfully. But it's still concerning that it happens at all. Let's build that in Lüneburg. I know Lüneburg's not our town right now, but we can still benefit from it in a way by exporting it. Ooh! They will migrate to other places like the capital, it's true. I kind of want to do a census because it's only for 6 months, but that's 6 months of 0.5% of our whole population growing. On the other hand, you can't go wrong with gravel roads and even more centralization. Oh yeah, centralization. Yeah, no. We're going for centralization. Because we can almost pass this at this point. Demand for a new marketplace. Market village we built. I think they're wanting a marketplace, not a market village, but I'll take it. Thanks. I really don't think that's what they wanted, but I won't judge. I love how every time we go to integrate a location, another robber baron appears somewhere. At this point, it's just we just have to deal with it. Oh yeah, chat. You will now notice that Osterburg is no longer the provincial capital of this province because now there's a town. The town is now the provincial province, so we will probably build a fort here. Even though there's a fort castle at Magdeburg, we want to make sure all the provincial capitals are fortified. Osterburg will probably keep its fort because it's a good location relative to where everything else is right now. Yeah, no, the market village, that's kind of the market village is rule, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure I can't build it here. Yeah, the market villages are rule. Speaking of which, we could mass spam irrigation later. I'm not going to do it yet, but... Although I did just realize, if I'm mass spamming irrigation, isn't that no better than mass spamming granaries? Although irrigation just increases the cap size of the pops here. Technically, it lets you grow food too, so I do want to build a lot in Osterburg, because Osterburg makes food. And actually, is this just Osterburg's food production? Yeah, 99 food on its own. Let's just start getting one built there for now, because we're going to make a lot of wheat there later. And in fact, does it have... It does already have it. I was going to say, make sure it has that windmill so it makes even more food, because why not? So, we kept talking about marketplaces. We can build even more now that we have that new town as well. These areas aren't going to have the qualifications for all the pops yet, and that is a little unfortunate. But that is kind of just how things go. And that's why we're wanting to build all these universities everywhere, so there are more pops that are of higher ranks. Of those higher promotions. Ooh. What are they at right now? 50? Yes. Oh. Man, you know, I kind of want to let them revolt, if not for the fact that Bergdorf joined the revolt. Okay. They might revolt regardless, though. Maybe we let it happen. It's not like we couldn't easily siege the city down, but I'm worried about the, casualties, so to speak. And we're gonna get all these temples built as well, chat. In fact, we're gonna go ahead and build temples in our subjects, too, because temples, when staffed, give 5% max control. Every single temple is 5% max control, so they are really nice to build. They are definitely something you should build whenever you can if you need more control, because it is straight up 5% more control. Unless you're already below 0 control and you have different issues at bay, but I'm sure you'll figure it out then. So, I really want Goldstar to finish integrating as well, so I guess you're not good at any of this, but I need you to go put down some rebels. I don't even know. Can you successfully put them down, or are they going to spread anyway? Okay, so it's gonna probably revolt anyway because of the lack of control. Oh, the land tech's still gonna succeed. For now. Yeah, this has no control. There's nothing. Do we need a road built, maybe? Yes. Yeah, wow, this needs a lot of roads. The city of Magdeburg has grown rich and prosperous. I guess, take your seat. I don't know... Oh? Is Belzig maxed out on prosperity? I'll just take it. I don't know how bad it is to let the parliament seats exist. I know it gives the burghers more clout. But to be honest, beyond that, I'm not sure what the problem might be with them. Ugh. Let me find it real quick. It should be in Magdeburg. I swear we just made it, unless the game decided it was just gonna Alt F4 and not build it. Yeah, no, it's there. Yeah, it says parliament seat, yes, which gives them more power in parliament and gives the burghers more clout, which... Burghers having more clout is kind of a good and a bad thing. They're actually about to become powerful. I guess we'll see what happens when they become powerful at this rate. But we could always start revoking privileges if we need to. I'm more worried about the nobility than I am the burghers. The burghers also, when they're really happy, and they're pretty happy right now, they tend to build roads, and they have been given the right to build roads. So I'm not that concerned about them having more power. I feel like it's more of a benefit than a disadvantage. Oh, meant to research it, not try to build it, even though we don't have access to it yet. That's gonna help our clergy be a little happier too. So that's gonna be more research, because I think it's what 1% research speed for each point of happiness. Almost. It's not an exact 1-to-1 ratio, but it's pretty close. So these guys are gonna revolt anyway. Local unrest, yeah, unrest. What if I marched an army over here, though? Would that quell it? Probably not. I assume not. But it would actually give us... It would give us some tiny bits of control, which might actually help. The new elector of Brandenburg. Oh, wow. The electorship changed, and for a second I thought the emperor died and we got elected, but no. It has changed slightly. The Palatine of the Rhine doesn't want to elect us right now. In fact, I think it's because the improved opinions are starting to fade, so we need to start improving opinions again. You are good at administration, so we may as well... Actually, let's do expensive education. I will spend the money to get better stats. We actually already have... Yeah, we have the Pound Lock Canal. I think we've already built the Pound Lock Canals that we can, but I might be wrong. Should be under what? Laborers? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've already built the one we can. Hamburg can actually have one in our subject, so we'll just go ahead and build that for them. It is bridges that we have access to that we can build in a lot of places, though. And now that we have money, I am going to go ahead and build more bridges. Yeah, this looks like they're going to revolt in the end. 20 years local autonomy in the Lower Saal. Oh, that's a city. I'd rather not. Or that's a town. It's an urban location that I don't want them to own. Oh man, we get this event every time, so we either lose legitimacy or we lose stability. We don't have a choice beyond that. Actually, speaking of which, our stability is looking pretty good. We could actually drop this to be a 0.2 now and save on the money. Yeah, I like this. That's not bad. That'll get us more money. Our tax base is over 200 now. Meanwhile, Bohemia is at 850, which is just terrifying. Absolutely scary. Oh, actually, I know I just put this general in charge, who's of the crown, but that's not who we want. We want to, even though he's not a great general, we want to make sure our guy's in charge of the standing army, because that 25% bonus you get when he's in command is really nice. It is just really nice to have that. Oh. Oh, wow, you are an amazing ambassador. What the hell? Oh, he's amazing, chat. Right? I mean, we were at 100 legitimacy earlier, and then we kind of just let ourselves fall out of it. Make you Chancellor as well. I think, is this revolt happening no matter what we do? I think it is happening no matter what we do. Yes. Okay, it is happening no matter what, but our army in Bergdorf is making it to where they're probably not going to seize it. Maybe they do, and we just siege them. So in that case, let's just focus on provincial integration. Speaking of which, Goslar was integrated, so it's going up now. Okay, that's perfect. They didn't get the capital, which is they didn't get the fort, which is good enough for me. Make sure to pay up. So we basically just got 31 ducats out of that for nothing. We basically just got 31 ducats. That's all that happened, chat. Nothing else happened. So what is your path? Ah, Age of Discovery. So I have reached this in my Ottoman game, and I am a little aware of the texts that are already in it. There are, of course, once again, a lot of unique advances to pick from, and I'm still really fond of the administrative ones. Because, like, more simulation and conversion speed, cabinet efficiency, 10% building cost reduction, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Faster integration. We can get 25% trade capacity. Better mining with an expand mining cost reduction. We already have -20 ourselves. And then urban building costs -10. Now, that doesn't mean that diplomacy and military are bad. I think, actually, if you're planning to explore and go to the new world, you are probably in the Age of Discovery going to take the diplomatic focus because it has things like faster exploration progress. You have a greater colonial range. You get a lot of trade range, which is going to let you trade with the new world once you find it. Faster colonization, greater colonization range, etc. So it's just really, really useful. And there's even counterintelligence in here too. Just to be fair, again, you do have the military stuff. You can get better morale. You can make it to where advisors and generals are cheaper, faster combat speed, monthly tradition. Basically, if you're wanting to, you think you're just going to kind of world conquest, I guess, or you feel like you really need to have more strength, you could go ahead and get this military focus. 10% antagonism recede, -10% is really nice. But remember, whenever you pick one, you only get those. And I think administrative is going to be just kind of what we want. So one good news is that all of the advances in the discovery tree are now about 7 points cheaper. 7 to 8, sorry, they're 8 points cheaper now. So it is easier to now finish this up if we want to get any of it done. And something I need to note, chat, the Age of Discovery does not have a free tree like the Age of the Renaissance does. We actually have to get one of the institutions before. Chad, I think we're gonna get the printing press. I have a good feeling about getting the printing press, Chad. I don't know why. Something about the possible locations, though, really makes me feel like we'll get printing press once the 2% dice roll goes off. I don't know how to increase that dice roll, by the way, because I had a 6% chance for printing press in my Ottoman game. But in this case, right now, it's 2%, and maybe it just needs to initialize and register things. Anyway, we can't do anything in the Age of Discovery yet, so we are going to actually just continue operating over here for the time being. I would love spy connections. 20% silver output. I want to grab that, but I don't want to get it until the silver mine has more control. You know what? Is there any Age of Tradition tech that we haven't finished yet? We could grab that now. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's grab the construction speed. What is this? The donation of Constantine. We could do nothing and make us more spiritual, 20 spiritualist, or we can condemn the papacy. Doing it a forgery. Oh, it's a forgery. I see. But we could get excommunicated for condemning it. Oh, this will give Catholicism reform desire, chat, and and innovation. I would like that. Because something to note is that a previous pope in the early 1300s, prior to when EU5 starts, supported a Polish raid into Brandenburg. I don't know if it was just political support or if that included material support or if it was just they had his blessing. So we have a cardinal, but we're wary of the church because the church has previously supported raids into Brandenburg, at least at one point. Sure, that was a different pope, and now this pope's different, but I just don't know. You never know. They might turn around. Yeah, give me that for the whole electorate. Where should we put the standing army? Because the standing army does give control. So actually, like, you know what? Standing army gives control. Let's build it. Let's put it right here then, where the silver mine is. It's only 1%. Oh, it's actually 1.6% because it counts for location and province. So that is pretty cool. Do we make a lot of stone? I don't think we do. Cultural tradition and influence is not a bad choice, but I think it's because doesn't that lead to plague resistance? Yes, it does. So while we're waiting for something like printing press to go up, we're gonna go down to anatomy so our characters live longer and we can get some more disease resistance. I don't think diseases are gonna kill us that much now that the Black Death's gone, but every dead pop is a pop we no longer have access to. So it is, if you think about it that way, it is concerning. We already got the printing press to appear. That's crazy. Okay, so yeah, so something caused the chances to increase up to 10%. Magdeburg, we could get pike and shot. That's cool. But we already have the printing press, and it appeared in our city chat. And since it is the birthplace of the printing press, this location gets a permanent bonus to literacy. A 5% permanent bonus to max literacy. So this doesn't mean we have instant access to it. It still needs to spread. But areas like Brandenburg, who had a chance where it could possibly spawn here, since they could have spawned the institution, they will quickly gain access to that institution compared to other locations. So, for example, this is kind of nearby a location that already has it, and it will slowly spread. But once it gets to Brandenburg, it will spread faster because it will be considered to be in the market. Presence in, yeah, now that it has presence in the capital, it's actually growing faster, and I think that's going to start affecting a lot more areas. Not quite yet. But that is really nice. Alright, robber barons are done. Please stand by for the next year where we'll have another robber baron to deal with, probably. I think I'm done integrating provinces. I want to spread our culture a little. You are awful for spreading culture. So we are going to switch this around really quickly because this guy's got 100 on diplomacy. Because if I'm correct, yeah. Oh, this is a core. This is a core? Huh. Oh, because they're an accepted culture. Because since they're an accepted culture, it's automatically a core. I totally forgot about that. Well, that's convenient. Still gonna convert people to our culture, though. Let's see. Western Pomeranians up there. Saxons down there. We could finish off up here, actually. I think we'll do that. I mean, it doesn't have as many... Maybe it has a lot of pops, actually. There are a lot of people living up here. Because it's mainly just Western Pomeranian, so we'll just start kind of converting it. And I think Western Pomeranian's accepted, right? Yeah, it is an accepted culture, so it's not as if it's giving us issues, but our primary culture gets more happiness than accepted cultures do. So, oh yeah, why are you different? Oh, you're burghers. Burghers just love us. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because our culture has got that base get that 25 bonus. There it is. Whereas an accepted culture is only going to get 10%. So there's a 15% difference in satisfaction when they're our culture. And I would like to get at least a bit more of the Brandenburgish culture to spread, because why not? Everyone should be Brandenburgish. Prussian? Never heard of it. Can I afford to upset the commoners? I can. Yeah, let's do that. Although the commoners actually have a growing insurgency. Oh, but it's in the area where we have no control. So it's just the usual issue of there's no control here, everyone's angry. Oh yeah, I forgot we could actually target a vote. We could actually start a vote, I just realized, to get these rolling more often. But what is that? I think we want this one, right? Yeah, institution growth. Yeah, institution growth. I want institution growth. The more institutions, the better. Speaking of institutions and counting houses, definitely the counting houses up here, because we have more control up here right now than we do down here, so there's more crown power up here. yeah, of course, you could also have issues of... This is already a town, that's right. You could also have issues where there might not be people there. Oh, do I want stability or do I want... I'm actually gonna make the clergy happy because that's gonna boost this a little. Yeah, there we go. We went from 1.83 to 1.94 research progress just because our clergy got happier. That being said, their satisfaction equilibrium looks pretty bad right now. I don't want to give out too many privileges, but we might give out a privilege to the clergy just to maintain that. Oh, I really want a humanist, though. I don't want spiritualist. And we're still ticking towards spiritualist. Oh, lecture oaths, that's new. Cannot construct universities. Oh, they're devious for that, chat. You'd get cabinet efficiency and stability is cheaper out of this. That's actually devious, because players definitely want efficiency. We love our efficiency. I am actually tempted by this, chat. It literally makes more possible clerics exist. It says 100, but I believe it's, how it weighs it is a little different than my understanding. But the reason why I'm considering it is because more clergymen existing in these towns, yes, it gives the clerics more power and it would give them more of the tax base, which we can't tax, so that is an issue. But it's because those clerics will demand more goods. They tend to demand more goods than peasants. So that's why I'm kind of considering it there. They also eat more food, but, you know, who doesn't? For now, we're just gonna let it tick, though. Imperial voting. What are we doing? By the way, I'm surprised this emperor has not died yet. He is 74. Chat, he is bending over. I'm pretty sure he wants to leave. What are we voting on right now, or is this already done? I'm on the wrong screen is why. But it's actually good that I'm here because we are needing to smooth some feathers over. Imperial dynastic preference. Elector's favorite candidates belong to the Emperor's dynasty, consolidating dynastic power over the electoral system. Oh. That would be great if we were on the throne, but right now we aren't, chat. But Bohemia has a score of like 84 to us. Because they're not considering themselves for some reason. So maybe it'll be fine. Cherniev. Oh. We didn't get pike and shot. It appeared all the way over here. In the Slavic lands. They took our pike and shot, chat. Yep. And New World has appeared over in the Iberian Peninsula, which I think no one was surprised about that happening. That would have, it would have been a surprise if it was literally anywhere else. Hamburg can make a lot of paper. Because then, if Hamburg makes a lot of paper, chat, we can just export it. And I'm wondering, how is their paper institution? We can't check it too well here. Because I think, don't they have access to this? Isn't this in Hamburg? No, it's not. Okay, well, whatever makes them happy, I guess. Actually, what makes me happy would be to build up the market warehouse. I know the other one's not finished yet. I'm just kind of queuing it up so we don't have to think about it later. And then libraries, because libraries mean qualifications. I need to stop saying qualifications because it's going to confuse people. Libraries also give local literacy increase, a max literacy, so definitely worth your time. There's the marketplace. Magdeburg can build one more, and that's kind of it. We could technically build up the markets for our subjects, and they'll trade too, and we get a profit from it, etc., etc. By the way, 47% trade income right now. Almost 12 of that is just silver being sold in our market. From one trade, it's not counting the other trades. Anyway, who wants to go to art school chat? Because we did just finish the building. It did just finish in Brandenburg. Ooh, 60 a month. Yeah, that's nice. So, are we still... No, we're giving so much manpower to the whole... Ah, Stettin's got robber barons now. Okay. Well, go deal with them, I guess. Yikes. Robber barons. Is it because we have less stability and less legitimacy now? I guess it could be legitimacy, right? No, it's got to be stability shift, probably. Or we had a temporary modifier that's making the clergy happier. We could bribe them. I don't know if I should bribe them, though. Nah, I'll take the prestige hit. I really want to keep the money. That's a lot of upset commoners, chat. I think, I need to do something about that. Actually, is there anything that they have that would be good to give them? Commoners in Parliament sounds silly. But it also sounds nice because we get free subjects, and we kind of want free subjects. Free subjects does mean less tax on the peasants. But they promote faster and you get prosperity at higher levels, and I'm pretty sure we have a lot of areas that are not at max prosperity still. I mean, there are actually a lot of areas that get max prosperity because, like, everyone starts in market fairs, I've noticed. So prosperity tends to grow, but we've just conquered these areas, so maybe we don't need the prosperity, actually. We're probably fine. But it's kind of the other part of free subjects that's still good, is that faster promotion is nice. Peasants consuming less food is just a bonus. They are our highest tax base, though, so maybe we just don't. We don't do that right now. Commoners allowed in cabinet. That sounds funny. So we have preferred dynastic succession now. What did that do to the electors? So now Bohemia has a lean towards Austria, but they still support us. But we don't have a good consolidation over that support. So that's why I'm just sending like a bunch of diplomats out, chat, to just curry relations. Because there it is. I was gonna say, because we're almost there. Holy Roman Emperor Karl II von Wittelsbach is the new Holy Roman Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. And this also gives us 4 pieces of works of art which are consistently moved around to the capital of whoever is the Holy Roman Emperor. That is also going to spike us to great power, guaranteed. There's also benefits and negatives to being Holy Roman Emperor, so we will we will see how that goes, because it may not go well. Obviously, we are going to choose ourselves the next Holy Roman Emperor. And actually, we now have everyone backing us, chat. Because of dynastic power is that new law that got passed, chat, is kind of boosting us. But we are the Holy Roman Emperor. So we get to call Parliament for it next time. Which is how you pass the various laws. There's a lot of... Wow, there's a lot of laws here. Wow, there is a lot of laws. Holy Roman figurehead. The Kaisertum would be interesting. Oh, does that mean... Do we still suffer Imperial Treasury contribution? We probably need to do a month tick before it changes. Might get another cardinal seat later. But let's let a month tick pass and see if that changes at all. Yep. Okay, so the Brandenburgish Peasants Civil War started. We kind of decided to just let that happen, even though we're going to have some pops die. Because it's just easier to get it out of the way right now. Especially because almost all the areas they took, chat, don't have forts. It's annoying, but we'll get it pretty... Actually, chat, because some areas that don't have printing press revolted, we now have enough places that know about the printing press to embrace the printing press. So by allowing a civil war to happen, we figured out what a printing press is. Don't read too much into it. So we will go for the printing press right after anatomy finishes, because I do want that disease resistance. And I love printing press because it is 10% max literacy on everything. We didn't really go through this too much because there is a lot to go through. Strategic revolt. It was the plan. It was the plan, right? So the first part of the printing press tree we're going to go down, chat, is this one with formalized relations, because going down here, there's a few texts we can get. We can make the peasants happier, but more importantly, way down here is paved roads. So we can get that movement, market, and proximity cost down and we can get another cabinet seat. So we're shooting straight for those two before we go back over here to grab stuff like this, as well as maybe peasants and whatnot. I don't know about the Catholic ones down here because I got here when I was with the Sunni faith. There are also paper workshops and printer workshops to grab. So there's a lot of stuff just down there. That's not even counting what's over here. Cabinet efficiency. There is the building costs that we mentioned before. Pop conversion speed. Monthly prosperity, as if I need that, but that sounds great. So we're going to try to rush that as much as we can. But yeah, first things first, get paved roads so we can build them. We might do the cabinet seat first instead of paved roads, but we need both by the end of it. So we're just going to go for the first one we can, which is both. So that doesn't really narrow it down. Also, here is some of that artwork. Actually, really quickly. Yeah, the different masterpieces, the magnum opus. That is what it is. The imperial crown, and the coordination item here. They are all a masterpiece or a magnum opus. They're one or the other. And so for Brandenburg, just by itself, it is getting a nice little chunk of bonuses to here. But it also gives us prestige and innovation. I don't know how much it's giving us in total because each individual one doesn't give you that much. But if we go over to innovative, works of art are currently giving us 0.01, which is honestly not a lot when you think about it. But it's giving us something that we otherwise didn't have. It's giving us 0.02 prestige, which helps fight the decay. How much would it cost to get legitimacy all the way to 100? Might as well go for it. Your Grace, the peasants are revolting. Yes, they are. If we wanted to just rush it, we could go into debt really fast for a bit. Also, risk of bankruptcy in less than a year. Wow. So here's what we'll do, because we are kind of near the legitimacy max. We'll leave it at 0.2 because I want to try to save up money to do everything else. And let's see. The peasants will soon raise their own levies, which will be a small issue. Is this where they're raising right there? Okay, that's fine. Siege there. We're just gonna kind of do a very quick coordinated siege down here, because most of their armies won't be strong enough to really beat us, though. Oh, got artillery power, nice. But we will have a couple dozen people are sadly going to die for this, chat. It is very unfortunate. We will make sure to have a word of prayer for them at some point. There we go. And that's it. So that was an interesting civil war because you had a couple dozen people die and then it just ended. I don't think we do gain a culture bonus for being the emperor. Now, well, you kind of do and you kind of don't. The items that we were given give us kind of the cultural tradition because they're works of art, but otherwise not really. However, because if you are the Holy Roman Emperor, you do get 250 great power score, which means we are a great power in the Age of Discovery when hegemonies can exist. It also means we have a couple of benefits by being the 8th greatest power, where you get like a bit more prestige and diplomatic capacity, but your cost of court is increased by a painful 3%. That's why it suddenly seems like we're spending more money. Also, the Emperor is indulgent, which... Look, it's a stressful life ruling over... If you were ruling over this mess, you'd be stressed too. Speaking of hegemonies, here are the 5. 3 of them are France, because of course it's France. We don't really have the cultural influence to grab that, and we don't have the navy. Who is this? What? Korea? I recognize this name thanks to Victoria 3. This is Korea. Apparently Korea has the largest army right now. You know, it would just be a few thousand regulars. We could get that army instead. But I really want, wow, wait. So you mean to tell me Bohemia doesn't have the highest income from trade and tax, despite their tax base? I'm surprised France is up there for... Ooh. Wow, France is rich. I guess it's because they've annexed most of their subjects already. Yeah, they've got a lot of money. I am surprised. They're a little scary. But yeah, we are Holy Roman Emperor, and we are a great power. Barely a great power, but we're still a great power, so you know it counts. And we can canonize another saint. I don't know if we really should. But we could. I think it benefits your dynasty, actually. I think it helps. I actually need to investigate that. I've not really looked into the dynasty that much, I will be honest. That is something I really haven't dug into. Because I know we have this dynasty here, which is currently ruling Brandenburg and the two Bavarias. And then you've got dynastic power. So you have the total breakdown of dynastic power, but you don't have what's telling you, oh, but we're not the head of the dynasty. What? It should be us. We're the emperor. But yeah, I don't, I see the dynastic seat as well. No more nobles than usual. It doesn't, strictly tell you what's giving you dynastic power. But I know dynastic power is good for the Holy Roman Empire and stuff. I just don't know what canonizing a saint will do. I assume it helps. It says it'll give you prestige and legitimacy, but beyond that, I don't know. Do we want to do that, or do we want to get another cardinal seat, which just gives us more votes in the papacy? So maybe when the reform hits 100, we can actually reform Catholicism, maybe. Reform the church. We could also just let it fall apart. It's still Parcham. Bolster government, host army exercise. Oh, host army exercise is not bad. I might. What makes the clergy happy right now? Let's just do this. That way they just get happier for a time, and they'll give us more research. Demand for a new monastery. Are you actually building a monastery? Okay, then yes, go ahead. Are you actually building a marketplace? No, you're building a market village. I don't know why you're doing this to me, but... Oh, spiritual retreat complaints. That might be good, actually, because that... Oh, no, there are none. I was going to say, if some spiritual retreats exist, we can use that to get rid of them, but they don't even exist. So I'm kind of tempted to pass this, because it is basically religious teachings, chat, but it gives us... What is it? Is it just the 0.1? Oh, you get more tradition and less spirit. Really? So if I did it, it would stop innovation from going any further forward. But it would help humanists grow because spiritualists would fall. At least spiritualists wouldn't be able to grow stronger. And we'll actually gain 5 clergy state satisfaction. Yeah. Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that. We could try to expand further, but oh, no, the international organization has kind of died at this point, huh? Never mind, then. The Egyptian Pretender Rebellion has been proclaimed as the military hegemon. That moment when the hegemon is overthrown by some rebellion off half a continent away. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're not hegemon anymore. It's us. What? 0.07 each month. Endorsement of simony, selling indulgences. Yeah. France is now the economic hegemon. Yeah, that makes sense. Just give me that satisfaction. We're just gonna get as much research as we can. 1.96 research speed. Let's go. Ah, yes. That way we can get our text faster. I really don't want to give them a tax exemption. I'd rather let it fail and eat the stability cost. Which is exactly what we just did. So, we built the art school already. We could build more counting houses, but what is our control like? Still not great, but is that because they're just conquered still? Yeah. Because I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure most of them have their roads now. Most, not all. Is that ours, or is that someone else's? That's someone else's. This is looking nice. Now that this is a core, it's doing very well. We could very much attack the many nations at our border. It's just, the issue is that declaring war without a casus belli is usually going to cost you a lot of stability. Like, we'd be spending a lot because we're in the Holy Roman Empire. And that's the issue. That's why I haven't really been doing no CV wars, is that since we're in the Holy Roman Empire, we pay a big price for declaring war without a CB. We need to have one. But for a lot of them, we don't really have one against them unless they insult us or we get the events and whatnot. Now, when the Reformation happens, and if we decide to go Protestant, which we probably will, we could use that as an excuse with religious wars, but I don't think it'll work that way. Actually, really quickly, we need to build more. Oh, chat, we're actually the greatest power in the world. So that happened. Which means our expected cost to core is now increased by 10%. That's painful to read. How much have we spent? Oh, God. It's at 24% of our tax base. And, oh, God. That's so painful. I know we're near, like, the legitimacy total here, but with how increased the expected cost to court is, I'm just gonna drop it because dropping it already saves us about a good 5 to 6 ducats on its own. I have cultural investment maxed out because that's how you fund the artists to make art. And the less funding it gets, the slower they'll be on it, so I maxed that out because we want more art. I need more towns at this point, chat, because we literally maxed out our marketplaces. It's either that or upgrade the towns to cities. Because I don't know if cities get more building level. They do. Cities get +5 as a base. I think towns get 2. Towns get none? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I mean, towns do get building levels, but they don't get a bonus is what I'm talking about. Damn, all right. It's a good thing we took all the ones down here, then. I guess we'll just expand some RGOs. Specifically, I would actually like to expand wool at the moment. Even though it's not going to be very profitable, just to make sure we have food. Speaking of which, I actually want to go down here and grow this area specifically, because we have a lot of control down here. So it's pretty easy to grow it without any repercussions. And then maybe we'll build another town right here as well, since towns are pretty cheap for us. Yeah, wow, it's less than 300 ducats. Yeah, the new tier of roads will help a lot. We'll go ahead and build another town. We'll build it in the place that we were debating on before. And then we'll leave this as a livestock location. So we can make more leather here. Also, it's cold, chat. I'm hungry. There's snow everywhere. Where's the food? Oh, I was getting a drink and we had a cabinet action finish. You're not great for integration, but I need someone to start integrating somewhere while we deal with robber barons elsewhere. Well, it says excellent minister, 5 years efficiency or 10 prestige. I'll take the efficiency for 5 years. That puts us at almost 35% cabinet efficiency. 42%. Oh, yeah. He's already in charge. Okay, good. I was going to say, did we put him in the army? He's already in the army. There it is. 10% literacy. Oh, that's so good. It's gonna take time for it to tick up, but that's another reason to spread the universities around. Because if we look here, universities will directly give a 0.1% monthly increase. At least to that location's pops, so it will grow better. Because I'm pretty sure if I go out here, they're not going to get the same benefit because it's by location. Yeah. So for them out here in the rural lands, their literacy grows extremely slowly. I hope there's a way to improve that in the rural areas in the future. Maybe I just haven't found it yet, and that's why I don't know about it. That's irrigation. Are there any bridges we could build, actually? That would be nice. Or pound log canals. No pound log canals. The hammer had a negative sign to it. There are bridges, though. They're all in our subject, which I don't really want to spend money on for that right now. So let's just RGO builder, mass expand RGOs. Oh, this got a new level of RGO? Sweet, it has 10 now. I didn't know about that one. So, Bohemia, are you adding territory because you've taken territory? I guess you're invading in the south. Oh, yeah, Bohemia owns a piece of Italy. That's disgusting. I guess we'll get the second cardinal seat, probably. Because it does give max literacy to the clergy there. Oh, no, it gives local max literacy in general. Ooh, that's even better. Strengthen government so we can just get that done faster. Yeah, I would say EU5 is more complicated than EU4 overall. I haven't played EU4 in a very long time, but I would honestly say it is more complex and more complicated. It definitely has more learning to be done. Ooh, Pike and Shot is spreading to us relatively fast, chat. We already have enough of it to get it. Oh, I know why. It's because a number of our towns and the city also had the chance to spawn the institution, so it entered relatively fast. Okay, that's good. Maybe we want to probably save up money for it then, because by embracing the institution, we'll get that 5% speed bonus. Maybe it is only cities that can build the Pound Lock Canal? It could be that it's only cities. Because we can only build it in Magdeburg, and Magdeburg is the only city. And I think, Hamburg could build it too? Oh, there goes our stability because of a comet. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Pound Lock Canal can only be built in cities, so we'd have to upgrade towns along the river to cities. Which I don't see why we couldn't do in the future. Speaking of which, enjoy the new town, chat. It's going to get a temple. It's going to get probably nothing else. I'm kidding. It'll get a library. And then it has almost no pops, so here's hoping it grows. It probably will, because the available free land will have just improved. Although it's no longer a rural location, so it is hard to say. Oh, shoot, yeah, you know what? I totally forgot that our forts have been spiked back up because of the war. That is true. Let me crank stability up as well, even though that's going to be really expensive. It's going to cost a lot of ducats, but embracing this is going to be expensive. Actually, I have a better... there's a better alternative. We could just not. We could just not embrace Pike and Shots that's spreading relatively fast in our country. Just let it spread until it's about 50% and then embrace it. The 5% bonus would be really nice, but we could save the money to build up the economy instead, which is not a bad idea in the slightest. Ah, Magdeburg, I don't want to overbuild you too much, but you are such a good location. Are we importing or exporting? Man, we're importing lumber? Oh, boy. That's a hell of a thing to know about. Tannery, Saltpeter Guild. Oh, yeah, I guess that's a thing that we use now and then, isn't it? I don't know if that would be worth it. We can only build it... Oh, it's because we already have one. I was trying to figure out why the numbers looked so weird to me. Sorry, it was throwing me off. Because I don't think... We can build marketplaces in the new town, but then that's kind of it. Yeah, that cost a quart is what's killing us. That's the downside to being the Holy Roman Emperor and getting the greatest power status, is that it's just more expensive now. How are we doing on fine cloth? I like to check fine cloth specifically because, yeah, we have a surplus of it, so there's no point in making more of it. We can make more of it and export it, chat. The problem is that we don't exactly have that potential right now, because we don't have the marketplaces to export on a wider level. We're at about 98 trade capacity, though, so we are getting there. The Entropod is helping. It's giving 5 on its own. Oh, now the Silver Mine has the Robber Barons. Yeah, this is going to be a reoccurring theme. Eventually, I'm just going to ignore them and just deal with it without saying anything. At least it's still gaining. What would that cost us? 27 stability. That is a lot of stability. We're going to just let it grow for now. Why do you have so many paper guilds here? Do you have access to fiber here? You do. Okay. All right. I understand why we're doing this then. And then that's nice, but that's not that nice. What? Oh, who else is in this province with you? Wittenberg. So they both could just make lots of paper then. I'll just take the free legitimacy, thanks. Yeah, because now that we're maxed out on legitimacy, chat, what will happen is it's going to drop a little if it's because it's a little weird. It is going to just balance it out and stabilize it at one point and use the minimum cost to balance it out there. Which is pretty nice. It's a good little quality of life thing. Plus 20 for the budget. Yeah. Yeah, now that we don't need to increase it. That's how just scary this increase is. Something to keep in mind, though, chat, now that we're the Holy Roman Emperor, we're getting all that manpower. We actually could, although it is a bit of a risk because it would increase army maintenance, we could expand the army a bit. I kind of want to because I am, we got ambitions, but we're also scared of the neighbors who have, God, Poland is over 50,000 levy potential. And we're over here sitting at 14K. Granted, some of the area has terrible control, and this isn't really accounting for our vassals who actually have thousands of their own to raise. Unless you count over here, they have nothing. Well, that's okay. They have more allies now. Wow. Okay, let's actually spend this money. I've been sitting on it because I've been thinking on what to build, but we should actually spend it. I know it's going to take this area a long time to build, but there's not many areas to build up. We can always just build even more towns, I guess, or in this case, more mass expansion of RGOs, because those, you never have enough of, I guess. That's a lot of cows. I love it. We're getting 458 pops a month, chat. It's very slow going. Try to alleviate them. I'm curious, what does the home of pike and shot get? Local weaponry output plus 20? That's nice. Then, coastal town, there it is. I was wondering what New World is. 50% monthly sailors. Oh, 10% jewelry output. Maybe we should make more jewelry. Actually, we can make silver-based jewelry. We could make it where the silver mine is. In fact, I'm surprised there's not a jewelry guild here because of the silver. So that's definitely something I want to build up here. Yeah, RGOs are often a good investment. They have no real input cost, so it's just a matter of producing them. Now, obviously, it's going to take time for pops to be promoted to laborers and work there. But it's not a big issue or anything. Who can we make friends with? Yeah, that looks good. That's like 250s there is not bad. I'll take that. I really want to embrace the institution so bad, chat. We do not have the stability for it, and I don't want to dump our money when we can't even do the research now anyway. But I feel like it would push us to 2% research, wouldn't it? Let's change you over. I don't need you to... Oh, interesting. So our cost of court just went up by about 12 ducats, chat, because I had a cabinet member who was boosting legitimacy, and he was making it to where he didn't need to pay as much here. But I have him boosting stability now for the institution, because after careful thinking, I've decided we're going to embrace it to research faster. And we're going to deal with the ramifications of the 8% estate satisfaction loss. But yeah, that did it. We just went up from 1.97 to 2.02 on monthly research progress. And this is, I want to say this is pretty fast for the 1400s. Because the only way to get this up that we have control over is literacy and institutions along with the clergy. We don't have any other methods at the moment beyond that. That I'm aware of. There could be methods I'm not aware of. Ooh, free armories at a cheaper cost. That is tempting. Or make the burgers happier temporarily. You can't go wrong with either choice. They're both good. Forced exploitation. I think these are not bad. Some are better than others. Let's do the expand armory, but we might go for a CB. Humanist ideas. Yeah, I'll take that. They're just offering humanist ideas a second time. Sure. It'll hurt our legitimacy, but I'm going to take it because it is something we want. We could spam towns, yeah. It's just there are certain RGOs, like, again, Osterberg with wheat, I don't want to build over. Fur is fairly rare, so I don't want to build on that and lose it. But a lot of the livestock zones I'm kind of fine with because I feel like they're extremely cheap and we always have too much of it. This is the wrong one. There are a lot of people we could go to war with. Like Poland, who will just kill us. What would a war with Poland look like? Aside from the stability cost because of good relations. They would outnumber us, yeah. Although, if we invite the Teutonic Order, you're staring down a war where either side could win. Bohemia doesn't want to ally, because they actually desire land that belongs to us. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's scary. Hey, Saxony. I know we fought each other, but no hard feelings, right? Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared of that from Bohemia there. Very scared of that from Bohemia. Yikes. I mean, we could go to war with Poland. I just don't know if it's a good idea. Yeah, it's true. We could go for the Western nations instead, like Munster. Which does have a good deal. You know what? What RGOs do you have over here? Marble, sand, lots of wool and fish. We could kind of carve out a new subject state. Because I think right now our control over here is not very good, and trying to push our control further west is not going to go well. That's a gold mine right there. That's a gold mine right there, chat. That can go up to 12 gold. Is that still rule? They haven't destroyed it yet? Oh my god. That's so much gold. Look at that. I would love a subject right there. Who are you out? That is a lot of friends. Oh, you have Saxony on your side. Darn. Well, maybe we put a cap in the gold there. Keep that in our thoughts, and we'll get back to it later. I guess the only downside to expanding further west too, but this is just an in general thing, is that it does mean pushing into the Lubeck market and a new market that was created. Wow, they've really been ripping the markets apart, huh? But we could always try to push our market forward. It's just, I don't know how it will go. Ah, what the heck. They don't have a lot of friends. The only two friends that they'll have are fairly far away. The Netherlands. Can we be allies again? No, I don't. No. Well, not yet. Okay, I've decided. I'm going to go with your suggestion of invading Munster. Just pop one down, and we will get ready for war. Ooh, we do have good relations, though. Give me just a moment. We could always threaten war to get a piece of territory for free, but that's not a great idea. Huh. Yeah, that low stability is messing up our finances now. And we'd lose another 9 for this war. Properly civilized countries do not allow petty commoners to attempt any kind of serious thought. The eyes of the world are upon us, and the world does not like what it sees. That was good. I found that to be very funny. Okay, here's what we do. We go ahead and spend a lot of money to raise stability faster. Let that raise a bit, and then we go ahead and invade. Oh, that means I can't let this fail then, or else we're gonna suffer stability issues. Yeah, that levy obligations mean little. What else? Wait, 31%. Really don't want to do that one. I really can't afford this to fail, though. Really can't afford it to fail, because then we'll suffer a 7 stability loss, and we're trying to get our stability up so we can go to war. This will give us 3 armories, though, which is nice. That is a lot of manpower we can hold now, thanks to being the Holy Roman Emperor. Wow. Oh, I didn't have to pay that after all. I actually didn't have to pay that one, chat. Oh, well. Alright, well, we're in debt now. Man, being the emperor is tough stuff. Being a foolish emperor is being tough, I should say. God, that cost a court. Oh, that cost a court. Oh, I want to rip aristocratic court out really badly now. But there's already an insurgency of the nobility, and I really don't want that to get worse. Okay, we have until 1450, so that'll be fine. We can wait for a bit. Oh, scientific instruments. It gave us 5 research points for free, so that's basically 2.5 months of progress right there, Chad. Get that expected cost to court down a little, which we desperately need. I definitely want the 10% tax efficiency later. Start printing more money out of thin air. I mean, we make a lot through diplomacy and trade, though. That makes 74 on its own. Can I ask for a new cardinal seat? Yes. All right, chat. We have a new cardinal seat that's going to be built, so now we'll have 2 cardinal seats. And one of our subjects, Lunenburg, is building another town. In fact, is there another town that we'd want to build maybe closer to home? I don't see myself using clay that often, I'll admit. Now, it is needed for potteries, and later it is used in porcelain. It is needed for various building maintenance and whatnot. I just feel like we're not really using it that much, you know? It's even listed as common good. So we just kind of have a lot of it. And the bigger your market is... Yeah, I think this can just be a town then at that point. I think it's worth to make a town here instead. Like, I'd rather just make a town. Okay, I can spend prestige. That's fine. I had to read that. Ooh. This can be a town too, chat, actually. The only reason why I feel semi-reluctant to make towns is just because rural locations get that extra 0.1 pop growth. But we're reaching that point where we can't build more marketplaces, so... Oh. That's neat. So we'll go ahead and just try to build one. Parliament was last called 8 years ago. I forgot to call everything into court. Oh, can I not call it in my nation? It has to be called in a... Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. So we have to call it elsewhere. Let's call it in Munster then, right before we invade it, I guess. You can force them to abdicate. You can force yourself to abdicate, basically. So, Imperial military support. If debate passes, all members transfer 1% of yearly income. Oh, wow. Interesting. And then I've never messed with the Holy Roman Empire mechanics in EU5. So I just need to see as well, like, how do passing these laws work. You need to have high authority. Okay. And to get authority, we have to do all of this stuff, right? The more princes and free cities that exist, the better. So, obviously, as we're killing them off, it's not doing good. There's also modifiers, which I don't know where to find, but that's okay. So, we could just call it anywhere we want, really. I don't think it has an effect. And then I guess just call... Oh, but... You know what? 5% of ducats, that sounds good. the Roman month. Oh. I think they are just going to oppose it by default. I actually don't know how you would make them support this. Grant imperial titles. Oh. We lose prestige. Wait, we lose 20 prestige and we gain 10 prestige. Is this because we're Prince Elector? Yeah, we're Prince Elector, so we lose and gain. If you're trying to naval invade rebel provinces and you have access issues, it could be that your transports don't have enough room to move the number of troops. A lot of your early ships cannot hold that many troops. You may need to raise a bunch of fishing boats as levies, but they usually can't hold more than a couple dozen per person. So it very much could be a situation like that, where they just don't have enough room to put them on the boat. So I would also like to note again, chat, we just spent 20 prestige to give ourselves 10 prestige to make all the electors back it, so the Roman month will pass. So we can take 5% of everyone's ducats, which will include... Hopefully this will include Bohemia, and we will get flooded with money. Don't think it will, but we will find out. More robber barons. At least this time they're in an area that's not... It's actually an area that we are integrating again. We've got to stop meeting like this, barons. We've really got to stop meeting like this. Yeah. If it's like 250, then you can move that. That's true. Sand is everywhere. I did kind of glance over that sand province without really thinking. That is another one we can build up as well. It's actually getting good. I wanted to say good control. It's only at 30. What is this building? A monastery. Oh, it's a monastery. Okay, that's fair. Because that sand doesn't even feed us. I mean, what do we use sand for? It's also considered a common good. That's great. It is used for glass and tanning, but I do feel like it's small enough that we could found it. So we are founding 3 towns now, chat. And remember, we have like a 30% discount on founding towns as Brandenburg with where we are now. Give me that stability. Can I send them another insult, chat? I don't think I can, but I would love to send another insult. I can. Okay. So... Oh, that just resets it. I probably forgot to send the insult in the first place, actually. I probably did forget to send the insult. Which I actually think is hilarious. That is, I just forgot. I'm gonna let the Roman month thing pass before we go to war. Also, just because I want to build other things. A promise of safe passage. A group of so-called reforming monks have recently appeared at a court under a most solemn promise of safe passage so they might argue the justice of their cause. Like Dr. Jan Hus before them, their heresy is manifest, but our word has been given. I guess we honor our word. Even though I've probably not been honoring my word before, and I only now realize this. We're just gonna recruit some more men-at-arms for the war, too. Just a couple hundred more troops. I'm not too good with the army compositions yet, but we're still in that age where it's mostly... Oh! I suddenly have 1.3k chat now that passed. Oh, we suddenly have money. I think the CV cost is now about 9. Yeah, it's only about 9 now, which I'm fine with. We can do that. 9 is not that bad. We'll be fine. Oh, but yeah, that was a nice cash injection we just got. Very nice. There's our jewelry guild. I know I built one. It's all the way up here. Go ahead and build that. You should have increased efficiency from the silver, right? Yes, plus 10. Dude, do this parliament again, right? Right, in 5 years, I've just got to call it again. We've actually called it 12 months ago, so it's in 4 years. And then we're going to gather up in our allies area. And then I need to spend this money really quickly, chat. In fact, I want to spend it on growing the army, but the army already has a maintenance of over 10. And we don't make that much cash. I mean, we make cash, but we don't make it that well. Ooh, Magdeburg's 0.75. I really want to build this up more, though. Just because it gets the production efficiency for the jewelry. Plus, I think we import jewelry, don't we? Yeah, Bohemia is sending 16 jewelry to us, chat. So if we start making lots of jewelry, we actually will indirectly hurt the Bohemians, who I assume are actually relying on exports. Yeah, wow! The Bohemians are exporting so much jewelry. Wow, okay, so I know how to indirectly hurt them a bit now by using our own silver. Except then we'd probably be importing their silver. God, yeah, we could build another one over here, but lead and copper are both useful resources. They're not useful at the moment, but to my knowledge, later down the line, we're gonna wish we had it. So maybe what we do is we build jewelry guilds in multiple areas. I want to specialize, because I'm pretty sure specialization is smart. But on the other hand, I really do want to just build as much as we can. It is really good. How much furniture are we importing? None, because we're exporting now. Okay. So we'll get 3 there. We can let those 3 build, and then what we'll do is... Oh god, it's tempting me so much by having it up there. These paper guilds are this province. Oh, that can be a 3rd one there, yeah. I know what I want to build, chat. More spinner guilds. Build 1 there. We can build 3 here. And then we should actually check our market capacity. We can build some more markets in these areas. And then libraries. I should build some of those in my subjects later, actually. Once we reach a point where I can't have more myself. So probably never. And then definitely some universities in the new towns, because they're going to struggle for qualifications. We could have built another city alternatively, but I feel like it's better to invest in... Oh, right, we're at war, aren't we? I probably should focus. Right, there's a war going on. That I started. I think we've already won it, though. Yeah, we just killed a good chunk of their army already. 52 more down. That's just integration. Ooh, is this an important location? I might let this... It's just livestock. It is a town. Ooh, but I do want the stability. No, I'll take the development. 0.5 development is kind of a bit. You got more crown power now. Split this in half here. Actually, no, don't split it in half. That's a bit too dangerous of an army. Just kind of monitor where it's going here. We just have to stop now and then because it does cost... The armies do lose movement as you're moving. So I'm having to make sure that we don't lose too much morale, or else we'll just lose the fight the second we get in. Oh, we actually lost that fight too in the end, chat. I think they had reinforcements come in. Or, again, it could be what I was mentioning earlier about morale. Could also be because we're not linked up with our vassals and they're all sieging over here. Which is still fine, but they really should come to my aid. Kind of wait there, then go in. And there we go. Now we win without problems. 666 casualties. We could do that. I'm just looking for the production efficiency of it having wool. Then again, we could... Oh my god, France is the hegemon of everything. I heard France is scary in this game a bit, but that is scary. Although the army thing really isn't that scary. They just have more money to invest into it than we do. But yeah, we could build more spinner guilds. I guess, there's lots of wool everywhere. Like, we could build it down here, too, in these towns, alongside the paper mills. And they have fine cloth, which is using the wool. But I feel like if we were to make cloth very cheap, they'd use that instead. It's just because, yeah, wool's like half a ducat cheaper. So, of course, they're going to use what's cheaper. Actually, instead of building that, could you get a temple and a library, wherever the library is? Get those first there because it's a new town. It's going to need it. Yeah, we'll just kind of go from there. Yeah, they do have a lot of pops, don't they? Almost 7 million. The tax base over 1,000. And I've said it before that pops are everything in this game, so, yeah. I'm not letting that army anywhere. I'm not letting it get away. It will die. And then we're just gonna go help our subject. Well, that was weird. We had an offer thing pop up for half a second, and then it vanished. Oh, maybe that's like a papal bull being voted on. Nope, got no clue. Got no clue. Are they gonna get it, I think? Nope, they're not. Gonna lose half their army, though. And we just saved the army over here at the siege that almost got caught. Oh, but all of our cannons are dead. God damn. Yeah, the only way to replenish it would be to retreat back to friendly territory, so it's gonna just kind of sit there for now. Oh, actually, I don't want you to integrate. I just realized that. I want you to keep converting. Actually, yeah, even though they're very much our culture, I'd like to convert a lot of this area. Even though they're friendly. That way they are our culture. Oh, someone was asking for money. That's what this was. It's actually one of our subjects who's asking for money. Ooh, we almost lost that one. Maybe we just kind of wait a bit, let the army regulars recover a bit here. Invincible, it has a nice ring to it. No, I'm not taking a -20 to morale. That's terrible. Hey, we got paved roads unlocked. And of course, the first place I'd love to give paved roads to is to Magdeburg. Oh my, 955. These roads are expensive. These are some expensive roads, chat. Oh, I really wish we had a better economy. Also, it doesn't help that we have taken actual losses in this. We've lost like 12,000 people. But that's why we need the regulars. Yeah, we did build the art academy earlier, and we have the other art stuff going. I think we have enough cultural influence to where we're at the max level. No, we're not actually. Saxon tradition is actually up there a bit, but we have more influence. Yeah, we're at 193. I don't know if there's any... I know universities also provide cultural influence generation, so that is another reason to kind of build these up as well. I'll build one more, but we need to think about the roads. Okay, the armies are reinforcing now, at least. Well, I actually don't want to fight that. Actually, maybe not fight that this time. Actually, would they be willing to become our subjects? I think no, because we don't own the capital, right? The provincial capital is down here. Yeah, we'll just, we'll wait for their armies to separate here a bit. There they are. Let's say just kind of wait for them to separate so we can take a favorable battle or two. Let a month pass to get a couple hundred troops back and then fight. This is why I wanted to raise some more troops. That way there was a couple hundred we could always get back now and then. Yeah, without the cultural influence, it does really hurt. Yeah, I feel like no matter how often we drop the price of goods, we always just grow right back to it, but you are not wrong. In fact, where is lumber? I'm just going to tell it to mass expand lumber RGO, which really, there's only one lumber RGO we can expand at this point, and we just threw all the money at it that we could just now. I mean, I guess there's the university, but I need my universities. Haven't you seen their value? Kind of done integrating provinces, which, I mean, is good, but you're not as... I mean, you're not good in general, actually. Wow. I guess just go finish the job up there, then. They are slowly raising more levies. They definitely don't want to give up so easily. Probably wait for Oldenburg to fall, and then we might make a peace treaty with that. Maybe craft a new subject out of this. Okay, this is our... Oh, I really want to conduct a census now for more pops. I always want to conduct a census, though. I mean... Yeah, actually I will, because none of these... I don't really like any of the other options. Oh, I don't want to lose artisan guilds. They're fun. Support for capital economy? Yes, please. Even though it hurts our stability a little. Then we'll just wait, because we have enough support now. But that will take us from about 400 pops a month to 983 pops a month. That's really not any better or really worth it that much, but I guess it will replace some of the losses. Oh, Oldenburg didn't even fall at this point. They give it to us even if it hasn't fallen. They would consider it. Interesting, okay. Let's see. I'm just going through here to find... There it is. Trying to see what they're willing to give us before I look at the aggressive... Ooh. Yeah, that might be a bit too much land to take at once. I really would prefer to just make them a subject, but even making them a subject is 150 aggressive expansion. My god. Might just take only this section, because even that is a lot of aggressive expansion, but it brings the probable league down to a manageable level. It would cost us about 150 at the highest point for aggressive expansion. It's oh no, it's a maximum of 72 antagonism. Oh, the war score cost is too high. We can't do this. That might be because we haven't annexed a lot or occupied a lot of areas yet, though. But there's no telling. Yeah, 500 pops a month is nice, at least. I think maybe we take some of this territory. We see if we can't give it to Lüneburg, or, you know, we make a new subject. So we can take a lot of cash out of them, too, and use that. And also humiliate them. We can have them dismantle their fort there. Just to weaken them. Have them pay war reparations, too. Yeah. So I think we'll do that. Expand our levies. And bring the boys home. So, I don't think you can just give land. I think you have to do... Oh, no, you can choose to cede entire provinces. Oh, that makes this so much easier, then. And then I just, what? Can I just do it again? Oh. So nice. I think I can only do those two territories, though. I think the reason why I was able to do that is because they were split provinces. So, let's test that theory. Let's... Oh, I can see... Oh, no, there we go. I can see province. There we go. Yeah, so we just fed Lüneburg a bunch of territory. That is going to make them stronger, which could be an issue. But their capital is their chat. Our capital is all the way over here. They're going to have a better time integrating this than we are. Also, it has lower Saxons in it, which is what their culture is of. Actually, this right here is effectively core territory for them, so that's really good. But yeah, that was at least 3 additional towns that were seized and brought to the fold. So that's pretty good. Hey! 5 research progress. Scotland's declared us its rival. You keep saying that. The Kingdom of Anglia. Oh, I thought that was just its name zoomed out. That literally is just its name. I love how the 100 Years' War is still technically going on past 100 years. Because no one has managed to end this yet. Neither side has managed to end this. Current age. Oh, I see. It's set to not end in the Age of Reformation until the Age of Reformation. I see. So it probably won't end until the Reformation. Hi, Byzantine, you just bought the game. I hope you are finding it fun because I am finding it fun and a nightmare at the same time. Which is a good thing overall, I would say. It's just, there is a lot. And as the choir is singing, pain is indeed salvation in this game. Because pain is all you will know of this game. Is this not fully employed? Yes, it is. They've just employed us for it. I really feel like I want to consolidate our jewelry guilds here just because that is such high production efficiency in this one spot. But it's probably better to spread it out, maybe. It's kind of up to us, really. They're not making too much money thanks to the jewelry being cheap. And the 80% market access, I guess. We should actually get the roads going. So you're pathing all the way to Berg. So just build into Berg for now. Hey, a baby's been born. Congratulations. Oh, conduct a census has given us 7 stability. We just got another cabinet slot. Oh, I mean, we could pay our debt, but should we really pay off our debts? We should, honestly. Yeah, I think tax efficiency probably. 10% more out of the tax we're already getting. That's not bad. We get a lot from diplomacy and trade too, mind you. So there's some argument to say that we don't need it, but I feel like it's better to have the tax efficiency and get more money than to not have it. You know? Stability is doing fine. So I think we grab the tax efficiency and then we grab other technologies. I just don't know what I want to grab yet. I definitely want to improve paper and book production at some point. It's not critical, it's just kind of nice. Efficiency of cabinet is good. Institution growth. Maybe grab institution growth later or next. Ooh, building cost construction. Let's... Because this is not even spreading to us yet, right? Yeah, we have 0%. Let's maybe after that go for the building costs and trade capacity. Although, what we might do, because we're maxed out, is get the trade capacity first, and then everything else. Well, there we go. That'll set up our research for a bit. Oh. We were selling gold in Paris? Oh, that's funny. I thought we'd have to border it in order to get there, but I guess you can just go through the market. That actually makes sense, now that I think about it. So, we actually have a fair number of trades going on. But apparently we're exporting about 8.3 gold from Brandenburg to Paris. Which is interesting, chat, because I'm pretty sure we don't make any gold. Maybe we do, and I just don't know it. Oh, okay, that's really funny. So, Hungary and Bulgaria are exporting gold to us, and then we're using the gold and exporting it to Paris. But yeah, the 25% trade capacity will go hard. It'll be nice. It won't be too big for what we currently have, but it will be more than what we have right now. We honestly, I'm half tempted to, you know what? I am actually going to expand the markets and our vassals as well, chat. Just because that's more trade active at once from our market. Oh, we have 2 cardinals now. That's right. We have 2 votes instead of 1. They will get a portion of the trade income, and then we will get a portion of the trade income. A heretic prince? What did Bohemia do? Bohemia, what have you done? You're a Hussite. Oh. Have the Hussite Wars started? Is this the beginning of the Hussite Wars? I actually have no idea. I think this is the beginning of the Hussite Wars. Can you build trade office? I can, but I believe trade offices are in foreign markets, so they're not in our market. Which we can still utilize, but they only give 0.3 trade capacity. Technically, we can build them in our subjects, actually. Huh. Because it's technically not us and they like us. But I'm wondering if the Hussite Emperor Hussite King in Bohemia is the beginning of the Hussite Wars. Because I know Bohemia eventually gets the Hussite Wars. Oh, right, our cabinet. And I'm kind of just keeping an eye out for that, because that would be a good time to just kind of go in and wipe Bohemia out if they get split in two. It would be the best opportunity we could ever get against them. We might be able to make one now. Crush Hussitism. Yeah, we can technically make one. It's a plus 75 cost for a lot of things, but that's cheaper than a number of things. So I guess let's. Wow. Okay, hang on. What have I done? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, let's get a spy set up in Bohemia, so that way we can start fabricating. But then we also need to find some serious allies, because, yeah, no one's going to come help us. Technically, Poland could help us, I suppose. Although they were the ones that raided us before, so... Oh, we can invite the Holy Roman Empire. Cool. Poland desires land belonging to Brandenburg. I'm glad to know that our neighbors are such nice, trustworthy people who are ready to cave us in the second they get the opportunity. Because apparently that's who we're surrounded by. Oh, Thurnberg collapsed. There was an electorate right here, and it looks like it shattered. It's unfortunate for them. Yeah, Bohemia is just kind of scary. Allying Austria could be a good point, yeah. He's a cabinet member, but he's only good for military, so I guess, yeah, just kind of off with his head jet. And then, I mean, he was a good military leader, though. But now I can put another person of the crown in charge. And we're at a nice 45% crown power now. Very nice. I'd love to ally Hungary, actually, over Austria. Just because Austria probably doesn't have as much strength. I mean, Austria has strength. Yeah, we can ally Austria, then. And maybe start spending our money for a larger standing army, so we have what we need. Maybe one set of camp followers, so we have resources. And then, of course, at least some cavalry. Ah, true, we could. Oh. Oh, yeah, this is the Hussite Wars. The Hussite Wars just began. So I was right. The Hussite Wars have begun. Reformist zeal. Bohemia prevails. The infection may spread beyond its borders, threatening the very unity of Christianity. So here we are with the Hussite Wars. There are a couple of allies of Bohemia that are its subjects. And then there is the Defense Alliance against Bohemia. We joined the First Papal Bohemian War on the side. Wait, are we just going into this right away? Does the Pope have an army at least? Yes, the Pope does have an army. The problem, though, is that we would not have any choices over taking land. So what I'm thinking, Chad, is we start our own... see, I want to start our own war, but we need a CB to do that, and we don't have one yet until 2020. You know, it wouldn't take that long. We could afford to wait, right? We lose some religious influence and the clergy get upset with us, but we could afford to wait. I don't know, we get an alliance with the Pope, but the key problem is that we don't get to decide the conflict at all. We would have no say in it. And it's a show superiority war. So I think let's wait. Let's not rush into action, but let's prepare. And the moment we can do our Casus Belli, we do it. We actually can't decide till then. Although we probably should improve the opinion there, huh? Yeah. The selling of indulgences. Yeah, I'll take repentance where I don't have to pay any money for it. That sounds a lot better to me. Speaking of which, I don't think we finalized that road all the way to Magdeburg, did we? No, we're still missing money for that last stretch of it. So what this will effectively do, chat, is it's going to drop the base cost of proximity by 5 per area, which is then going to go through the modifier. So it won't be a full, complete 5 drop in each one for the proximity, but it is going to help propagate the proximity a bit, especially for the other ones that also go along it. Not all of them do, but all the way to the silver mine does, which is nice. Actually, what do we need to become the military hegemon? Being the military hegemon wouldn't really give us much right now. I'm just curious. Honestly, not that much. I'd rather be the economic hegemon, though. Man, France has 20 diplomatic reputation. I'm surprised. There must be something France has that just gives them a lot. This is at what? Strength of 7. So we probably won't be able to do it till 1852, 1853. I don't know if this is ticked with our new tax efficiency yet, Chad. I don't think it has. I guess it already did. But we are getting more money now, which is nice. Hey, Dazen, we're preparing a war against Bohemia because the Hussite Wars just began. But yeah, I'm in agreement that we probably want to stop doing the roads beyond what we've already done and just build up an army. Now, I'm going to say it up front. I am bad at building an army. I don't know what's good to build and what's not. I know you want cavalry and just a bit of everything. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know how to do all this. I'm going to be upfront with you. This is probably going to be a pretty bad army that you see get raised. Speaking of which, we're going to cut stability funding a bit. The cost of court is already running at minimal level, so I can't do anything about that. We could mint, but then that's going to cause new issues. What if we just drop diplomatic spending? Nope, need it for the diplo capacity. Not the diplo capacity, the diplomats. Can I drop it once and still be at 2? Nope. Okay, well, at least we tried. Do that because it's easier on the eyes. But yeah, while we're waiting for the CB to be made, we can just invest into the army. Which arguably is probably a pretty good idea to do, to invest in the army. That way we have more levies to, not levies, but regulars to raise. Secession of church funds. Nope, give me that stability and protect the church. I mean, the money would be nice, but the stability is really nice. I think that's almost enough to make us military hegemon. Yeah, actually, that almost is enough to make us military hegemon. So let's raise... Oh, I was not paying attention to my potential civil wars. That's why I was confused. So we're gonna have to deal with that really quick. But the good news is that it's literally a single town revolting against us. So it's very easy to put down. I don't even need to raise the levies for this. We can just siege it. Yes, that's true. We did just become the military hegemon. We also have one supply cart in the back. I don't know if you need just one or if you want several. Oh, we have capacity of 1. So I guess what each one gives you 5. So we probably want to build a couple then. Probably build 3 more then. That way we have some of that and 2 more cannon to make sieging faster. This is going to cost us money, of course, and it is going to cost us maintenance. It will keep that running. In fact, I just realized it will have spiked fort maintenance because of the war, but we don't need it. I just leave that on so that when a war starts, I don't forget and get messed up. So here's hoping Bohemia's bleeding out of men right now. In fact, I am curious. Country panel, there it is. Bohemia has lost 34,000 men. And so is... Wow, the Pope is outnumbering him. Oh my god, the Pope is called Christendom. Castile and Naples are involved too. My god. This really is our advantage to cripple Bohemia. If we can do that, we will be set. And the good news is that thanks to their change in... we're a hegemon, which actually upsets them. That's funny. Create Casus Belli. Not yet. Okay, we're almost there. We're a month away. Obviously, we'll have to finish up our siege over here before we go. Oh, the siege is done, chat. You know what they say. If you speak, it will be done. Give us money. There we go. Job done. Everything's back to normal. Magdeburg is now at just under 82% control, if anyone was wondering. So our control is propagating a lot better this way now. I am still so scared to fight Bohemia. I don't think they're excommunicated. You know what? I don't know. No, but he's joined the Order of the Dragon. If he was excommunicated, we'd be able to see it here. Unless it's over here. No, it's not. In defense of I'm not even going to try to say it. So the Teutons would join us, which will help. Austria has broken the alliance. No, Austria is still our ally. Why can't I call Austria in? Maybe Austria had a recent war with them and they can't join as a result. Maybe Austria's already at war with them. I don't know. God, that's scary. It's like they can muster 130,000 men, and then you see the regulars and manpower. They have 30,000 regulars? Ooh. Oh, some of them are mercenaries. Okay. So they're not excommunicated, but this is probably the only opportunity we will get to destroy them. So one is to cleanse a regular heresy. Obviously, we want the special one. There are others that could maybe be made, but they have other requirements that we don't meet. We are going to actually aim to seize territory, but we're going to have to wait for this to be finished first, which this has a monthly progress, so it will be a few more years. So the risk is that this war could end before we get involved, but it's really the best chance we have. I want to go as far as to seize at least one gold mine from Bohemia. But that's not the gold mine that's giving them all the money. It would still weaken them, though, if we were to seize it and make a new subject there. It's just something we're going to have to build up and prepare for. Although, I don't want to build up the army too much, because you would eventually get to a point where we're spending out the nose for the army. We also have a temporary modifier that's reducing the army's cost by 10%, so what we're looking at now is not a good head math. Actually, in saying that, since we're thinking about war, two things that came to mind. First off, the Age of the Renaissance. Technically, never got supply carts, which would store more food than camp followers. Really should think about grabbing that. As soon as improved spy organization finishes, I guess. It means giving up all of this stuff, though. Other thing. Probably want to research pike and shot. In fact... we are about to go into a massive war. I really should embrace this instead. Increasing military tactics, free subjects, trade over land. Oh man, I don't even know what any of this does. The disease reduction is nice. Crown power. I'm looking for military stuff. Construction sectors. Anyway, foreign culture law. Sorry, I'm curious. Accepted cultural cost reduction. That's nice. Blood tax of foreigners. Sorry, that one was funny. Ooh. Is that special regular regiments for us? It is. Halberdiers, Lancers, training costs. There's a lot of technology to get down here. Oh, we could just skip straight to supply convoys, actually, chat. We could just skip straight to supply convoys. Estate satisfaction equilibrium. My god, this is amazing. But yeah, we're kind of in a stage now where it's probably better to get military tech because we're starting to plan some really threatening wars. And we could get halberdiers, but we have our own special infantry unit instead of halberdiers, which have they take less strength damage and they do more strength damage, so they're just better. So what we're going to do is let that finish, and we're going to run straight down here and start improving the military. This will not be ready in time for the war, but I'm realizing we probably want to grab that. Or at least, we might not go the whole way because we can't get it all before the war begins, because we probably want to continue improving the economy. But we should at least grab that army morale, because that is going to be pretty useful, and then we'll decide from there once we see how everything is. Trying to go too far on that might not be a good idea. Then the other thing is we're just going to try to improve the infrastructure to get more control, because more control means more money. It also means more levies, and levies mean we can fight more. Until the CB is made, we are just kind of waiting. Well, I would love stability, but I'm actually going to take the money to fund the roads to some of our critical areas that actually have, like, a good tax base. Like, Stettin is not really built up, despite being a town, so it's not a good tax base. But Magdeburg's regional area is pretty good as far as tax bases go. So I would like to just build up where we can for that. We could expand the army even more, too, of course. I'm just trying to not overspend and die from the military eating up everything. We're not exactly an army with a state right now, though we can pretend we are. Although some of this already has such high control that it's not going to shift much. I mean, building one road before the one from Potsdam to Berlin was done is already increasing this by 4% in control, so that's really good. Okay, we're getting more cores as well. And... okay, yes! We have almost 60% effective control where the silver mine is. So that's extremely nice. We're definitely getting a lot more of that silver now. Speaking of rebellions, the Angry and Patriots are trying to revolt again, so we're actually gonna assign someone to put that down, because I really can't, with us about to go to war with Bohemia, I really can't afford to have another revolt occur elsewhere. That would be very painful. So that'll help Bergdorf's proximity a bit as well. I'm mostly just trying to get proximity up there so the rebels can't get the tax money. It'll also make it easier for us to build up those cities since we can get more tax based out of it. Some of our new towns don't have much of a tax base, unfortunately, because they're just very new and they're mostly just new marketplaces. Saxony has broken off their alliance. Aww. I mean, that's fine. They're currently fighting Bohemia anyway, so it's whatever. Well, let's probably find another ally then, chat, before we go to war. I was kind of hoping to bring them in with us. Though, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm starting to think that was never going to happen. Actually, we could just ask for the alliance back and they'd say yes. That's silly, and normally I shouldn't because they betrayed us, but Bohemia is scary. Oh, I probably can't... that's what it is. I can't call them in to fight Bohemia, chat. I just realized. Because they're already at war with Bohemia. I can't call them into a war they're already fighting. Essentially. Okay. So, we are about to be able to go to war against Bohemia. I think we built all the libraries, but knowing me, I'm going to be honest with you, I probably missed one. Or one or two libraries were probably missed. We will have to go back to those. I'm trying to see if there's any military technologies that we want to grab before we kick off this war. I definitely want the 20% silver later, just... not now when it only impacts one mine. I mean, reinforcement speed is nice, but otherwise I think... yeah, otherwise I think we're fine. There's so many. I'm sorry. There's just so many texts in this. It takes a lot of time to read through. What do training fields give us? I assume manpower. Yeah. This is exactly what they give you. I would love to get better military units before we go to war. But we're going to be at war before we get those units. Like, long before we get those units. So I think let's resume with our plan to grab trade capacity and reduce the building costs to just build more. It'll make things like universities that are really expensive cheaper too, which is good. Yeah, all of our towns have libraries. It's just our subjects who don't have libraries. There are universities we can still build, but that's expensive. Here it is. There are some temples we can build, though. I was wondering if we had temples that we missed. That will give us a little bit of control. 2 cardinal seats now. There's all the universities that can be built here, too. I don't want to do those yet, though. Not right now. Not with the war that's on the horizon. It would be in pretty poor taste of us to do. While about to go to war. Like, we'd be really foolish is what I'm saying here. I think building the roads is fine because the increased control, again, means more levies. And it also means all of these rebels are weaker. I'm a little worried about the nobility revolt here. But notice how it's all in areas that we have very low control in, and that's it. So it's not much of a revolt. It's more of just the base value slowly shifting. I hope you're still in that war. Yes, okay. They're still in the war, chat. They've actually lost 47,000 levies now. If this continues, we're going to be in a good spot. I actually feel like we should raise more levies. Not levies, armies. Plus 10 pop conversion is good too. Yeah, it is good, but we're currently just, all Christian, so it's kind of, it's good, but it has little bearing on our circumstances right now. For now. We're just gonna get a bit more cannon and a bit more guns because it's something we can do right before the Hussite War on our end. Okay. It is about go time. We're just going to gather up the regular army first and then declare war. Here we are. So, we are stronger than them. We are going to call the Teutonic Order in as well. Just to make sure we stay stronger because they have a lot of regulars. And the Teutonic Order has honored their treaty and has joined the war on our side. That is the scariest part, is were they actually going to honor it? Gather them all in Berlin. Good thing about our road network is that it's a bit easier to gather up all of our troops, since all they have to do is follow the road. I'm seeing Polish soldiers in the area. That's actually kind of scary. Hey, it's a free 200 troop kill. That's probably a trap. What's an easy one to pass? Probably all of them, since we have so much crown power at this point. Yeah, Bohemia has a lot of forts because of all the wealth. That's why I bought more cannons before we went in. That is exactly why I was buying up all those cannons before we marched on. Because I glanced over, saw the forts, and knew that it was not going to be a good time. I'm actually going to take the diplomatic reputation. Just so people maybe don't come kill us later. Go ahead and seize this first. Free City of Nuremberg is struggling under its own weight. Customs and tax privileges granted by the internet game. I kind of want to, because that sounds neat, but I need my money. Even though that ruins the imperial authority that we desperately needed. We don't have any at this point anyway, thanks to Bohemia. We could call the HRE Parliament, but I don't know if it's going to work that well this time. We could call it and we could see. We can only ask for imperial support this time. I wonder, does it change if we choose locations? No, so we can only ask for the military support, but that is still 1% of their ducats. So we'll set that up, and then we'll see. We can grant imperial titles again, which cost prestige, but remember, we get 10 of that back, and now we have enough. So in 1 year's time, they'll give us 1% of their income and 5% of their manpower, which, given current circumstances, that's actually not a bad idea. So are we just suffering winter attrition, or is this overweight attrition? It's kind of just regular attrition, it looks like. Yeah, +3 from cannons. I thought it was 100 for every cannon, but you might need more cannons than this, actually, chat, maybe. Because we have 470 cannons. We're only getting +3. I thought we'd get +5. I'll take the 5 research, thank you. You can have the prestige. Thankfully, the Bohemians are busy fighting in the south right now. Some of their armies are probably coming north. I'm also noticing a little screen tearing, but we're just going to ignore that, okay? Okay. I think... Oh, wow, this is going to barely pass, too. Awesome. Sweet. All just passed with flying colors without issue. Ooh. I'll take the prestige, actually, because I lost some. There's a small army occupying us, but I'm worried to split our army in half right now, chat, even though they're occupying a single area, because we don't really know where their armies are, and they could kill us. I really need to research... I think it's a Renaissance research that we might go back for. We need to infiltrate administration, because that would allow us to figure out where everyone is. So I'm actually going to set that up as a future tech, because that is going to be very nice to know exactly where they are. Because otherwise, we're just dealing with only what we can see and what we can't see. Oh, Brandenburg's had an outbreak of typhus. You know, maybe we really should have built hospitals. I hope we have high resistance to typhus. We don't. Ooh, is it... Is it too late to build up DZ hospitals? You know what? This is making me think we should build a hospital in Magdeburg at least, because it has 200,000 pops. Here's hoping it doesn't kill that many, though. Would really suck if it did. Oh, no, it didn't. It didn't even kill anyone, chat. Someone got sick, felt concerned, told the capital, we panicked, built a hospital, and nothing happened. We literally just had a health scare. They literally just gave us a health scare. Which, I mean, it worked. I built a hospital, so... Good for them, I guess. Speaking of which, we are going to continue our road paving efforts. See, I don't know where a lot of my tax base is right now. And the problem is that I could check for the tax base, but it would just give me the current tax base, not the full potential tax base, so that's a little confusing. I guess just kind of build it down here so that all gets very nice and green. Very bright green. Okay, we finally seized one of their forts. Now we can go ahead and start fighting some of their armies. I'm not going to go after that one. We're going to go after the one over here, chat. The one that's all its own. Oh, that's a... I just noticed a very big army march right by us. I swear I just saw 22,000 troops march right by us. That was scary. I need to get closer to our allies. Oh, yeah, no, there it is. There's the army, chat. Is that French? Oh, we might be doomed, chat. So, apparently the Bohemians allied France at some point after we started the war. And France joined the war. So, we might be doomed? Because France alone has 64,000 troops. That's not even counting all their subjects. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even think for a moment that France would join the war. I didn't even think they would ally Bohemia due to the heresy. So I am a bit taken aback here. I wonder, are they actually backing Bohemia? They're not even backing Bohemia in this. They, Dang, that really sucks, actually. Is that because we're competing great power, so they decided to join against us, maybe? I think that means they would have never allied us either. You can join the French League for something. Yeah, no, if you're hegemons, you can't ally each other anyway. Ooh, that is very scary then. I don't know how we beat that. Let's... yeah, I think they kill us here. I think they kill us here, chat. Yeah. Wow, they took almost no casualties, too. That's insane. What's even crazier is I don't know if I can even see what unit types they have. Feudal levies. Wait, you mean to tell me they're still mostly using feudal levies and they're just winning by sheer numbers? Oh, that's painful. I don't think there's a way for us to win the war then, because France alone has more troops than Bohemia could ever muster. And we are fighting Bohemia in a two-front war just for the chance to win. So, yeah, unfortunately, thanks to France, this is kind of instantly lost. As you can see here, France accounts for like almost half the participation already. And I think we're the only war France is in, so we're facing the full brunt of their army. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Is there anyone we could ally that would be willing to join? I don't know, because I know that there's usually, people are usually reluctant to ally you if you're already at war. And yeah, there's no one we can ally if you're already at war. So that means France was that excited to come fight us that they were willing to ally Bohemia despite Bohemia being allied and came after us. Because I'm pretty certain they're not at war with the Pope. Well, they're not at war with the Pope at all in general anymore anyway. Man, I thought this would be an opportunity. We could try to see if we can win, but honestly, I think our best bet is to just cut our losses here, because, yeah, that's 20k, 12k, 14k, 16k. Yeah, they have a huge army there, so unfortunately, we're just going to have to cut our losses. We've lost 20,000 men for effectively nothing. Because if we don't surrender and give them stuff now, chat, we are just going to lose even more stuff. I don't want to pay war reps. That would suck. Leave the Holy Roman Empire. They don't want it. They don't want it. Force convert. They don't even want to force convert us. Oh, they kind of do. We might have to sacrifice all of Lusatia to them as well, just to get out of this. Which I really don't want to do, but yeah. I am shocked that France joined and how insanely strong France is. I feel like, yeah, because if France isn't in this war, we win. We beat Bohemia and we take this northern section and weaken them. But France joining has messed up our plans. Okay, let's think. Is there a way we get out of this without giving up our subject? Probably not. We probably have to give up some territory. Maybe just this, and then... I think I can get us out of this one, chat. Yeah, I think this is what we do. That's unfortunate, but at least we got out of it less than how it could have been. So we will have to try that again here in a bit. Yeah, I watched our population literally drop. Jesus. Yeah, almost all. I'm surprised our ruler didn't die in the war. So, because I'm pretty certain they are not allies. Well, I assume they became allies at some point, or... Yeah, at some point they did become allies. Because that alliance was not there when we went to war. If it was, we would have seen France on this list and we would have seen the land comparison. So, unfortunately, France joined the war after we had started it. They had allied them afterwards. And then just marched on in and doomed us. Yeah, we need to ally someone of equal strength. But I don't know if that... The only one I can think of is Castile, who at least has a land border with France. I feel like they're the ones we'd have to ally. But border distance is making it to where they kind of don't want to. There's also Naples. The Ottomans are too weak, sadly. Hungary's in a civil war, actually. So we'll try to make a few allies here and there. Austria couldn't join because they were already technically at war, but it doesn't matter. Austria was too weak to win. But they would have bought us time to seize territory and just peace out. That's okay, though. We'll keep going. That's actually the second war we've lost. The first one, we had a big coalition declare war on us. And so we just kind of bribed its leader and pieced it out really fast, which worked out. We got out of it relatively unscathed and survived. Which was very nice. This time, we just had to actually sacrifice some land so we wouldn't lose everything or lose a lot. I'm hoping this issue should continue for a while, though, right? Oh, only for up to 30 years. That at least means there's still time, but... Yeah, the Bohemians suddenly have a lot more allies now, I'm noticing. It's a good chunk of them, actually. Wow. I'm still having fun with this, though. I do think what we might do here is... I actually don't know, I'm going to be honest with you. But the issue is that they all have several million more pops than we do, so the only thing we could do is annex the neighbors before they do. But that requires Casas Belli's, which we can only get through the Parliament right now because our spy network can't make any on those who are also Catholic like us. We could just go to war without one, but that's going to eat up about 40 stability, which is very painful. So, yeah, we definitely want to just go hard on military tech now. We're going to have to just go and cancel the other techs really quickly. What we'll do is let the current building one finish, and then we go hard into getting our special unit. That way we can at least improve our troops and make them better. And then maybe what we try to do is fight some form of defensive war. Matchlock levies, that could be good. Yeah, I think that's what we do, is we start investing hard into military technology. And despite my misgivings, I think we need to raise a very large standing army. Use all those new towns we have. The only issue is that recruiting more of our men to, well, it's either raise them as levies that die easily or raise them as something stronger. Because a lot of this is just the men-at-arms levy, which is the age of Renaissance now. I suppose our regular standing army is too, but I like to think they're better. There we go. Buildings are now a little bit cheaper. Who is this? A ruler's uncle and cabinet member. I guess. Oh, he's still our cabinet member, so it works out. Yeah, that works out. Oh my. Only I had a CB on you, that would be swell. We don't have the Imperial Band, though. If we had that, I could use it to take territory back. And then some extra, because why not? Maybe we have to look really far east to Lithuania. A Lithuanian subject wouldn't give us much, though, but it would help. Man, they have even more now? Let's see. You know, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Problem is that they're allied with Bohemia, so right now they won't really side with us. Makes their stability lower. That's interesting. Steel technology. Greater than 20 research progress. Ah. On the bright side, we've been making a fair bit of tax lead. Our tax base is actually 366, so some good news is that our tax base has been growing. Although I don't feel like it's been growing faster than the major countries that we're concerned about. Suppose England would make another fine ally. I just don't know if they actually would join with us. They might if they know France is getting involved. But that could be wrong. Requirement's not meant for another town. Oh, they have to have at least 30,000 pops to be upgraded to a city. That makes sense. That also means we have very next to no cities possible. Which is fine. Which is good to know in advance. Trying to build up our control in a lot of these areas where we have more of our people. Just to make it easier to raise. Although Magdeburg is where over 200,000 are, so that alone just needs its own control base at this point. Also, I'm pretty sure we're about to hit 100%. Yeah, we're nearing 100% reform desire. I'm kind of glad we didn't win that war at the same time, though, because I was starting to think we were doing too well. Hungary is requesting to buy military access. Yeah, I would have just given it if you asked, but sure. So discontent makes their stability lower. It costs us several hundred ducats a month. I don't know if I'd want to do that. Their stability is already pretty good anyway. This is their legitimacy. I don't even think they have any instability issues. I would like to hurt their reputation with France, though. I don't know if that 50 drop in relations will be enough to trigger France to break the alliance. But if France breaks the alliance, that would be very good for us. I don't think it'll happen right away. All through on threat. I mean, we will see. Oh, it might be because France doesn't like the papacy, and they probably sided with Bohemia against the papacy, and then that caused them to side against us. That would explain it. More robber barons. Never ends when it comes to the robber barons. And of course, it's in the area that's been having instability issues. I'm honestly, I'm not even surprised at this point. There we go. Fur and wild game. So yeah, we're gonna research straight to our special regulars so we can start upgrading our men at arms to them, and then early arquebusiers as well. A part of me really wants to just do more econ techs, but if we don't get our military up, we'll never be able to challenge them. They'll just always kill us every time. We became Holy Roman Emperor just in time for there to be, no authority. I wonder if the Pope's willing to have an alliance. Not that he has a lot of troops on his own. No, but they're willing to join a defensive league. We can only side with the papacy if we... I see, okay. So we can't do it right now, but we could do it later if we wanted to. Fighting over Tunis down there? Okay. I don't know why you wanted to do that. Go ahead. that border distance is really hurting us. Hmm. Yeah, that alliance with France is sickening. I guess just the census to make up for the pops we lost in the last war. I think I can't ally them because of, yeah, not until 1466 because of the treaty that was forcefully broken. Paris alone is over 100 tax base. Jeez. I'm not spending 400 gold to sow discontent in a free city. That's such a waste of money. Hey, at least we did become the emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, though. So that's pretty cool. I feel like we're suffering for it, but eh. You know, you win some, you throw some in down the gutter and fall. What's not to love about the game? Military tactics should help a little bit, at least. Yep. Issue fails, it's fine. We squeezed out a couple hundred, probably about 3,000 pops overall, judging by the numbers. Which is 3,000 more than we had, so. Just have to wait 5 years to do it again. Maybe counting houses or libraries. Nah, we don't need libraries. We need marketplaces. If I can type. And that's it. That's all we can build. We really are kind of choked for growth. I do kind of wish that hospitals also improved pop growth or something. Because it is a hospital. But maybe I'm asking for too much. Because rural areas get higher pop growth just by being rural areas. Though maybe it's better this way. Figure we'll just recruit a bunch of men. I don't think we'll go to the next war anytime soon. But we definitely want to prepare for it. I don't want to expand too much because obviously this alone is already going to chunk our army expenditure upwards, and that's exactly what it just did. So it does mean less gold, but it also means we have a better standing army to defend ourselves at least. Although that's just a bunch of men at arms. Because we're about to get the research upgrade. It actually made us a hegemon again. That won't last. We have a lot of handgunners too. Not as many, but still a fair number. What a fun age of discovery this is. You're not gonna, you must love Bohemia. You're not gonna break your alliance anytime soon, are you? I don't think you are. They did just go to war against England. I don't think, did they pull Bohemia into that war? They did not, no. I mean, France being at war means they wouldn't join the alliance they wouldn't join it right now. But that doesn't guarantee they wouldn't join it 2 years in. We'll find allies before we do the war. I'm just waiting to see when it ends. See if we can't pull a win out. 1642 of June, so that's next year. What does this use, actually? I'm curious. Is it also wool? Because there's a lot of wool here, right? Yep. This province has wool. A level 11 sized wool place, I might add. say, that's in the Brandenburg market. Wittenberg should be able to build it, so I don't know why they can't. Yeah, they can build it. I don't know why the game's trying to tell me otherwise. You know, with all the livestock we have, these tanneries are working pretty well, but it's also covering for all the armories and early... Oh, the soldier upkeep. I didn't even consider the soldier upkeep. There we go. We just got our special unit unlocked. We should be able to. I'm just hoping that we can upgrade our units. I know you can upgrade units. I just don't know if it'll let us do it for the special units or not. It does. Awesome. 580 gold to upgrade them. My God. But there we go. They're upgraded now. Let's see if I can't do a quick comparison, because there's the men at arms right here, and then here's our special units. Oh, the special unit has 200 more max strength. I see. Am I gonna have to pay for that? The answer is I mean, they're reinforcing, so the answer is yeah. Ooh. So we may have just doubled our army size. Oops. We might have too many troops now. Huh. So about those technologies, we might actually need econ techs now. We really should get the matchlock levies at least. That way the levies are a bit stronger. And then something around here. We'll figure that out. And it's kind of funny, though, how it kind of just spiked up the costs. You can see it just go up in real time, and it's like, well, we didn't need that stuff. Ooh, you know, meritocratic would be nice for more burgers, yeah. Once they're done reinforcing, this actually should drop. No. I'm actually gonna go ahead and I want to curtail diplomatic spending, but we really need the second diplomat so we can do multiple alliances at once. Speaking of which, if we're gonna find allies, we should find them now. Lithuania would ally us, of course they would. Because it's not possible for us to win a war on our own. As much as I want to say we could win on our own, we would not be able to. Although I'm surprised that we have a fully active spy network. Usually my spy networks get destroyed. Look at all those characters you can assassinate. Can you assassinate the ruler? You can try. Oh, is it like it's just guaranteed? It's just guaranteed, but you lose 25 reputation for 50 years. Wow. I mean, at least it's guaranteed to work. Wait, does he not have an heir? Would we throw it into a succession crisis? No, there's got to be an heir somewhere. It's just not that one. That's crazy. I also forgot about using our Order of Chivalry. Oops. So let's see. Oh, we be banking on a lot here. We be banking on a lot that they don't join because they're in their war. Which, I mean, is possible. They're currently at war with England in England. Did they start this? They're also the ones who started this, yeah. So England is going to probably eventually lose is the concern. Well, England doesn't even have ships. I mean, goodness. So the problem here is that France is probably going to join pretty early then. So any fight we do would have to be very quick. Because once they're not at war, they will jump in. Yeah. Can I sabotage their relations more? Not with France, because we've already done that. Let's steal their technology, though, because that's nice. Oh, it's just such a hard decision. I can't... I guess we'll just look for allies and just go for it. Alright. Good news is that we're making money. The bad news is that the standing army is actually so expensive we're kind of losing money. But also the cost of court is why. We're just going to cut that off. Make it cheaper. Honestly, minimize stability expenses too. Yeah, there we go. That's actually gotten most of our money back, despite the standing army. We just, yeah, the army maintenance, we definitely do not have what we need right now to actually maintain the army. The army size we have is honestly ambitious. Oh, their levies have grown. At 78,000 now. 13,000 regulars. They got a lot like us, but they have a much deeper manpower pool to recover it, unlike us. Yeah, this might be a situation where we just have to wait out another 10 years, which kind of sucks, but it means we'll invade somewhere else and try to increase our control. Because this should have a couple of nice divisions or levies to rise. They don't have a lot of pops there, though, which is a little concerning. Already a paved road all the way there. Is it just not a core then? Yeah, it's only integrated, so it could go up to 45. I think this is a core. Yep. Oh, this is giving us some tax base almost 30 now, so it's getting there. Magdeburg can finally get one more marketplace. Yay. At this point, I might just spam buildings in there. Forget about the market. Technically, you can build market villages, but they give extremely little capacity by comparison. It's 0.1 instead of 1. It's a tenth. I'd have to build 10 of them to reach the same amount, but they're just as expensive. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, what do the tools use normally? Iron? And we probably have no nearby sources of iron, do we? We have livestock, which is apparently a part of the upgrade menu. I don't know why, but it's there. Anyone wants it. Okay. Tailor guilds it is, then. Probably build more tailor guilds around here. Because they are using the wool, right? Which is a production efficiency bonus. The officers, so our levies are a bit stronger now. Of course, our stronger levies doesn't matter for... Oh my god, France is over 338,000 now. Of course, the numbers that are right here don't add up to here, but that might just be what they currently have raised already. Yeah, okay, the numbers don't fully add up there. Like, that's 114, but this says 38k, so there's definitely a slight disconnect on the numbers. And it doesn't help that we keep getting these robber barons. Although they're mostly targeting areas that aren't really as developed now, which is helpful. Well, helpful in the sense that they're not destroying the areas that are more valuable. And I don't think it really changes the fact that we're still suffering control issues because of it. What is this? Integrated. Yeah, that's what I figured, is that we need to get more of this cord. In fact... Culture. Maybe we can accept a culture or two to get more up here. Oh yeah, because these are actually not even being tolerated, huh? The Saxon culture. But it would cost us very little to accept it, so let's just go ahead and accept it. Just use up all of our prestige there. That gives us a few hundred more levies. But more importantly, it will help us core the region down here. If it wasn't already. Holy Roman Emperor is dead. New Holy Roman Emperor. Which is us. at 36 years old. Cool. What is this going to give us? Antagonism reduction. Not that we'll get a chance to use it, I bet. Oh, you're only going to last another year. I don't know if I really should have spent that. Well, we can raise whatever we can try. Something that we can use. Yeah, as I suspected, France will join this. So I think as long as France is protecting Bohemia, there isn't really anything we can do. Try to see if we can sow discontent from France's side against Bohemia and see if we can't break the Allies apart. If we can break the Allies apart, then yeah, we got a shot at this, but not much else we can do beyond that. We have 2.1 research progress, though, per month. Whenever I can call our next parliament, we'll just invade someone for territory. It's less than 2 years to go. I would kind of like to annex our subjects. I always feel the need to do that, but honestly, we're in a situation where we need the subjects to exist. Agitate for liberty. Oh, I see. To, like, encourage them to revolt. Reggio revolting is allegedly 50,000 divisions long. Saxony's fallen into a civil war. Ooh. 15 research progress is good, but can I take out the loan for it without... No, I can't do that then, yeah. Let's give this stability then, because we can't take out a loan. We'll go bankrupt just like last time. So if we at least learned something from that chat. We learned the signs of bankruptcy. Bohemia also just found the spy network. A bit unfortunate, but it was going to eventually happen. French counter espionage is apparently pretty bad. Ah, it's because France is very decentralized. That makes sense. There's the month flag. That occasionally happens. Because why not? Yep. Duchy of Brunswick. How many levies could we raise right now if we wanted to? 8,600? Huh. So the number of levies we can raise now, chat, is actually a lot lower. But I suspect the reason why is because they're now, yeah, they're matchlock levies, which is 1% of the pop instead of 2% of the pop. Interesting. So we'd have less troops to fight with, which I'm not a fan of. But I assume that's because now we actually have lots of ranged units to fight with. So that might be something they go under too later. Oh, can't have the Allies going bankrupt. Who is Bohemia at war with? 8th phase of the 100 Years' War. And the second pay... Oh, that's our opportunity then. If they're in the middle of two separate wars, they have 170,000 men. Oh, because France is involved. And France wouldn't join this because they're already in the other wars, and they have bad stability. That might be our opportunity now, except for the fact that the territory is getting occupied by someone else, but put that aside. Oh, right, Saxony's in a civil war, so they won't even bother joining us, so we have to find another ally or... wait for that to end, but I feel like if we wait for it to end, any small opportunity... Well, we don't have a choice, do we? Because we can't ally our old allies. They're, yeah. Okay, well, we just sped it up there. It's done now. They'll join us. The only hope here is that they're too spread out to do anything. Here we go again. We'll see if we're actually enough or not. Oh, wow, they actually built a fort there. I'm not surprised. We can. I want to do more than just take this one tile back, but if we can only take the tile back, that's something at least. Apparently we've won some battles already, but I don't believe that for a second. Yeah, maintenance cost is over 50, God. We are losing levies to attrition because I think of the supply limit. Yeah. Okay, so we do need to kind of split this in half and get the research that improves that later. Oh, wow, they took way more. Oh, wow, they lost the whole army there. So we do need to think about increasing our supply potential. For now, we'll just split it in half, even though I'm scared to do that. Because that way, we hopefully don't lose units to attrition that much. Yeah, and then I think after that we need to do some research that actually improves our supply limit. Yeah, going deeper west would be good too. We're just gonna take this opportunity because Bohemia is at war with the Pope and at war with England. And France is involved in both of those wars. So my hope here is that they're going to be split up enough to where we're only facing a fraction of their army, is what I hope. Where'd you go? I saw you move over here. There they are. Oh, you're not led by anyone, so you guys will just die if you fight. There we go. What is R? Oh, yeah, no, your morale's dead. Oh, we can actually just wait for that fight to happen, then. Yeah, why go fight the soldiers of Bohemia when someone else can do it for us, chat? Parliament's available, but I don't really intend to call it just yet. Everywhere else is kind of aligned with a fort, and we don't want to overstep on the province, so I guess we'll just sit next to it and wait. Oh, you know what? If France is willing to actually get an arranged marriage, they are willing, actually. I will do that to improve their opinion of us. They actually have a much higher opinion of us now. Wow. I don't think that'll prevent them from joining against us, mind you, chat. I still think we're on a very short timer, rethinking our approach. Before they come and kill us. I think it is still a very short timer before we die. That being said, we're just going to see what happens. I really have nothing else I can say. I'm just trying to avoid attrition right now. Because we didn't research anything to improve our supply capacity. Although, that was for good reason. At the time, we didn't really need it. Now we need it, so, yeah. Okay, let's call Parliament. That way, it's just ticking. Reach out to our faith. Oh, this would make Naples, Castile, and France all like us more. That sounds great. In an attempt to just make them not come after us. Burger Mansion. So let's take the increase opinion. And Burger Mansion. There we go. That'll make it pass. That does mean we're not going to be fabricating a CB. Oh, they found the agent already? Oh, we just put him there. That agent must have been a turncoat, I'm telling you. My hope is that just by making them friendly towards us, they're less likely to come murder us. Yeah, Bohemia still has more troops than we do in totality. In fact, where are our vassals' armies? Oh, they're all... I was like, where are my vassals, chat? They're all the way down south, sieging random pockets. That's why we can't find them. I think, for now, we just kind of wait. Just kind of wait. There we go. You need a cabinet action. You're not good at assimilating. You're really not good at anything. You're just here to give us more crown power. Literally, we're just giving a hand-me-down. I guess we should spend more money to at least balance out cost of court there so it doesn't fade downwards. Okay. Okay, let's think, chat, because now we've actually taken a bit of territory. I want to push further than this, but I'm having to, like, painstakingly check this to make sure Bohemia's not about to come up with troops behind me and murder me. And I don't think I can individually... Can I individually piece out... No, I can't. I can't piece out their subjects individually. I just want to see, like, right now, what territories could we take? Obviously, there's aggressive expansion to consider, so there's only so much we could take to begin with. Nope, I just saw it. Sagan. There it is. That's already 47, but it doesn't upset anyone of concern. So I kind of want to push further to seize these two territories as well. The problem is, this isn't like their core power base out here at all. But there is the gold mine, and even though they don't have as much control over it, gold is still gold. It's still a part of their market that we can rip out. The problem is that it's yet more forts we have to siege, and there's just no guarantee that we last long enough. Because they could march in with an army, slaughter us, and then that's it. And I'm pretty sure their fortifications stop us from moving in any further. Yeah. We could also make the risky gamble of marching straight towards their capital. But that's further from our supply lines, and we won't be able to see where they're coming. If at all. No, I want the army to move. Oh, they can't move because of the fort. I forgot. So it's literally right-clicking on that instead because they can't move to the fort. Which army is starving? 12th army? Oh, they can't get food down here. There's no supply line. Okay. Yep, never mind. You know what? It is a good thing we got the supply wagons after all. I gave them an extra month of food and just enough time to get out of there. So I still don't think the extra 50 opinion stops France from attacking us. We can actually invite them to a defense league now, though. Which should actually prevent them from joining us because they can't fight us because we could... Yes. So that should actually, I hope, actually stop France from declaring war on us. And also now we have France to defend us, which is funny. So that's actually hilarious. France goes from enemy to friend. Who could have seen this coming? Let's do another... Oh, don't disband levies. Do not disband levies. Let's just see if there's any levies we can raise right now and march them over. While things are safe. Not a lot. A couple dozen here and there. Which I guess is more troops than we had 5 minutes ago. I don't know what we need to build, so I'm just gonna mass expand RGOs for now, let that all build up. That way there's just some more tax space to work with. Without us having to, like, micro pause and figure it out. We're only at +1 cannon right now, which is a little problematic. I don't think the cannons are over here, are they? Some of the artillery is over here, yes. With 5th Army, it's only 49? Is that fine, then? Yes, okay. With them here, it's actually fine. Oh? The sin may be of interest even if we cannot absolve them. Oh. 25 supply network. Pope discovers plot. Pope, your rivals and enemies with France. I don't think you'd care as much right now. There we go. Bohemia views France more negatively as well now. That was our hope from the start. I don't know if that's going to cause them to break up at all or not. But I am just trying to ruin Bohemia's reputation as much as I can. Because the less likely people are to come help them, the better. We need them to not have allies. I do see Bohemia's gathering a small force near us. There's 15,000 there. Okay, Bohemian troops are starting to show up, so... Now's a good time to decide what is our strength difference. They do have more strength than us. I don't... See, the thing is, our units might be better. Because we have advanced technology now. We have an advanced unit. Because a lot of their units are peasant levies, which are an era behind. That doesn't mean they're not going to be that bad, though. I honestly think numbers win. I think numbers kind of triumph all over here. But maybe I have enough to where they're willing to hand over the province, even though we don't occupy it. Not the entire thing. Where's the gold mine? Maybe we don't take the fort, but we seize the gold. I feel like we could still win, though, if we linked up our armies and did defeat in detail. Did they peace out of a war? They did. They're no longer at war with England. They are occupied in other territories, though. Maybe we let this tick for now, because they're not near us, but, I mean, just because they're not near us doesn't mean they're not heading our way. They're actually watching us right now, and unfortunately, with Fog of War, we won't see them coming. Just trying to keep like a bird's eye view. Thankfully, our vassals' occupations are distracting them a bit, as well as whoever else they're fighting. I think they're at war with Austria too, so maybe we're okay for now. Yeah, maybe we can get this fort and then call it. Hey, we're just kind of teetering on a nice edge here. If they come for us, we're dead. Oh, please succeed already. Oh, we have a breach in the wall. Okay, maybe we are likely to fail on assault. Well, never mind then. That plan's out the window. We actually have a lot of regulars that could be replaced if we could just bring the army back into safe territory. Keyword is if. Well, the reality is not as pleasant. What are they at now? Oh, shoot. What happened to Bohemia's army? Yeah, it's below 40k now. I know it was over 40k. That's why I'm kind of a little surprised. They definitely had a bad fight somewhere. Also, France keeps getting knocked out of hegemony status and then getting it back. I'm surprised. Oh, yeah, no, I'm actually not surprised that we're still military hegemon. I guess that's actually very... You know what? It is very fitting that we are the military hegemon. Oh, fuck. Oh, a year of siege and we finally got it. And now we can quickly take these territories too, and then I think that's going to be it because the aggressive expansion will become too much. Book output, so all book production is now more profitable. Okay. Because our allies have now started to lose troops. So this is... too much? Maybe, I think what we'll do is we'll start a siege, but we're going to let the conquests finish before we make the truce is what we'll do. Oh, looted gold. Like, let these little conquest points finish. But we're not going to actually keep going, I don't think. Although, Bohemia is significantly occupied, I think... Yeah... They're losing the war against the papacy right now. And against us, we've been lucky in the fact that our vassals have been distracting their army, but our vassals have run out of troops, so I think we're out of time. I think we're out of time, but this is... How much aggressive expansion? 135. 135 to what? To a lot of countries. 32 countries have enough antagonism to join you against you to join a coalition. This doesn't have anything valuable, right? It does. Ooh, is that iron? Ooh, I do want iron. I do want iron, but I don't want to die to a massive coalition. So what if I do this? It's down to 25 countries, which is less scary, and then maybe we demand 691 gold. That allows us to retake the territory they took from us and expand. I don't know how good this would be for us, but let's do it. I think this is it. Oh wait, what? I'm an idiot. Oh wait, there's something better I can do. I can annul their treaties with France. The problem is that they won't accept -1. We'll leave the recipient too fractured. Oh, there is a... I see, hang on. There's actually a piece that got auto-liberated by a fort. That's why we're missing the point. Just need that. There we go. So that should flip it enough, right? Yes, let's do that instead, because that will make it to where they cannot be an ally of France for a while, which would weaken them. And I don't think I can afford anything else, right? No, because we don't have a lot of points. So just take the money. Oh, okay. Okay. So, against the odds, with it really stacked against us with France's involvement, we managed to quite literally find a situation where we could worm our way into victory. So levies are disbanded. We will have the standing armies kind of guard out here. Now the question is just, do we maintain control over this area? Which I don't know if we should, because there's bad proximity here, or do we hand it off to a subject? I'm leaning towards we annex the Lusatia province area and make a new subject here because of how bad the expansion is, or the situation. So I'm thinking we kind of turn this area into a subject. If the idea here being all the Bohemian provinces we took, we make it into a subject while focusing on getting this built up. Because right now, we don't even have good control out in this part. This control is going to be even worse. And at the very least, this is now territory Bohemia no longer has. It wasn't the most valuable of territory for them, but it's still land. With tens of thousands of people per tile. So let's make you a vassal. Send someone who's pretty experienced. A ruler's younger sister. Then I probably now that I think about it, I should have sent a male instead of, yeah, because of how rulership works. Should have thought of that. It's partition inheritance. It's all widow specs anyway. Yeah. I should have sent a male heir, though. I really should have sent, like, our heir or something instead. That would have been a lot smarter. The fact that I just assigned a countess instead of a count is risky. Well, here's hoping we don't live to regret it. Here's hoping we don't regret it, really. So I'm pretty sure all the control here falls basically falling to 0, yeah. That's what I thought. So, diplomatic actions. Subject actions. I need to find province. Then, do I maybe keep this so we have a tiny bit of additional advantage? Because that gave us iron. Yeah, because this one at least has some of our control. I think we'll keep this section, but make the rest of that a subject. Yeah. It's not the best, but that's what we have to deal with. Oh, they hate us. That's why. Okay. Yeah, they're going to start joining coalitions against us, which is unfortunate, but that's why we stopped where we did. Because we kind of knew this was coming. What is suffering from food? Brandenburg food market's dropping. Zagana has low. Let's actually just bring you home to Brandenburg where you're going to be safe. And where they can just be replenished. Yeah, that was good. In the end, we managed to win a war against Bohemia. It wasn't a big victory that would significantly cripple Bohemia for the foreseeable future, but we were able to break them off from France, and France is the reason why we lost the first war against Bohemia. Now we have gold in the market too, because now that that's our subject chat, what should happen is this should get ripped out over time. In most cases, it will get ripped out and be forced to join your subject, but we'll see when. Actually, some of it already has. Oh, you know what I bet it is? They probably need to spread control first. Yeah. That's what it is. And I think Lusatia is just... We'll just annex them at this point. I think it's time to annex them. They've been good to us, but it's time to annex. I am hoping they lose the war against the Pope too and just suffer more consequences. Solely because it could weaken Bohemia a bit further. Although they'll be Christian again, so it'll be harder to start a new war against them, I suppose. But, you know, one thing at a time. Policy for mutual defense. Honestly, the fact we've made France our defensive ally is funny to me. Did that not pass it? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Cost of court is absolutely killing me here. I might assign someone from the council to just maintain the court. That way we can save on cost of court. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Well, that's 97% Burgish. That's enough. Are you fantastic at... I mean, you're great at everything, actually. You are really good at everything right now. Because that would allow me to drop this. And we can save almost 20 ducats that way. It's not the best usage of the council, but I need money to fund more roads to expand control so we can annex our subjects. Ooh. Yes, I can afford that, actually. We can actually afford that 15 research. We'll just cancel one road, and then there we go. Okay, so... I'm feeling a little better now. Now that we, managed to win a war, I feel a little better about our odds. Ooh. Let's get the paper workshop and printer shop, because those buildings will have much higher production capability. And over time, that is going to lead to a much higher profitability, because they'll make more goods with the same number of people. It's like better production methods in a sense, in a loose sense. They will usually use different resources, though. Oh, right, we probably need weaponsmiths from all the new weapons that we constantly use, don't we? We have a shortage of weapons for our armories. And I imagine army maintenance is that exactly, is having to pay for all of that. Yeah. This is fun. Saxony's broken the alliance. I'm not surprised. We did get a lot of aggressive expansion, so our mutual allies probably don't want to be allies anymore. It's okay. They did their job against Bohemia for now. For now. I can't help but notice that Poland seems to have lost a little bit of territory, so... Bad news is that Bohemia got new land. The good news is that it's land that's not integrated or cored right now. Bohemia has actually fallen below 3 million people. They peaked at 3.2 million. So the fact Bohemia's population has fallen is good. That's less levies for them to call on. In fact, if we were to go to war right now, we are weaker than them with no allies, which is concerning. But maybe we could use sieges to weaken them. I don't know. Ooh, we got enhanced spies for 10 years. The reason why I'm still building a spy network in France, chat, even though they might get upset about it later. First off, I thought we need it. Second off, we can steal technology, which will cause France to lose a few research points, and we gain almost double the research points we stole. So that is going to help slow France down, since France is ahead enough, or has enough points, and allow us to kind of speed up faster. I mean, look at that. We're almost done with paper workshops already. We barely started it. We had the 15-point event, and then another 5 that we just stole, almost 6. So we're just doing everything we can to put ourselves in a better position, because my god, do we need it. Speaking of which, we may as well just maximize the weaponsmiths and gunsmiths here. Although, arguably, they'd be better in provinces that have iron. Oh no, these use stone. Never mind. These use iron, but the only iron province we have has terrible control, so that would not go very well. Instead, we just build it in the capital where it has guaranteed 100% access to everything. And yes, we now can upgrade our paper mills. And yes, this does work as one would hope. You can first upgrade them. Just be wary that you can build too many. But we can spend money to upgrade them. Unfortunately, you have to kind of click this individually. And then afterwards, now we would just be building more. But we'll upgrade 5 of them in Magdeburg. I will say I have not yet discovered a way to just upgrade a bunch of buildings at once. I have not yet found out a method to do that. I don't know if you can do that, or if I'm just an idiot and you can't. They also do use different production. Well, some of them do. These don't, I don't think. They do, actually. Wait, they do. Magdeburg would have to use only fiber crops, which they don't have access to. But we should upgrade them in Magdeburg anyway, because they're already there. But we should also upgrade the ones in Berlin, because they're literally sitting on fiber crops. And then we really should codify this law, chat. I actually want to do the meritocratic one, so we have more burgers, because we need lots of burgers for the buildings that we're making. I also want cabinet efficiency and happy clergy, because happy clergy mean faster research. So the problem here is that both of them offer us really good benefits and make more of their own people. That being said, I don't want to drift towards traditionalism. And I don't want to give the nobles more power. That doesn't sound fun. So it's either we take this, getting more centralization and knocking them down. Not that it would help right now. It's already stagnant. It would give them a 10% reduction to all their power. But honestly, I think we go for the increased burgers, because we have a ton of economic buildings that we're about to start building that's going to need them. It is going to take time to get more from the promotions, of course. But that's what those universities are for, and high positive stability. Can you, by any chance, upgrade? No, you can't. Well, it was worth checking. Oh, do you not have a university? You don't. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. We were spending everything on the military. It kind of makes sense that they didn't have anything to use. So what can you raise right now for levies? Only 3,200, but you have a accessible tax base of 76. Oh, at least they have access to the tax base. Oh, it must have switched markets. Yeah, so as their control over here is spreading, our subject is bringing this into our market, chat. And now the gold that was stupid cheap because it was in Bohemia's market is now crazy expensive. Because apparently we're exporting all the gold to Paris. What? I mean, I'm not complaining. That's a lot of money we can make. And in fact, I want to build this up. I want to just dump my money in it and build it up to make more exports. But why are we exporting so much gold to Paris? Does Paris really need that much gold? I need to do it by volume. Because this is, yeah, 69 profit per trade capacity, and they're using 41 trade capacity. That's a lot of gold, then. 28 total profit. Oh, wow, gold is so expensive in France. How is gold doing here? Do they have, like, a shortage of it? I assume they do. Oh, wow, so 2/3 of the gold France gets, chat, 2/3 of the gold is from us. We are literally getting gold from the east and sending it west for a profit. Except now, we actually have our own gold mine to use, which reminds me, that is probably going to affect our minting in a positive manner. Well, not really, because we don't control it directly. But we are going to go ahead and actually upgrade it only twice, because it will need time to adjust. And then they're going to actually get the tax money out of that, and they should be able to use the tax money. Oh, we should be able to build roads for them too, shouldn't we? Yes, we can. So we can actually help solidify the control further. I sent an 18-year-old to rule over this place instead of a... Yeah. Really should have sent someone older. Well, worst case scenario, we can seize a territory if it looks like they're going to drift away. But I think it'll be fine for now. Ooh, of age, you say? Those that live in our country, of course. Okay, Lusatia has been annexed now, so we do have a direct control over the area. The problem is that there's no real roads here because the area was dirt poor since the start, and it never really recovered or improved. Also, Bog's in our way. They don't like us, so they won't let us build a road through them. I really want to get rid of them, but they're a part of that coalition. Although we seem to be stronger than the coalition, so it's not really that concerning. Ooh, they're making cavalry. Now I can make the printing press shop, chat. And the interesting thing about the printing press shop is that it isn't a new building for the clergy. It actually becomes, and I want this next, it actually becomes a new building for the burghers. So, if we go to Magdeburg, where it has a lot of scriptoriums, where all of our books are made, upgrading it will turn it into a new building, the printer's shop, but it employs the burghers. It has a singular production method, too, that uses lumber, tools, paper, and lead. Now, lead is going to be a bit of an issue because we have almost none of it in the market. We have a single location that makes lead. In fact, I am going to now spam 4 levels of lead there because we're going to need so much lead. Goslar would actually be a fantastic place to make paper then, but Magdeburg has the pops to actually make it. Although, everywhere needs the pops now, I guess, so that's really not saying much. Right now, it has the burger pops to use it. It's just going to be a lot of buildings for the area to make. Let's integrate. Although we have gained most of this as core territory already, which is nice. It's just very weakened despite that. Our 1.5 million pops as well, thanks to the annexation, so we are getting there. France has found our spy and arrested him. I mean, it doesn't look like they got mad at us, but the, yeah. Just, nah, it's fine. Maybe we put one in England then, since we have plenty of diplomats. And maybe one in Castile, too, because Castile has definitely gotten some technology. In fact, we've learned some new coastline. That's cool. Wonder if that was because of our trade with our merchants. Bohemia immediately found our... Oh, no, wait, that spy's been there. Never mind. I'm still paralyzed from the last time when they found the spy the second we sent him in. Like, that was scary how fast they found him. like they knew exactly where he was going to be before we even decided to do the mission. Ooh, this is now called the paved road network. It just makes it cheaper. I guess we do want to build them, though. Adapt to humanist ideas, make us less spiritualist temporarily. Increase opinion, that's fine. And then probably, I kind of want to CB Jutterbog here, the town. That way we can actually build our road because they're in our way. I know we want all of this, but they're in our way. They're in our way for the road, and I know these guys are all in the coalition together. So what we might do, even though it's a risk, even though it means fighting a coalition of enemies, including Saxony, it might be worth wiping them out. We just need to find someone who's willing to ally us and partake in the slaughter. Ah! The Teutonics? Maybe the Austrians? I haven't decided on that yet. No, they don't want to join because they are allied to enemy? Oh, are we allied to an enemy of theirs? Maybe we are, and I didn't notice. I have to wait for a new diplomat anyway before I can do that war now. But it's so nice to finally have gold in our market, chat. It really is. And we've immediately started exporting more gold to the market in Paris. It's now at almost 26. So, the good news for Paris is that... Actually, I don't know if this is good news. The price is still as high as ever. It's, effective supply is not as high as I thought it would be. We're doing almost 26 in export. Basically, everything we're getting is being exported. It makes money, though, which is fine. We're getting about almost 80 in trade income, and that trade income is primarily in silver and gold, which you can imagine why then Bohemia makes so much money that it's disgusting. How is our crown power doing, actually? We're at 42, because I have not checked on this in a while. I'm actually considering maybe granting a privilege or two, since we have such high crown power. We haven't really gained anything. The only thing I'm considering is this for more clerics, just for more qualifications, but clerics are not really a problem. Oh, I was going to say, how are we lacking paper? And then I realized, of course we're lacking paper. We just started making new paper and books. This probably didn't fully initialize until now. We've still got ones that are being upgraded as we speak. So one thing I wish is that I wish you could, like, shift-click to upgrade all of these at once here. But you can't. You can only click one at a time. I just tried to do it just now. Which kind of sucks. I kind of wish you could shift-click it, or... Maybe, I don't know if there's something in the macro builder that I don't know about yet that will let you mass upgrade a bunch of buildings at once. I don't think there is, but I really wish there was. And there's not going to be a lot of production efficiency for this aside from the lumber, so we're just going to have to benefit from the fact that improved bookbinding buffs it really hard. Which is why it's suddenly making so much. Oh, the paved road network thing failed barely. Oh, wait, no, that's right. We used it for the CB. I already forgot. You can tell it's getting late over here. So that is a lot of enemies to fight at once. Even the Netherlands... Oh, the Netherlands wouldn't join because they're in a civil war right now. Okay, so this would still be a lot of people. Yeah, it would still be a lot. Oh, no, you know what? Some of these nations are just microstates bordering us that we wanted to get rid of. In fact, the two I thought that were in it are not in it at all. Yeah, we could... Honestly, we could probably crush them. Our regulars would probably do a good job. It's gonna mean more aggressive expansion. So before we do that, let's ally the Austrians. I don't think they'll join us. If they will, great. If not, oh well. Yeah, no, they won't because of border distance and target opinion. That's fine. We're just gonna march onwards. I love how the music just coincidentally switched over time. I will say, when I saw our levy numbers drop from like 12k to almost 9k, I felt panicked until I learned it's because the new units they were becoming raised less people at the cost of them having the efficiencies that they have. So let's knock that out really quick. That way they're gone. And see, maybe not siege you actually, because I need to consolidate troops. It's actually, yeah, consolidate with them. You need that. There we go. That way they can take on that army with ease. And then I think what we do is we come down here and just siege this city. Because now there's a lot of castles, it's going to be a lot harder for them to kind of rip things out from us. Is this because our subjects are getting stronger? Yeah, our subjects are starting to get a bit stronger. That's fine. The subjects getting stronger is actually a good thing, I'd argue. Because what we can do to just balance that out is just spend a little on diplomacy, and there we go. It costs money, but making sure your subjects don't stab you in the back is probably worth the cost. Oh, right, Sternberg doesn't have a fort, does it? So it just kind of just fell. Oh, you know what, chat? We can beat that army. I'm pretty sure we can beat that army. Oh, wait, no, I forgot to... Yep, I forgot to balance the units out so they weren't even on a balanced front. Everything was on one side. Oh, but we still won anyway. We just took more losses than them. Also, another robber baron has appeared, which... Yay. This time it is in West Mecklenburg. Oh, okay, that's not as bad as... I thought it appeared in Brandenburg. I misread that pretty badly. Urban buildings are now cheaper, which should make upgrading stuff much faster. I kind of want integration speed next, or the pop conversion speed. Pop conversion speed doesn't really help right now, though, because everyone is kind of the same faith. Weapons Workshop would do... Oh, lumber. Lumber. Let's get lumber, because we need lumber to upgrade and build a lot of things still. And then it is also needed in making things like books. So having that be cheaper is good. Is it used in paved roads still? I don't think so. It is. It is used in paved roads. Okay, so it would make paved roads cheaper as well. Which is very helpful. That's a lot of troops over there. Let's bring these levies over here then. Away from that terrifying threat. I think we can win that. Bohemia is increasing the Holy Roman Empire. Good for them. Well, maybe we weren't going to win that, but our allies are coming at least. Yeah, looking at this, our flanks were going to collapse. Our flanks did collapse and we lost it. Ah! Yeah, this smaller army is not large enough to fight on its own. Oh, someone must have joined this on their side chat. Oh, those are Polish soldiers. That's why I'm being so thrown off. Okay, Poland has joined the war. That is cause for some concern. So we need to now start finding and wiping out armies. Especially because our regulars are so good. we need to make sure that they don't have strength in numbers. Stettin still does not have a fort. You know what? This has made me realize I need to build a castle there. In Sternberg, I don't know if I want to make that the capital of this province. Let me think really quickly, chat. I would rather replace the fish, except the fish are in forest. This is flatland. Oh, that's woods, actually. Because that's what, 25,000 capacity? This actually has no... That 50k, there it is. So we probably build on the sturdy grains here. I don't know why you can't find it so easily there. We're going to build the fort there. Which actually, there's a fort right next to it, actually. Maybe. We'll figure that out at a later time. It's not useful to us right now. It's useful, but it's not useful at the moment. Yep, we gotta go kill him. We are fighting this with reduced morale, though. Which actually is a huge risk. But they are taking more casualties than we are, which is good. But it looks like what happened is because we had less morale, our flanks broke off first. Which is not good. So that is that thing I talked about before about watching your morale. We didn't watch our morale and we suffered for it. So what we should do is wait here, get to full morale. 3,000 men return to the fold because they're regulars, and then we march in. And now it goes much better because our flanks don't collapse. If your flanks collapse and the enemy comes down on you on either side, they hurt you badly. They hurt you really badly. I don't think we've got much levies to raise. We have some levies to raise. Because I see the Polish troops up there, and I'd like to deal with them if possible. Oh, they're coming for us. Get behind the forts. They're coming for us. Yeah. They were looking to get us. I saw that. Would we win that fight? I do not know. Maybe we would win because they're actually running from us. Yeah, maybe we would win it because the Polish are running. So, let's take what potshot opportunities we can. I wish my allies would link up with us, but I think they've taken massive casualty. Actually, they're removing the occupation that the enemy's done, so that's why our allies aren't with us right now. They're kind of getting rid of the occupation. But we're getting like very small little patches of troops to kill. Yeah, it looks like the Polish went all the way around us. The Polish joining is definitely a small problem. But thankfully they're not as dangerous as they were before. Yes, 10 research. Thank you. Thank you, game. Actually, let's wait for our morale to recover. I think the Polish can outrun us, though. Yeah. So, we must have decent strength because the Polish are not really willing to fight us in open combat, which I actually consider to be a good sign. It means the Polish army is not as good as it could be. Does that mean we will win? Absolutely not. It just means they don't think they can win. Let's probably go more down here. There's halberdiers to upgrade to, lancers, supply convoys. There's a lot of military upgrades down here we should grab. There's also 2.5% estate satisfaction I'd love to grab later, but that is not now. Halberdiers should be our melee. Well, actually, we don't need to grab the halberdiers because we already have our special unit. If we didn't have our culture unique unit for being branded a part of the German group, we wouldn't have this. We would be going after halberdiers instead. But we do need... Is it light lancers? Like, what cavalry? I think we have light cavalry, don't we? Lots of infantry and artillery. We definitely want to upgrade the artillery at least. I don't even think I've made any cavalry, have I? No, well. It's always worth considering later, right? Get some cavalry now instead of never. Let's go ahead and get the, we'll get the Falconet regiment here. Get that upgraded artillery. And then probably also supply convoys just so we have the extra food. Because we're definitely going to need it. Especially as our armies are getting larger. Kind of just shadowing them here, seeing where they're going. I've noticed the Polish are continually moving. They're not staying in one spot. Wow, they move fast. Yeah, the Polish must have a different set of societal values because they move quick. Let's go fight the little allies they have then. It could also be that their leader is just very good when it comes to army moves. Actually, ours is good. He's at 88 for military. Oh, they did not. They did not take the fort as we arrived. Oh, because that's not a fort. They didn't take it because it's not a fort. Yeah, we've lost a lot of people too, but a lot of those losses were not our... Well, some of them were our troops, actually. But at this point, we're fighting this with mostly our regular infantry. And it's mainly Prussia's military that's keeping them in this fight. Prussia's just kind of going around back and forth, I'm noticing. Warriors do not read books. So we'll try to just clean some of this up a bit, let them siege somewhere else. Yeah, this is definitely showing that I definitely need more forts up in the northern area. Because otherwise they're able to just kind of walk through it, and that's really problematic. I do see the Polish are sieging the city. Let's try to sneak up on them here. Because remember, Fog of War goes both ways, so then we can see... Army's better quality, higher morale, terrain is to benefit, commander is slightly better. Okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. The reason, because a lot of their troops are levies, that's why our troops are just better, because they're using men-at-arms from the previous era, which have 1 combat power. But if we look at things like our matchlock levies, they only have 1 as well, but they're ranged units, so they can fire before combat. You've got 1 here as well, but there's double the troops. So we're just gonna see how this battle goes. Oh, that looks like a good initial salvo. I usually don't watch the battles because of how slow they can be, but I mean, we'll see. The dice rolls. Oh, that dice roll's good, 0 to 4, but they switch often. Regiments waiting. Yeah, this is interesting because. Oh, we're technically considered the defender in this. That's cool. So let's let it speed up. Yeah. Yeah, that went very well. That went very well. We just crushed them. About a 3-to-1 kill-death ratio for that fight, which is very good for us. In a war where the numbers were looking very equal or where they had an advantage in numbers, killing 3-to-1 is very good. I love the fights that are just instant stack wipes because they're so one-sided. The Polish are back. Gotta go chase them. Now that we've killed a bunch of the regiments, this should be much faster and quicker. Yeah. Yeah, they lose about 2 to R1 each tick. So that's pretty good. That's pretty much them done then. Oh, I see. I have to annex you first. Honestly, this is an opportunity to take territory from Poland, but look at all this territory we could take too. Actually, I would love to make Saxony a subject. Making Poland a subject would be too much. There's no way you can make the Hansa a subject. How would you even do that? You can't even occupy there. Pretty sure that's not possible. So Saxony becoming a vassal would be too costly as well. Okay, so we'll just take territory. I just needed to check that out really quick to see where we were at before we resume. Because we might... we don't want to split our armies up yet. But I would love to split them soon. I see there's another major fight over there to get. Let's go deal with the siege over here, because we could break a lot of smaller units. We could also just look for a separate piece with just Poland, maybe. But that might not be necessary. It's actually, we could separate piece. No, I think, I don't think, can you separate piece? No, that's probably the thing about a coalition is that you can't separate piece. It's an all or nothing deal. I believe that's how it is, at least. Damn, they took that the moment we stepped away. We might have to split our armies into 2, which I'm reluctant to do, because I'm worried what's going to happen is we're going to get crushed in both areas. But looking at the situation as it stands, we have to send 1 army west and keep 1 army east. And our subjects... Oh, I see. I thought that was just them asking for money because of the symbol. No, they were paying us to be promoted to a county. That's where our money went up and not down. That's cool. We do need to watch our morale as we get here. Yep, stack wipe. Yep, I was worried that the Polish would show up. Oh, but it's fine. We're going to be the defender, aren't we? So the terrain's very much to our benefit. Yeah. Yeah, they're suffering a -2 penalty. Excellent. And the army that was besieging our stuff to the east, or to the west, is basically dead. You know what? I was questioning the investment into these regulars in our research. It paid off. It paid off so hard. Because even if we're in equal numbers, we destroy them, especially with some favorable terrain. And if we really outnumber them, they are decimated before they can react. They still have a lot of troops. Oh god, the pops. 100,000 pops have died in this fight. In this war of hell. Oh wow, they have 2 areas that are 100. That's crazy. I would love to see that one silver mine they have. Our control is still really bad down here, though. Although it could also be because we're occupied, which sometimes doesn't help either. It's that road that we just can't build down here yet. But once we take these 2 areas, we'll be able to build it just fine. That's why I'm letting the money save up right now, but I've kind of changed my mind. I want to finish upgrading a lot of those scriptorums to proper books. Oh, that's too many. I just realized I made new ones. I didn't upgrade these. But you have to individually click each one. You can't just upgrade them all at once, which I kind of dislike. I'm not a fan of it, but oh well. What are you short on? Tools? Oh, you know what? Yes, with all the new with all the new workshops we're building, we probably don't have tools, do we? So we'll build those too, and maybe later upgrade Brandenburg to a city for fun. All right, let's see if we can't deal with these guys a bit here. Oh, man. Oh, I watched 58 to 454 in our favor. Oh, yeah. Regular armies absolutely wipe the floor as time goes on. Especially if it's an era ahead of the levy units. It definitely wipes the floor then. Do I need legitimacy? I could take some legitimacy. It's several hundred men just died immediately for no reason. Do we have enough score to just maybe take territory? I mean, I want to seize this. Because I think that's where... I guess I don't need this for the silver mine. They have tin, though. They do have tin. And I believe one of our new buildings actually needs tin, doesn't it? You're just using fiber, which is easy. Something uses tin. I think, yeah, no, it's the gunsmiths that use tin. That's right. And I'm pretty sure we have to import all of our tin. Yeah, the only way is importing it. So getting that tin under our control would be extremely nice. Why are you guys out there on your own? These 56 troops of mine are just standing out there waiting to die, I guess. I want to keep the double siege going, but if I do, they're just going to take other territory that's not defended. Which is what they're trying to do right now. So we'll have 1 siege, we'll have 1 protect. We keep doing that. You think Poland will take a... I would love to take territory from Poland, but I feel like the amount of people we're fighting, it's not going to be enough. Or sorry, not be enough. There's going to be too many people to beat down. Unless there's anything really good out here. I mean, beeswax is nice. Iron is good. What is Bohemia up to? I do want to keep an eye on them. Nothing at the moment. Okay. That's actually good. Well, I do see they're raiding us in the north again. That's okay. We are killing so many of their troops that I feel like soon enough they're not really going to have anyone else to send. I say that, they'll probably find someone to send, I'm sure. Guess we could build this up while we're waiting. That way we can later annex the subjects up here by just having more road access, but it will also help market access too, which you can't go wrong with. That's what I thought, okay. Just vote for it. Minus 20. I don't think the minus 20% antagonism is going to pass from what I saw, but that would be so good to get before this war ends. Yeah, I mean, we're having fights where about 600 of our troops die and 4,000 of theirs die. If that rate continues, there's no way for them to win. Because most of these troops that they have are regulars. I bet you there's a good chunk of Polish levies that we've been fighting, but I don't think they really have the manpower left. Or not levies, regulars that we've been fighting. Yes, another 10 research progress. I love that event. I don't even know what triggers it, but I love it. Get close, but don't engage yet. I'm not going to have any... Man, how do they still have troops? They are just raising and throwing everyone at us. Okay, maybe we look for peace now, because this war's gone on for a little while. I do want to take this to finally solidify the north. That actually does spike risks of expansion a lot. And we don't really have the ability to make almost anyone a subject. Except this guy right here, but kind of small. I mean, how much gold could I demand out of this? 284 at most. Maybe we seize one of, like, these provinces over here. But we have to kind of... Oh, see, okay, copper is a good seizure. We wanted the silver, too. It would help unify this as one province, yeah. I'm just worried about getting so much aggressive expansion that we start having great powers siding with the coalition against us. I can't really see that, which is what makes it a bit difficult to decide how to handle this. Oh, I can't even take those. It's already... Oh, we're already at 97, I just noticed. For a total cost of peace. If it's too high, other nations might not accept it. Months of war enthusiasm, peace offer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was going to say if it goes 100, then I'm pretty sure that's too much. Yes, so... I mean, we could take a piece of Poland, a very tiny piece of Poland. I wouldn't really want to. If that's all we can take because of war score, then I think we just look at something else that doesn't actually... Well, this all costs... Well, it all costs war score is the problem. So I think maybe we just take our money and go. Yeah, I think we just take what money we can. That's still a bit of land. It's not too great, but you can keep in mind that it did eliminate about 3 different countries. So there is that. And it opens up the way to actually build infrastructure down here now, because they're no longer in the way like they were before. Coalition is also forcefully disbanded since we annexed the leader. I think it just gets disbanded when they lose the war, though. But they can form a new one, though we have a truce with a lot of the potential members. And now we bring the armies back home to reinforce them. I'd like to note again that we're using 165 manpower from the Holy Roman Empire, which is really funny. I find that very amusing. Although I do not like how expensive everything is for us. I wish we were making more money, but war is expensive. And this is all not very good right now. I am not giving you money I don't have. You can kindly walk out the other door. You know, that, forgot that was, going on. I thought it was gonna fail, to be honest, so I didn't bother waiting for it. Turns out it actually passed. Though maybe it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, we have rivalries we can declare. I kind of want to make Bohemia our rival because I intend to fight them and we can make the humiliate CB against them. I'm just scared that it would entice them to come nuke us. Because our tax base is still half of theirs, but our population is somewhat closed the gap at least. Although the Hussite War is still ongoing for a while longer. Only 8 more years, though, and then it will end. These monasteries? These are monasteries. But seizing that one gold province tile was definitely worth it. I'm just hoping that this will break free of the market over time. I think the reason why it hasn't is because of just bad market access. Perhaps? I'm trying to see that. Yeah, could be. I think once we build more road infrastructure down there, which will take time, but we'll get to it. I think once we've built it down there, it will get better. It's just very expensive and costs a lot of gold that we kind of don't have. Can we cut... Okay, good. We'll cut diplomatic spending a bit. Only to where we can hold 2 diplomats, of course. Oh, no. We have 2.6, it says. Is that because of the income as well, perhaps? So maybe I can cut this further? No, I think we only still have a maximum of 1. It's just the amount we have at the moment. Oh, I forgot about the spy and... Yeah. I forgot about our spy network that we were making earlier, and it's all kind of falling apart. In fact, I think our spy network fell apart on us while we weren't watching. So maybe we keep this up to 10 at least. But still have it down a couple points for more money. I feel pressured between the need to build up the economy and the need to bring Bohemia down before they become too powerful to stop. Although the real threat has been France this whole time. The fact we're in a defense league with France is nothing short of a miracle. I don't know how long this will last, but at least while it stands, we probably won't die. I'd say that with the greatest of suspicions. They're there to help provide heirs. She's had 1 child who's an infant. It's a niece. Oh, right. We probably should actually declare a rivalry. So, yeah. We'll rival Bohemia. So anyone who dislikes Bohemia is more likely to like us. Well, in theory. Different hegemons tend to dislike each other. If they're all great powers. Speaking of hegemons, we are still... Wow, hang on. We are still the military hegemon. Which, I mean, is hurting the bank a bit. However, while it is hurting our bank, it has been a massive success for our military campaign. As evident by the fact of all the fights we had where we just wiped the floor with them despite being equal number. That was very pleasing to watch, I must say. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, with 283,000, these guys are not raising levies anytime soon. The real benefit here is the massive tax base from the gold and the high control they have for it, which is then going to be transferred into payments. Now, they aren't giving us the most. In fact, they're actually giving us almost no payment, which is hilariously low, actually, considering what they're doing. But considering we are exporting a lot of that gold for money, or now using it at a cheaper cost, it's probably still worth it. Yeah, these are still going to be recruiting people. This isn't, though. It's already done. What are we missing? Books? Well, that makes sense, actually. We did switch the books around, didn't we? So you probably now have a situation where books aren't being made as much. Need of the clerics, library maintenance, need of the burghers. Well, I assume it's just we don't have as many books being made at the moment because they're not fully staffed. No, these are fully staffed because they're very profitable. 45% production efficiency. Oh. I can't wait to build more. To be honest, the printing shop and the paper workshop are now our two biggest production benefits. So, I see the light blue. Is that to upgrade, or is that to just build a new one? I think, yeah, the little, like, bluish hue ones here, this means there are buildings to upgrade. The problem is I don't think it's going to tell you how many there are, which is slight issue, because, like, I don't know, is there only one here? Is there only one to upgrade? Well, there is in this case, but I didn't know if it was the only one to upgrade or not. And just to double check, their production methods, the only real benefit you can get is either lead or wood for them. So if there's lead or wood in a whole state, it's pretty good for paper. But honestly, I think the production efficiency is high enough that we don't have to really care about the paper. We can just kind of build where we please. Speaking of which, I need to make sure that we're caught up on libraries. Oh yeah, we did annex this area up here, didn't we? How is the control? It's very bad. Pretty sure we're gonna want to give this over. Just Colston, because that's probably gonna have a better connection to their capital, or maybe not, but they'll figure it out, I'm sure. Well, they'll eventually figure it out, or they will suffer trying. Honestly, either one works. Oh, that silver's good. I just realized something, chat, actually. This province could make a lot of jewelry. Because it has access to gold. And it can use gold to make jewelry. Except that gold is extremely expensive right now, so that would be a fool's errand. And I am a fool, so it would be my errand. I think for now, we're just going to upgrade a lot of the scriptorums. Just because then we're upgrading buildings that will be more productive than they otherwise would be. More robber barons. Where is deal with robber barons? We were just integrating it. They have a bad habit of appearing wherever we're integrating. Also, honestly, that's almost enough Brandenburgish to where I don't mind converting further right now. I'm not surprised that alliance broke, to be honest, given our aggressive expansion. They were probably fearful of us. Yes. More centralization would be good. Are we leaning towards outward already? We are. What does inward and outward do? Inward would give us crown power and inward would give us crown power. I really would love crown power. But outward gives power protection. I really won't touch that for now then. Let's get rid of some aristocracy. I'm actually wondering if I want to... I don't think there's any new laws for us to pass, and I don't think there's a law we want to really change. Because a lot of these laws we set up a long while ago, and they're still the laws that we want. The only thing I can think of is maybe changing limited censorship. No censorship gives you some monthly progress to various good things, but we could also do strict censorship. Just make you spiritualist, though, so maybe we won't. Yeah, I don't want to drift towards spiritualist. Because we've been wanting to go towards humanist, but we don't really have the things in place for that. Innovative's fine, though. We're definitely going to try to pass this, though, for the centralization, so... We're not going to spend it on getting another war started. Not this time, at least. We're definitely going to take advantage of the fact that right now these roads are 20% cheaper at the moment. Also, the increased productivity of our lumber is very, very nice. As you can see here, it's now 1.2 because of dedicated forestry. Can I afford to lose 5 support? I can. So let's change that into money. That can help us build. actually willing to let us build in them. That's crazy, considering we just beat them in a war and everything. We're trying to decide. This is the problem with roads. Let's just tell them to start upgrading into paved roads for now. Another comment, another omen. I think this is the part where the game starts to get slower too. You start to have more things to do, so you either have to automate more or you are micromanaging. Yeah, give me army tradition. Our army tradition is extremely high right now, chat, thanks to all the wars we did. We can actually train up our divisions too, because their experience has decayed by quite a bit. Just before we go to war, because that would make them stronger, but we'll see. Supply convoys. Right, we do need to upgrade the army, so we will get to that in a bit. Not right now. How far are we on the New World spreading to us? It has not even... It hasn't spread at all. So, we're that far into it. It hasn't spread to us at all. These would be good for more production, but... since we're at peacetime right now, let's go for Iron Tooth, because that's 2.5 estate satisfaction. Which is just basically free money, in my opinion, because it means these who are already happy will get happier, and if it's someone like the nobles or the commoners who aren't at their full tax, the nobles in this case, it'll let us tax them more and get more money out of them. It's just good news for us. And one of the estates is building a gunsmith right now, actually, which is very nice. It's actually the clergy. The clergy are investing into guns. I've only missed 10 out of 12 hours of this playthrough. Yeah, God, I see what time it is now, actually. I am definitely playing this way longer than I intend to, once again. But that shows how much fun I'm having with it. Even when we lost the war to Bohemia and France, and then had that really struggle of a fight or two, I'm having a lot of fun with it, which is a good sign. It means that I'm enjoying the game. And that I'm enjoying streaming it. Proximity is 0.61. I want to see if the centralization shifts it at all. No, it probably already did shift it in that case if it hasn't. It's just we need these roads built up. So how is this pathing right now for control? It is actually pathing this way. But if I do the road build it once this way. See, I don't know, is this better or is the way it's trying to path better for the road? I have no idea. But I guess having roads everywhere leading to everywhere is never a bad thing either, so there's that. 1, 2, 3, 4 locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this would technically be faster by number of locations, but we've already built up this way, and we actually need to get some proximity down here too for control, so it's still necessary regardless. It's a lot of clergy. You know, I'm actually fine with taking a clergyman and putting him in charge, because we need these conversions to finish, and who better than a clergyman to, well, not, more of like a simulate, I should say. I am not spending all that money. I'm not spending 750 ducats I don't have. There we go. I thought I didn't put him in for a second. Still have the head of cabinet. Okay, good. Just making sure. How close are we to reform desire? Oh, it's maxed out, so the moment that can start firing off, it will. Like, the moment it can, it will. Okay, their counterintelligence is weakened, at least. We have more influence in their tradition, too, which does help. What are you doing down there, Bohemia? I'm sorry, is that Tunis in Italy? What the heck is Tunis doing? Ah. Okay. Yeah, I guess that would do it. I guess having all those troops would do it. The Ottomans are still trying to seize Constantinople. They're actually past the real end time for seizing it. Are these still at war, or did they split? Wow, they split, right? First Noble Civil War. Ah, wow, there's now 2 Mamluks. Which one's the real Mamluk? You decide. Because I'm not deciding. I'm not spending money on things I don't need or can't have. Go ahead and expand our wood production as well to make these roads a bit cheaper. Okay, yeah, now it is taking that path since it technically is faster. But it still has no control since it's conquered and the proximity is still dead. Which, you know, welcome to just proximity in a nutshell. We have a lot of cores now, at least, so that's nice. Actually, let's bring the army down to the iron mine. Maybe we can... That's the wheat pit. Iron mine. There we go. That did bump it up. Yeah, friendly armies and province. That did bump it up a bit to where we can squeeze out a bit of proximity. May as well assign our army to an area where it's not going to be dying, to where it can actually just kind of do a job for us. Okay, very nice. I still want to get rid of these two as well, so they're just not in the way of our construction. We have all of these subjects along the coastline, too, that are just shielding us. It's great. How is Lüneburg doing? Because they've been kind of the fastest growing one. Not bad for 550,000 pops. I'd say they're doing pretty good, actually. I want to expand these RGOs, and then I want to mass expand wool RGOs, where... Wow, I guess... Wow, they're actually... Most of the wool RGOs right now are maxed out. Okay. That's fine. I'm just a little taken aback by how maxed out they are already. So what shortages do we have right now? We're lacking paper. So I really just need to invest in paper mills then. Or I'm sorry, paper workshops is the appropriate name to call them by. Although why is their profitability down? Is it just because it's gotten cheapish? I mean, maybe it kind of spikes now and then, though. It was more profitable earlier, but that was probably the profitability of upgrading it. It could also be that cloth is getting expensive, or rather, cloth is no longer cheap. So we might want more spinner guilds. And if you recall, we want to build a bunch of them over here, chat, because this area that has a bunch of towns nestled together I'd like to add has wool. They're lucky one of these was livestock and one of these was sand. So it's okay that it's all bunched up like that and isn't going to be a pain later down the line. That way we just convert the wool into cloth, and then we can convert the cloth into paper. In fact, there are paper making guilds here. There are fiber crops here, actually, so they could make a lot of paper here. Because there are fiber crops. Well, that's at the current level. I'm pretty sure the level 2 doesn't use them anymore, does it? It still can use fiber crops if fiber crops are more profitable. Whether it would, I actually don't know. We would need to upgrade one and find out. So that's probably what we'll do is we'll upgrade one in the town and just find out. Ah, the agent got arrested before he could get to 75. He only got up to 50. Try to see if we can't get one of these spy networks big enough. Although for you, accumulate rivals more expensive than crushing this, right? Yeah. Because we have how many years left? 4 years. Oh, they're building a town. Please don't tell me that's where the... Okay, good. I was going to say, please don't build it where the gold is. We need to extract as much gold as we can. And it needs to only be gold, nothing else. Okay. We're back up to 100 ducats, so that's nice. We're actually making more earlier, apparently, but I assume that was things like trade and diplomacy fluctuating, which seems to be the exact case. Can we do anything as the HRE yet, or no, our monthly influence is still weak as ever? And all of our spies are getting caught. They're not doing a good job. Oh shoot, chat. I just double-clicked without reading, but we just got the event that ended the robber baron scenario. Finally. Yeah, end of the robber baron era. There we go. 20% crown power for 50 years. Oh, finally. We don't have to use cabinet actions to suppress them anymore. We can start getting back to good things like integrating provinces and forcing people to switch their culture. One of those is more respectable than the other. What are we researching right now? Oh, that should be the Iron Tooth, right? Yep, almost done. Sure, just because they've been good to us. And they're not the nobles, so they get a free pass by default. Man, Berlin's got some good profitability on the books. Literally. Oh, there's an artisan guild in Berlin, so that's another 1% bonus. That's cool. Okay. That 2.5% estate satisfaction is going to be very nice. I kind of want to get the speed of integration next, just so we can integrate faster, given our circumstances. Peasants are already at their max tax level, so we don't really need more of that. I suppose making more weapons wouldn't be bad. Because, yeah, let's get the weapon workshop next, since we have a lot of standing units now. And then maybe we could get these techs. Then we'll get efficiency of cabinet. Because that'll be good for us. That way our cabinet, it's only 5% efficiency, but that's another 5% efficiency on top of what we already have. In fact, our crown power is at around 45% right now. The nobles have fallen below 20. The burghers are almost at 25, which is kind of unfortunate because it's starting to make it to where we're struggling to tax them for more money. But I think it's okay right now. I think that's okay for now. Oh, wow, we actually have a lot of money. I really should be spending this. That's done. We're going to go ahead and build this up next, chat. That way we can prepare for integration so we can control the gold mine directly. Ooh, 10% efficiency of cabinet for 10 years. And also because it will help drag this into our market by giving it better market access. Because market access will help decide market attraction. As you can see right here. But of course then the owner and the market centers can also project their own attraction. So we're going to go ahead and use a lot of those there. So we'll see once one of these upgrades to level 2 if we want to upgrade more of them here or not. That's why I'm kind of holding the money too, as I'm wanting to wait and see, is it better or not? Oh god, this is organized weirdly. There it is. Yes, so it is going to use the fiber crops here because the fiber crops... I assume it's using the fiber crops because it gets the production efficiency bonus, which allows it to produce 10% more than it otherwise would, which makes it very profitable. So I do want to... Oh. I do want to go ahead and upgrade the others here, even though there's not enough burgers for it right now, which... Yeah, this is going to eat burgers alive. It's going to use a lot of... Bohemia found the agent, but not before we could make that CB. These towns are pretty small still, but they are growing at least. The prosperity just needs to catch up, which takes a long time. Which is the point of prosperity to begin with, is to take time. Because once you get it up really high, it's really good. How are you Bohemians doing? That is the wrong button. Their tax base is growing again, but it did stagnate at one point. If we were to go to war right now, we would probably lose if we had no allies backing us up. Austria's currently at war, so they won't back us up, but that... I mean, that's fair. They're already in the middle of a war. I can't expect them to come fight another one on top of it all. Saxony has grown weaker after our war against them. But we could still use them to our advantage. I think the big issue is it's just all the levies that Bohemia can raise. Maybe if it's mainly levies, maybe we could beat them in a war. We could also raise more of our own levies beyond what we already have. Speaking of which, because I keep forgetting, we really need to upgrade the cannons. So, there we go. We also have supply convoys now, which is going to be nice. Once they get organized, at least. Because each one holds about 4 food. We might actually need more convoys, because I've noticed that despite all of that, they only have a singular month of food. Oh, because they're above their supply limit in the area they're in right now. That's fair. Yeah, no, that actually makes a lot of sense. Oh, we lose about 30 ducats if I put that whole, if I put all of them on training, we lose almost 30 ducats, which is kind of scary. Are we still good for the Emperorship? Oh, we're still good for the Emperorship. Everyone still supports us. Even Bohemia is still willing to vote for us, despite the fact we went to war with them and you know, terrorized them. And the good news is that some of the people that will be on Bohemia's side are just subjects. So not all of it is levies that are good under Bohemia, but 38k potential versus 65k potential is a significant disparity. But we're more focused on regular units, whereas they're more focused on levies right now. And we partially know this thanks to the military hegemon system, because as we can see here, Bohemia does not have any regulars right now, so all of its troops would be levies, and the levies would probably suffer. I say probably. Well, actually, no, they do have regulars. That's weird. Because, yeah, the Great Northern Yuan is at 0. I wonder... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, chat. The reason why it's not showing it is because Bohemia is no longer a great power. I was still thinking. Victorian version of Hoi 4. It feels like it. I was still thinking Bohemia was a great power, so I was talking as if they were, you know, able to be a hegemon. They can't be a hegemon. They don't have the potential. Well, they don't have the potential for now. They could gain the potential later. 34. Could you imagine having 34 printing shops here? Oh, that's why it's taking so many burgers. It's like a lot per level. How many is it per level? A lot. A good about like 250, I'd say. Speaking of which, we have new locations for new marketplaces, so we are going to get that done right away. And then we actually need to take a look at... Yeah, no pound lock canals, I thought as much. Bridges. Because we can make some bridges over here to make it just a tad easier to get to. Oh, punish the... No, yay, punish the robber baron. So... We gain legitimacy, they lose estate, satisfaction, they lose power for 20 years and lose a lot of money. We can make a mild version, or we can just reconcile. Yeah, anything that lets me beat the nobility down right now and get more centralization is good in my book. Plus, it means they don't have that money to enrich themselves now they're broke. They have to start saving again to spend it. Actually, their expenses and taxes are almost equal, so they can't really build that toll castle they want to build. Our burgers are also at 25% power now, chat, which is interesting. They give us more trade capacity now, 1% per level, and move us towards plutocracy and navy maintenance reduction, but it means we're getting even less maximum tax on them, so whether we're getting more money or less is hard to say. Like anything else, there are pros and cons. That is a sudden increase in the iron price. I know there's going to be a shortage because we have blacksmiths. Because, I mean, how else do you make weapons? But dang, I did not expect it to spike that hard. So this has definitely got, yeah, 30 potential tax base if we could incorporate it. So let's say for now, the assimilation over here can stop. I think it's almost fully Brandenburgish. I don't need to really assimilate it further. It's already heavily assimilated. This is the area that needs to be assimilated right now to get cores. We need to focus on assimilating over here to get the Silesians and Czechs into Brandenburgish so that we can then incorporate a lot of it. Speaking of incorporations and cultures, we haven't really been investing in our culture capacity that much because everyone is pretty easy to accept. Like the Sorbians, for example, very easy to accept. The Angrians are actually pretty easy to accept, and that would probably stop them from revolting. Just because of how low our culture capacity is needed for each one. We could actually make Sorbian accepted. Actually, wait a minute. What is the majority down here? Kind of a bit of both, because I'm trying to think. Because if I make them accepted, it would auto-core some of these areas then, because of them being... Okay, this is Silesian German. This is not a core. I just want to make this a core, so I guess Silesian is the one I would want to accept. Oh, but I can't because we don't have the better views. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, you probably want to get the vacuum cleaner replaced first, I would agree. Gotland becoming a superpower. In theory, you could do it with enough ambition. As is their tagline, to be ambitious. But I foresee great suffering in your future should you choose that path. And it is suffering I do not wish to be a part of. Okay, so really quickly, Austria, are you done with your war yet? Are you still at war? You're still... Even if you were at war, you wouldn't join us, so that's pointless to ask. Okay. Want to see really quickly... Yeah, no one wants to become our subject. I assumed as much. Oh, yeah, you can use the papacy to request divorce. I was wondering if you could do that. The answer is, well, yeah, of course. Steal maps, sabotage reputation, corrupt officials. Whose maps can we steal? Is it Castile's maps? I'd love to steal Castile's maps. It's not their maps, in case you were wondering, but... This is going pretty well. Yeah, I would say this is going pretty well after we got stunted. Does the village and city expand the more you build up? I would say yes from the Ottoman game I played, but also you can see Wittenberg here is quite expanded now. We've also built a few towns near it as well, which is pretty nice. Oh, sorry, Wittenberg is not the... Yeah, there it is. Magdeburg is the area where we built towns near it as well. I got confused. You can see it's very expanded. It is actually... Got 253,000 pops now. My goodness. I'm kind of worried this place would starve if we didn't have more food stored. Not that I think it'll actually starve. Yeah, we really need to stockpile books more, but we never seem to have enough books, and we never seem to have enough paper, I'm noticing. We just never have enough no matter what we do. Which I guess is fine. It's just really weird that we never seem to have enough. Oh, yes. How are we on the weapons now? What would level 2 weapons look like since we can build them now? Weapons workshop. It's at least a ducat of profit. What about weaponsmiths? Oh, yeah. Weaponsmiths are like half that. Easily half that. I hate how it moved. I don't know where it is now. It's a gunsmith. Cannonsmith. Because I see the workshop. I'm trying to find my other one, but it just vanished on me. Let me just do this really quickly. It's probably moved it by ducats and probably just dropped it below here, didn't it? Nope. I don't know why it's suddenly... I'm upgrading... There's 2 of them and upgrading one. I'm probably just scanning over it, missing it, but it's fine. We can just let that one upgrade for now, then. Because we are going to need weapons as time goes on here. I am not donating to the Pope. Are you kidding me? We pay enough to the Pope as it is. I'm not paying more. You are crazy if you think I'm paying more. Well, only a little crazy. I thought I heard that cabinet member death. Let's get someone who's good at the job for now. Because they need to try and help maintain legitimacy here. Okay, so this is all integrated now. That's good. Now I need you to assimilate them. Although there's a decent... Actually, a lot... I just realized all of this is Brandenburgish. I don't need to assimilate this at all. That's the best integration area ever. Already horrible. Yeah, that's probably what happened exactly then, is that they built up the Isle of Man until it was just fully populated. Because you can see here, this is decently built up as a town that the AI has done, but it's not fully covering it yet. But it is decently there. So the Hussite situation ends soon. Oh, have they started a third war right now? Ah, the war music just started playing as I noticed this. So, Bohemia is currently busy with a separate conflict. They have... There's no way they have 40,000 regulars. That has to be a tooltip error. There's no way they have 40,000 regulars. Yeah, here it is. This is... I was gonna say, there's no way Bohemia has 40,000 regulars. That's mad. I don't know if EU4 has expanding cities. I haven't played it in such a long while that I actually cannot recall. I'm gonna hesitantly lean towards no, because I don't know. We're gonna wait a month just so I can grab an ally really quickly. Well, try to grab an ally. Whether they actually want to help us is a completely separate situation. Yeah, Palatine. Maybe you. No, I mean, we can ally Saxony and then just break it off again, I guess. By us breaking it off, I mean Saxony will break it off again because they keep doing it. After every conflict, they're just like, all right, bye, and leave us. Oh, yeah, we haven't called Parliament. Oh, no special status has any issues to bring to Parliament. Okay, well. Never mind, we couldn't even call Parliament even if we wanted to. So, Saxony currently has a truce, but despite the truce, Saxony is willing to come in anyway. And I actually want to go ahead and do that because we later want to conquer Saxony. So having Saxony become unstable is probably to our benefit anyway. I mean, even with them in, we're still at risk of losing us. The only difference is that we have more allies who can go die for us. And our goal is going to be, ideally, we seize more gold mines and just expand our subject. If we can seize their capital, that would be good too. Because that also has a very... Not only does it have a level 12 gold mine near it, it is built up with a big jewelers guild that's been mass exporting. That's making some good profit. This has a tax base of 93. Ripping that out from Bohemia would be painful for them. But it would be equally painful if they lost a lot of their gold supplies. Although, as we expand, we are going to eventually probably reach a situation where our market will probably need to be split in two. Paved roads is kind of mitigating this potential issue, but it's something to keep in mind could happen. Speaking of which, this is still not fully cut yet. I'm confident that it will soon, though. We just need to increase our own market attraction a bit, perhaps. Yeah, actually, maybe we could... Trade center sponsorship. Now, the burghers getting more power could be a problem because they may start to weaken the crown. But I think we take the risk of giving trade center sponsorship. What we could then do, if we're worried about them getting too much power, is we could look for a right of theirs to revoke. The problem is that they have a... Ah! Right, yes. I forgot they had this. I would like to get rid of this that reduces RGO size in towns and cities. Yeah, we'll get rid of that later. Because it costs 63 stability right now with how powerful they are. Which I have no one to blame except myself for, so, yeah. So... I'd like to get rid of it soon, though, so maybe we bump this up to 0.2. And then we get a cabinet action. Although they're in the middle of integrating and assimilating, so we'll do that later. I'm still not confident that we're going to win this, but to be honest, this is probably our best time to go in, while Bohemia is busy in a massive conflict with the papacy, which it could actually end up winning. But that means it's going to be down here in the south busy and not fighting up here. So this really is our best time to go in now. If we don't go in now, we're going to struggle later. If I gave Austria a land offer... No, being at war and they like Bohemia too much. Okay, Saxony joined, despite the instability they would suffer. Okay. Yeah, I still don't understand why France was willing to agree to that defensive league. I still have no idea how we managed to worm our way into a defense league with France. But honestly, we stand to benefit far more than France does. France is probably the reason why no one's come to cave our skull in right now. You know what? I'm so confident they have no army near the border. We're just going to send the regular forces in now and let the levies come up behind them. That being said, I do believe this is too big and we need to split it in half, right? The unit weight is 43. And the supply limit here is, yeah. So split it in half. Reform ranks. And then just go off to the other area and just start sieging 2 different provinces. And then I think the levies, we gather them near the border and have them ready to just join whoever needs aid. But kind of keep them away. That way, where we have 2 sieges going on, both of which have +4 from artillery, because we upgraded our artillery to the new era's artillery, the Age of Discovery. So they're just doing so much better now. Is there too much weight here? Or is it just because it's winter? Yeah, it's just because it's winter. They're just suffering because of winter. There's nothing we can do there. Oh, shoot. Okay, so it looks like our regulars were winning that fight against the Bohemians, but an army of theirs did appear, and we only barely won that. Supply limit 25, unit weight 20. So it's like just oh yeah, levies just don't weigh as much, I guess. That's what it is. Yeah, levies don't weigh as much. Yeah, it's because levies don't weigh as much. That's why they're able to be there. Regimental spirit, less food consumption. I'll take it. It's not much, but I'll take it. We can call a parliament or Landtag. Oh yeah, we never built any training fields, which is another source of training. We probably want that for... Oh, but I would really love the integration process. Yeah, let's take the integration process. That way the next 6 months are at least faster, but maybe support for outward. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Now it will pass. Get rid of the toll castle too, but we'll actually wait because the nobles are really upset now. Yeah, they might become dominions in our lifetime, maybe, in about 200 years from now. At this point, we're just fighting to carve out a sphere of influence for Brandenburg, which I'd say we've managed to do, given we are the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. And Catholicism just gave us 5% estate satisfaction for the next 10 years for the equilibrium, so that's going to be nice for research, which is still above 2. If I say no, it's a big drop, right? Yeah, they lose 20 satisfaction. I'm actually worried that the local burghers are actually starting to get a bit too much power, though, so let's say no. Because they're very high in their satisfaction already. I think we can afford to say no this time. Oh, the +4 cannon here has dropped all the way to +1 because a bunch of cannons were lost in that fight. They were able to slow us in the end. Ooh. Sorry, that promote institution caught my eye there, because we're going to need it. Why can't I open my government panel? There we go. I don't know what that was. I must have bugged something for a second. You are great, but you're also bad. I'm actually going to put the heir in charge. He's not great, but he's not terrible. And who is a member that's of the crown? You two, both of you. So we'll make you, because you're just better. And then this is about to finish, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is going to be done very shortly. The timers are not right. This is not that far off, I believe. Yeah, that says 1507 is when it should be incorporated, but it's actually going to be done. It's not even going to be done at 1507. That's also wrong. This is going to be done by December. I don't know why it's so inaccurate, but it is. I love how we just have the occasional people trying to revolt, but they can't gather the strength to actually revolt. Brandenburg got 20% integration. That's nice. We'll probably try to occupy some of these territories here too, just so we have vision over it since we'll have the occupation. Also, prevent them from calling up more levies from it in the future. What does this do? Institution growth, always good. I should just vote for them. They're always some kind of benefit for us. I don't need to mouse over and see what it says within 10 years. Maybe not 10 years. Okay, 1 year and the siege is over. Are they... We're going to pull them back really quick just to try to replace the lost cannons. And look at that. Enemy units. Guess what's about to die? Well, these definitely have some regulars in them because they're not breaking as easily. Ah, they still lost, though. They took more casualties than we did. So we're just going to quickly pull them back to kind of recuperate from the manpower pool. Oh, I don't think we can while we're suffering attrition. And Winter, you always suffer attrition, so we can't really stop that from happening. Hey, they're building a tailor guild now. I love our clergy so much, chat. They have done nothing but build things that are nice for us. All because they love us and they don't pay taxes to us. They pay it to some guy in Italy. Siege this and put that fort under siege, and that should be a good chunk gone. Five legitimacy, 5 prestige. I'll take the prestige loss because that'll just grow up on its own. It won't impact our finances in any way. I know limiting a couple hundred divisions is not going to, or wow, divisions. What game am I playing? A couple hundred levies isn't going to do much for us, but it's just a couple hundred levies they no longer have. I just have to occasionally glance and make sure they're still at war down there, because if they're not at war anymore, chat, they're coming up here to fight us. So we have to just glance over now and then to see, like, are they still at war or are they about to come kill us? Okay, there's some of them now. Holy Roman Empire gets 1.67 authority. If we can get to 20, we can try to pass a law that would benefit us. I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be nice. Just kind of keeping an eye on these armies here. I think I should move to eliminate... Yeah, let's move to eliminate one of them at least while let the other siege continues. It means this area will be liberated in the end. That's the wrong button. But I say we go for it anyway. And that army's basically wiped. Yep, nothing left. At least this means what we'll have ended up doing, we'll have ended up wiping out a decent chunk of Bohemia's vassals and their levies before Bohemia's own army actually reaches us. You still have +1 cannon? Yeah, let's switch you out then. Because the other ones are reformed and yeah, they have +4 cannon. Ooh, nice chunk of enemies dead. How many have we killed now so far? We've actually lost 21,000, which I think is just our vassals are fighting out over here. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's a Bohemian army. Let's finish this siege before we actually go after that army. Also, because these guys need to kind of recuperate, because they lost a lot of regulars in a fight earlier. They need to be given the opportunity to get those back. But they only recover per month. We probably should get that 10 reinforcement speed. Oh. Are they sure they want to march into this? We have better quality, better morale. I mean, can they not see us, chat? No, they can see us. They can see us. I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they have another army nearby. Maybe is there a second army nearby? No, not that I can see. I don't know. Our spy network keeps getting dismantled, so I can never find out in the end. I want to do more discovery techs, but we might take a temporary dip back to the age of the Renaissance period, because we can buff our silver up. But I also really want to infiltrate administration at some point. Any other good techs back here that we never grabbed? Supply depot maybe. 10% reinforcement speed. Yes. Reinforce, is that getting troops back or just in battle? Yeah, Let's grab that really quickly then, because that would be good to replace our losses with. Oh, yeah, no, they're not winning this. Yeah, we have reserves. They have almost no reserves. So what's going to happen here, chat, is their lines will break, and yeah, they'll lose. They actually left sooner than I thought they would. And another member of the cabinet is dead. I don't know what's happening, chat. People just keep dropping dead around me. I have no idea why. Okay, now that this is recovered, I'm gonna save my gold. And watch a lot of armies die. I think a fight just happened here and these guys just won. Or are these guys still retreating? I think these guys are still retreating. I'm not sure. I'm slightly confused. I didn't really get to catch that. I think they're just retreating. Retreating in very interesting directions, though. I'll give them that. Yeah, so that's actually kind of nuts, too. It means since you're taking attrition while in the winter, you die. There is a sort of tech tree. The tech tree is divided into 6 different eras. Each era has their own tech tree and various effects while active. And once you're in, like right now we're in the age of discovery, and these only are accessible when you reach a certain year and then get their institutions spread to you, which we still have not gotten New World at all. Once the age itself is no longer relevant, it will get a cost reduction to its technologies, which is only, that's why we're only now dipping back to grab 1 or 2, because it's cheaper at this point in time. And we know it's cheaper, so we're just going to grab it. How is their army doing? We slaughtered a lot. Are they still at war with the Pope? For now, but they're losing. So they may bow out. Oh, we just ran into their army in the capital. But it looks like, yeah, the casualties are in our favor. Oh, yeah, that was in our favor. Why did you just depopulate suddenly? Oh, it depopulated suddenly because its people were, yeah, right, war. I forgot that's a thing. You know that thing, war, that tends to lead to people dying and therefore they're no longer around? Yeah, that thing. That's kind of what happened, and that's why suddenly a location depopulated out of nowhere. Oh, I want to build so many books. How are we short that many books? Sorry, paper. What are we using it all for? Printers, scriptorium maintenance... Damn, I guess we just need to build a lot more books then, huh? Honestly, at this point, even though it's gonna consume a lot... sorry, I can't see with the snow which province this is in. I'm trying to keep it in the same provincial area because that's where a lot of the benefits are gonna come from. Is there... Oh, this already doesn't have enough people to operate to begin with. Because this is the area that has the fiber crops right now, and they get the production bonus from fiber crops. So we're trying to concentrate them all there with the fiber crops. We did just spend a lot of gold here to build all of these, and it's going to actually be a few years before they're all built. So we might want to start considering more construction tax. There's a 10% the age of discovery. We might dip for that at some point. Promising general. I do love me a promising general. Also a cabinet action that can be taken. None of the rebels are over 70, so that's fine. Can we promote that institution here? Meritocracy. Wait, meritocracy is here, and the new... Oh! The New World just finished spreading to Brandenburg, so now it's going to start spreading everywhere, but meritocracy is also starting to spread. By the way, chat, this institution is from the Age of Tradition. You can only get it if you started in Asia. Otherwise, you have to wait for it to come all the way over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our new cabinet action to promote it in Brandenburg. That way, we guarantee it will finish spreading here as soon as possible. Instead of at 0.07, it'll spread much faster because we're going to increase it by 2.48 each month. Once it spreads to the market capital, it's going to spread throughout the entire market. That will allow it to spread a lot faster. Because right now, it is barely in Europe. It is like reaching Europe, but it's only reaching it through the trade ports. Or that's, yeah, the trade ports. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I don't like that I don't like that Bohemian army there. If we're able to knock out their capital, we pretty much win this, and we can actually make the Hussite Wars end in favor of the papacy. It's not that I want to help the papacy. I just want to do something that makes them lose. That makes the Bohemians lose. You know? That's all I want to do. I just want to see Bohemia lose. Last I checked, they're still fighting down there, but I need to double check again. It might have just ended. Ooh, yeah, okay. So, kind of 5 alarm fire bells here. Their war down south just ended, which means all of those Bohemian troops are coming north. Thankfully, most of them are levies at this point, but oh. Do we win this? I'm not confident that we win this. Can I change the commander last minute? Probably not. It probably... Ooh, I mean, they're missing a good chunk of morale, but they might have more troops on the way. I think, because it's the capital, let's bring our other army over. Oh, they didn't even need... They won that handedly, actually. Wow. I guess they didn't really need the other army to come over, but let's bring it over anyway to add the cannons to just finish the siege quickly. But I'm glad they won. I'm glad that worked out as hoped. Oh, I really want to get these. I want to get silver. There's too much in the Renaissance that I still want. Not too much, but definitely several things. We kind of skipped over the naval stuff in it because we don't really have much of a coastline right now. We do, but not to an extent that we'd want to grab it. There are also still tradition texts we could grab that they're not bad to grab. Like 0.02 stability, that's actually pretty decent. In hindsight, maybe we should have grabbed this a while ago, but I feel like it's something we can do without, and that's why I'm not trying to get it. It's because I feel like we can do without it. Power projection would be good for forcing people to fold to us. Trying to see. We do have iron now, and we'll have copper soon, so efficient mining is not a bad choice. Plus 10 supply limit would actually be really good for us. Army morale movement cost, that would be really good for us. Attrition cost from morale, yeah, these are all really good. Oh yeah, we could go down this, because while it looks like it's just military tech at first, we do actually get some good laws. Like, ruler must be commander during war, I do want that. Foreign culture law, I say good laws, they're laws. 20% maximum RGO size and rule. We can also start building construction centers to get more construction in towns and cities. Possible government reform. I definitely want all of this before the Age of Discovery ends. The House of Parliament means we can place a parliament permanently, so we just build out the capital. We get 20% crown power. Let's start researching down this, chat, because it will help us give less trade cost over owned land. We'll get a new law, more reinforcement seat, and supply depot capacity, which is definitely good. We can create supply depots in hostile locations, which I really should get into. Basically, we're going to go down that path next, now that we've gotten a good deal of our economic text done while we wait for the new world. Because another government reform would be really nice. Just to give you an idea, this is some of the things, like black chambers would improve our espionage, plus innovative and outward. Transportation code would make roads cheaper to build and give us more trade range. We can only pick one of these, of course, once we have the next slot. But it's just a lot of decent-ish options. You can pick, like, 5% tax efficiency, 5% tax efficiency again. Royal commissions for cabinet efficiency, I definitely want that one. So we're going to work towards it. And the Bohemian capital has fallen. So first off... it's 77 to suppress it. I see. So if I do this, that's most of it right there right away, which I don't really want to do, because I mean, yes, so they'll probably succeed in the Hussite situation in the end if we let them. But we could take something far more valuable from them. Although taking their capital is extremely expensive. It's a lot of aggressive expansion too. And Bohemia would be one of the ones joining, which makes sense. But if Bohemia joins after losing their capital, I mean, their capital region alone has 100 tax base that they're able to tax right now. And their economy is already falling due to occupations. Like, this would hurt their ability to get lots of funds. And I'm pretty sure they've got a good population pool down here. Plus, then we take this behind us, so we have a connection. The problem, though, is that there's other gold that we wouldn't be grabbing then. But that's less developed. I don't think I can take this. I think it's over the cost. It is, yeah. So it would make the line look really ugly. Wow, that's a lot of money. Is that from the horses? That can't be from the horses. So this, I am so sorry for the border gore that I am about to conduct. But it is necessary for the greater good of Brandenburg. I apologize in advance for what you are now going to witness on the map. But please bear in mind that in the next month tick, Bohemia is going to crash. Obviously, we're going to make a subject down here. We have to make... Oh, wow, we're actually going to lose some of those. That's interesting. We are going to make a subject down here because we have a subject right here, actually, that we'll probably just transfer it to. But I might just make a new subject that has Czech as their primary... Wow, I can't find my words. As their primary culture. Someone from the house this time. No, someone that's a male from the house, if you would, please. Ruler's second cousin. You're old, though. I could have it randomly choose. Oh, yeah, he's even older. 22, that will do. What is your connection? Or rule? Oh, you're one of the sons. So let's square this right away. Because if we control this area, chat, the control is going to be pretty much non-existent. But with one of our sons controlling the province, it's going to be a much better area. We will eventually work down to annex it ourselves. But for now, this is the best probable outcome. We might start focusing on annexing some of our northern vassals, actually. Because our control is looking pretty... It's looking pretty good here. I don't think I'd annex Lüneburg yet, but I think Wolgast is reaching the point where all we need to do now is start just mass building roads up there. In fact, upgrade as much as you can. We are now very, 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 very slightly over our fort limit, it says. Which is a minor concern. I mean, obviously it is of concern, but I don't think it's going to cause us that many issues being 0.1% over. And I assume they all just shifted on their strength rating because there's a new subject involved, but also because our regulars need to reinforce right now. And once they reinforce their strength, yeah, there we go. Their loyalties will shift because now they don't think they're as strong as us. Which is exactly what was kind of influencing that disloyalty there. So Bohemia will probably join a coalition against us. We might even get attacked by said coalition, which will suck. But as you can see here, their tax base has fallen to almost 700 now, and their armies have actually shrunk, their potential armies. Praha's going to take time to form, but it's already at 13k potential, which is good. And that gold, man, once they really start taxing it, once the control is restored, it's going to be so good. Now, this is still its own market. We could be really funny. We could have been really funny. I don't know if we can do it now. I was going to say we could have been really funny and just destroyed the market. We still could, actually, because we control it. This obviously comes with risks because it means everything here is going to then be absorbed into every surrounding market. But that would probably be a nail in the coffin for the Bohemians because Not only do they not control the market, they'd be thrown and forced into different markets. Or forced into our market. By the way, maybe I should embargo. Yeah, let's embargo the Bohemians now as well. Now that we've seized some of the key gold reserves, so they won't be able to just block it away from us. Because you can bet there is a lot of gold being moved from this market still. Just not as much. It's just something we're going to have to consider. Do we want to destroy this market and create the chaos that would unfold? Actually, now that the market owner has changed, it's entirely possible that the market attraction will change. Oh, no, they have really high market protection because of the control. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah. I think let's not throw our 40 stability out the window right now to rip the market in two. I think we maintain the stability for any events of tragedy that befall us later on. Blankenberg has joined a coalition against us, chat. We're doomed. I don't know how we're gonna survive. Every man for themselves. I'm sorry. I just want to see again our little booklet areas. That near 40 production efficiency is so good. It's definitely causing them to make a bigger profit than they otherwise could. There's actually some areas that would be good for their own profits, but I assume that's just due to the locations they're in, or maybe this is not considering the production efficiency. I assume it's considering the production efficiency, but maybe it's probably considering control too, which would definitely throw the math off. But yeah, this is... We haven't expanded or gotten as far into the years as I would like, considering how long we've been playing this. Oh, I don't want to lose Imperial authority, but I don't want to pay money. Because I think we need 20 Imperial authority to do an Imperial law, don't we? And there's certain Imperial laws that we could use to our advantage. Because right now we're a Holy Roman figurehead. But I believe you could improve that to give you more authority. Just trying to see right now. Electric Council, limited electors. Oh, I see. It would make less of them exist. You can revoke electorships. Yeah, this is a lot of laws that you could take around. Because like, you have the traditional diet. But then you have the other diets that would, just give more opinion for you. I guess that's just solidification of control. But I don't want to spend the money. It's not worth it. It's not worth it when we have other things to do. 56, 92. Okay, I was looking for our agents here because... Actually, better idea. Diplomacy. Covert. Steal. Ooh, that's a lot of technologies we could steal. That can't be right. Ooh. Okay. I'm just trying to see, like, who could we steal a lot of research from? Ooh, Hungary we could steal a lot of research from. As soon as we get another diplomat in charge. Oh, it's tax-based, chat. 122. Sure, I'll upset the nobility for money. Me upset the nobility for money? You better believe I'm gonna do it, and I'll do it again. Yeah, because we could connect, like, the furs and wool here and get more money from it. Let's kind of start connecting all of this here so the control is just a tad better for us. Gets us a few more levies, a little more money. But because we've also got a lot of constructions going on in the towns. So I don't really need to be pouring more on them at the moment. Well, some of them do definitely need it. I love how expensive iron got now. Like, wow, it got expensive. price is slowly dropping, but it is expensive. Aside Fanatics and Zagon. I mean, I want to go Humanist, but I don't want to upset the clergy right now, so... yeah. Make them happy, get more tech. That's always a good idea, in my opinion, chat. How are we doing with spreading this? It's completely spread to Brandenburg? Great. Both New World... Meritocracy is still going to be a while. It's still taking long, though. Oh, so... I don't know if I really need... You know what? Sure. So now we know all the Azores Sea. That's cool. Yeah, because I figured why not. I think it'd be better for us to just steal technology, though. Stealing their research points from places like England that we did not long ago, chat, is really nice. Because we get extra research points, and they lose a couple of research points. It's kind of a best of both worlds thing. Of course, they need to have a certain amount of research progress before we can actually steal it. Oh, and Naples actually just got to that point. So as long as our spy network holds for another 2 months to a couple of months, we can steal it. In fact, I'm gonna raise our diplomatic spending up, even though it's gonna cut into our ducats, just to try to sustain this ongoing spy war that we're doing. Because stealing all of this research is helping us catch up to the great powers. Yes, we are a great power, but we're a great power solely because we're the Holy Roman Emperor. That is the only reason why we're a great power. If not for that, we would not be a great power. We'd also have less expected cost of port. But that's a different issue altogether. 5.4 research progress. We just stole 5.4 research progress from them. They lose only half of that, though. So, yeah, just like a third of this research that's currently done at 15.64 was just us stealing that technology. So good. Saxony's still our ally for now, I think, right? No, they ended it. I wasn't really paying attention to Saxony. They weren't really a concern. You're Catholic, right? You're not Hussite. You're Hussite. Look, I don't care what your culture is, but this religion nonsense won't do. We'll have to deal with it later, though. We did just get Relentless Drill. It's a nice bonus. Forgot what that does for us. Relentless Drill. Monthly experience gain. That's nice. Oh, so that's like guaranteed minimum experience that we'll have for now, then. Fantastic. Let's put the crown back in charge, then. That way we can get some more crown power back. Because we're definitely missing out on some that we could be using. Integrate province. What is this organized by? Why is that organization different? Okay, no, there we go. It's normal again. It looked weird to me at first. It probably was just me, though. I think we should build more universities to increase our cultural influence now. Especially since cultural influence is involved in taking territory, spy operations. But also because we actually have gotten the university costs down a lot. The base cost is 400, chat. It is 400 base. We have the base cost down to 207. And then the price impact is dropping it further. It's because of all the building cost reduction text that we got, plus the 10% that we get just for being I think it's Brandenburg specifically. So now we're just gonna go ahead and build more universities until we run out of books. And tools, apparently. We really need to build more tools. I know we were leaning towards more tools and never got around to it. They use iron. Honestly, the best place to build then would be over here. For the iron, except... Oh! Fiber crop, wool, wheat, iron. It's like a bunch of good... I can't build a town here at all then, unless I sacrifice fiber crops. I guess I can sacrifice fiber crops and build a town here to make tools. Because those are all like little good RGOs. In my opinion, they are good RGOs. This is livestock. That could easily be a town. Except there's already a nearby town built on lumber. On lumber. insane, I tell you. At least one of us plans ahead. But I guess, we did leave our subject independent for a very long time. Oh! Well, good news, chat. Apparently, the clergymen have decided to build a hospital. So we have that going for us, at least. Bad news is that we do have some construction slowdowns due to a lack of tools and a lack of books. Yes, apparently tools are way more important than I realized. We could just probably... I think what we'll probably do is just kind of spread out tool building, except some of these areas are already building things, so they can't really build more of those. We'll have Magdeburg build 3 at least. This could build 1, just because we're gonna need tools so much that we could kind of spread tools out everywhere and generally benefit. We've already spread them out in several areas, actually. It's one of those things that we're always going to need it for construction and whatnot, whether we get it now or get it later. So I need to see, can I force you? I mean, yeah, I can enforce religion. But they need to be loyal first. Okay, well, that's not hard. We'll just spend some more money on diplomacy, force them to be loyal, then force convert their religion. That way they are less disloyal due to a difference in religion. I mean, there's the primary culture too, but it's that Catholic country viewership that's really problematic. Oh, they found it already. The spy network. That is going to make... Oh, wow, their flag changed. I love it. That is going to make them have very high liberty desire for a bit and be disloyal. But it also gives us imperial authority, which means we can now pass an imperial law. Well, we can try to pass an imperial law. Do we need 20 or is it more than 20? Oh, we need 40. I thought it was 20 for some reason. I guess it was 40, which makes a lot more sense. Or maybe there are certain ones that require 20 and certain ones require 40. Yeah, okay, that one requires 50. And then others just don't have an available policy, so we actually can't change anything yet. So I think a lot of what this is just there are certain laws that need to be passed right now that we can't pass. We would probably need to centralize a bit, perhaps. See, I'm noticing that isn't a lot of change that we can do at the moment. I think we would need to do this institute policy first. Maybe. I don't know. I've never messed with the HRE mechanics here, so I am as confused as anyone else who is watching this right now. Ooh, I would love to conduct a census for more pops. But paved roads are really expensive. And I want more centralization. So we're going to do that instead. And spend what we can to upgrade roads to paved roads now that they're a little cheaper. All right. Yeah, they're going to be pretty disloyal for a long time. Liberty Desire takes time to tick down. Policy do you want me to change to? Traditional distribution? In distribution of power? No. Just give me bellicose support. That's all I need. Oh yeah, the our subject down here that has the gold mine is actually building up jewelry after all, chat. Would you look at that? They actually know what to do. That's good to see. How many cardinals exist? I know we own 2, but I'm wondering how many actually exist right now. 22 cardinals. Good God. I say that as if that's not much. When you look at the real world, it's bigger, I believe. So, let's see. I'm going to drop this back down by 5. Yeah, there we go. Covert actions. Can we steal anything? Not yet. We are working on it. We are working on it in a lot of countries, actually. There's a lot of places where their tradition is just too much stronger compared to our culture. I think French culture is insane. Oh! Is that a French Civil War? French Pretender Rebellion. All right. France finally having a civil war over something. With 472 cultural influence. My god, they have a lot of universities, I bet. And probably art. They probably have a lot of art, too, if we think about it. I can build cathedrals everywhere. It doesn't mean I want to. I mean, they do help our clergy, I suppose. Oh, apparently at some point our pops learned about what incense is, and now they want it. Now, remember that thing they said that once pops learn about something, they're gonna demand it? Yeah, they weren't kidding. They really weren't kidding. They are demanding it. Not in, like, great droves. It's not like a great drove situation that we can't handle. It's just kind of they're demanding incense now, and I have no way to get that. Other than trade, which, yeah, good luck. I think we need more towns, chat, just so we have more marketplaces. Speaking of markets, the general news here again in an emergency. We have ended up with a situation where people simply do not want to do honest work anymore. Oh yeah, see, so more of this has now converted to the Brandenburg market. It's a lot more attracted now. The other pieces are actually slowly falling too. Hungary found our agent. It's unfortunate. But we have battle leadership law now. I want ruler general because I want the ruler to be commanding an army. But military tactics are good because higher military tactics means less damage taken. I don't know if you can see that on here just yet. This is a very nice formation screen, though. Noble command sounds great in its own way, except I don't want to boost the aristocracy, so we're not doing that. I think, yeah, let's just take ruler general. It gives us 0.05 legitimacy too, which is actually very helpful because it means we can spend a bit less. Once it's fully implemented, we can spend less on the court to keep it balanced, which is very nice. So that must be the antagonism one because they tend to vote against that at first. Bohemia has added another place to the Holy Roman Empire. You just keep adding it. You just keep adding it. In fact, here's the current Holy Roman Empire size right now, if anyone is curious. It's reaching into France. I think it's been breaching into France. This is breaching into France even more. I just realized Bohemia has been having to pay us manpower. That's great. I love that. Yes, of course they will pay us manpower. How close are we on either of these? It's pretty slow going. It's spreading faster, it's just taking time. It doesn't help that we've been pausing a lot, though. That tends to create problems, yeah. Got another core. Noble insurgents and German patriots are both getting a bit uppity. We might actually contain that soon. Soon being the key word. Man, our burgers are very, very happy with us. Their satisfaction equilibrium's over 90. Granted, they have a lot of privileges, and we were going to revoke one. So it's time to pull that button, actually. Just almost 60 stability is gonna hurt. But to give you an idea, Berlin has like 6 fiber crop, for example. Brandenburg has 5 sturdy grains as its capacity. Trying to find another location. The silver mine can go to level 6 right now, actually. That's a good side note. Completely unrelated, but, you know, the minus 20 sucks. Anyway, we are going to actually revoke that privilege, even though it's going to upset them greatly. And even though it's going to kill our stability for a bit, to where we're going to need to spend on it. They will recover pretty fast in their happiness. And, look at that. Goslar can now have 7 silver instead of 6. Brandenburg can have 7 sturdy grain, 7 fiber crop in Berlin, 17 of that in Magdeburg. Basically, all of our towns and cities can now have a little more RGO size, which is definitely nice. Yep, more wheat. Kind of also makes it less scary to build a town somewhere, given the circumstances are a little more beneficial now. Oh, sand's actually gotten above base price. I mean, actually impressed. Nothing wrong with building up sturdy grains either, since sturdy grains are quite literally a food source that will help feed our pops. Right now, during the winter time, I mean, we do make food. It's not too bad, actually. It's actually doing better than I expected. Are we importing a lot, though? Oh, we export more than we import, actually. Naples found our agent. Our agents are starting to be found left and right. I really don't want to lose that Imperial Authority, though. Just eat the authority. Why is Magdeburg so big? It is 2 reasons. 1, it's a city, but primarily 2, it has 261,000 pops, and we've just been building it up. It's got 42 development as well. I'm sure a lot of these would actually look bigger if we upgraded them to cities, but cities cost just under 1,600 gold and need a lot of people. Like, they need 30,000 people in them, and most of our towns have less than 30,000 people. This is partially because some of them migrate to Magdeburg, but Brandenburg's actually almost there at 30,000, so we'll probably upgrade this when we can. Just to, you know, have the capital be a city. Because why not? Ooh, did you get more amber deposits? You did. 12 amber. That is a lot. Well done. I feel like I'm patronizing the, our subject. So, that tech we got that just reduced the trade capacity cost over land basically means any of the trades going over land, so Brandenburg to Pest is a good example, as that's probably going by land, will generally cost less than before. Yeah, you can see a lot of that. So all of this that's costing movement by land is going to cost a bit less. Of course, there's different things moving about, so it can be hard to track what's what. But we'll see what trade income looks like after 1 or 2 month ticks. I'm gonna have to deal with those rebels, because it is going to take a month tick or 2 for it to reorient itself now that it will suddenly have more to use. Oh, I can embrace meritocracy now. I can embrace it now, but I don't have the stability, and I've got multiple rebel threats. Speaking of which, we really should get the cabinet on this. You don't need to promote institutions anymore. It's made its way into the land, so that's good enough. So, will that be enough to stop them, or do we have to fight that no matter what? We probably have to fight it no matter what. But I think if we put the army there, we can probably forcefully increase the control. No, it's too negative. Things like the nobility insurgency should calm down, but a lot of it is just in those areas that we lack control in. So it's just going back to that same issue of just we need more control. And of course, to get more control, we have to expand the road network. That way we get better connections to all these areas and make it cheaper. Yes, we did finally get rid of the robber barons. The only way to get rid of the robber barons is to keep using cabinet actions against them until you finally burn it out, and you'll get an event where they've been burnt out. All you can do against the robber barons is just keep fighting them with a cabinet action until it breaks. It's going to take decades, but you can eventually get it done. Ooh, yeah, you're just going to take the prosperity hit. I'm sorry. I don't want to lose prosperity, but money. Also, yes, I don't know if you've noticed, but we own Bohemia's capital now. We have installed our own puppet there, which is now collecting money and ideally sending some of it back to us. Actually, since they're disloyal, they're not sending any money right now, which is really not surprising. And then the other one that actually has a surprisingly good tax base is sending us almost no money back, but we have access to a lot of things that we can make good use of. So that's all fine. So yeah, your tax base is actually higher than theirs, but you're sending almost no money back. Which I'm a little curious about how that's working, but that's probably fine. Yeah, I think this ends... Jeez, I don't know when the 100 Years' War will end, actually. England still has enough territory in it where it doesn't get kicked out. Sorry. Anglia, as their name is. Yeah, I'm just going to take your technology now. Oh, I forgot to see how much tech we'd get from that. 5.6. Nice. Yes. Steal the technologies from our rivals. It's very nice. Very good for us. Okay, so the rebel crackdown ended because the one they were cracking down on it actually ended. So yeah, putting our army here where the rebels were and starting to get control actually choked them out. County privileges from us. Adds the... Oh, I see. They're asking for this privilege. I mean... Sure. I don't see why I should say no. I'll take the money. Oh god, not typhus. Anything but typhus. Ooh, yes. We're gonna take a loan out for this one, chat, because that's 15 research progress for gold. House of Parliament's been unlocked. He saw Brandenburg and thought, yeah, let's mess that small boy. I think we're gonna go... Brandenburg will stay as our capital, unless the game does something that forcefully changes it later. It gave us the option to make it Berlin, but at this point, we've been with Brandenburg for so long, I want to do a little bit of alt history. Just a little bit. And we're going to build the House of Parliament here. Wow, that is expensive. 20 crown power and make the capital our permanent seat. Okay, let's see. No. Well, I do want speed of integration, actually, but there are more important things at hand. Because there are... Ooh, 20 trade advantage. RGO size, possible government reforms, merchant quarters. That sounds like an overseas thing. No, that's an upgrade to the marketplace? Oh, it's an upgrade to the marketplace. It's 50% more capacity, basically. Oh. I don't think... Does that actually have the effect? Oh yeah, you're not wrong. We are getting that plus 25 increase to the proximity cost due to wetlands. Though at this point, we have so many proximity cost reductions that the wetlands are actually negated. Yeah, we have just enough to negate the wetlands with a ruler administrative ability. But you're not wrong that everything having to cycle into a wetland is technically not the best. But we've already built the Royal Court, Grand Palace, and Royal Garden here, and I don't know, I'm feeling biased for Brandenburg because that's our name. If we form Prussia or Germany and it makes us move it to Berlin, I'll let it stay in Berlin then. Oh god, I just realized, really should embrace these institutions. Especially for the slight tech increase. Okay, let's probably focus. I really want the merchant quarters now. Yeah. We're going to go for merchant quarters, RGO size, and then government reform. Because government reform is good. I really think I should get it right away. But I want all of this, so yeah. And then this is just a good building to build for disease. Although, considering how disease is popping up literally in the center of our country, I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. Oh, the Holy Roman Emperor is dead. Long live the Holy Roman Emperor. Yep. So the chapter is closed on Carl II. Carl III is now reigning. Let me guess, Carl IV? No, you're a Frederick. Okay. At least your name's different. Oh, you are, We neglected you, didn't we? We didn't really pay much attention to your, developments. Yeah. Let's go find you someone. Ideally, yeah, maybe someone like that who has notably better skills than you, and will create a better heir. And then you, I don't know. I guess I'll give you the same treatment. When you become the Holy Roman Emperor, you gain 250 great power score, which effectively, at this stage of the game, just is enough to become a great power on its own, with everything else you'll usually have. It is generally just enough that it throws you to the top. Oh my god, these Angrians are trying to revolt again. They just don't stop. Is their area, like, still considered conquered? It should be integrated at this point, unless I forgot. Yeah, it's integrated. I guess they just don't like us. Okay, what can we do about our financial situation? Because we are really spending money. Oh, right, we're spending a lot of it on stability, aren't we? Yep, that makes sense. Cost of court is also very expensive. Diplomatic spending is very expensive, but we're using that to keep our subjects from being disloyal, because right now a lot of them are pretty close. We're probably reaching the point where we are going to need to annex a subject, because a lot, or their strength difference with us is starting to get a bit closer to one another, which is not the best. Why are you giving us basically no money? Scaled off of what? That's weird. Anyway. Yeah, I think maybe the Duchy of Wolgast, we build up the roads to that and annex that now. Or Razeburg, because that one's pretty cheap, yeah. Yeah, we'll work to annex them next, because I think we're starting to have too many subjects that we can't properly contain. They don't have many pops, but we can use it. Okay, 2 cabinet members are missing. 3 cabinet members are missing, actually. I guess the... Oh, yeah, because the heir to the throne was one of the cabinet members. I really don't want to put the heir in charge because he's not good. He is literally getting this position not because of his merits, but because of his status. Solely because he will grant us 25%. Actually, he'll grant us about 6% plus crown head. Yeah, about 31% crown power increase. Technically we can use Stettin for maritime power elsewhere, but it would be pathing straight to Stettin and then going out from there, which currently has a paved road and has a proximity of 47. Because I feel like, yeah, that wetland is adding probably 3 points of proximity cost, but by the end of it, it's not too bad. It's just the results of the situation. Our control is not too bad. We're using vassals fairly effectively to keep it up. A lot of these areas are getting over 60, which I would consider to be fairly good. There are some of them that actually would get higher, but we need to build roads to them right now that we just never really got around to doing. Kind of spending a lot of our money, actually. Although once the burgers get over their discontent, it'll be fine. Can we call it imperial diet? No, we cannot. He's in denial. Yeah, because at this point, Magdeburg has a total tax base of 71, and after control, it's down to 59. So that's just 59 tax base, and then after taxes, we're getting almost 18 ducats just from that place on its own. We're building up a lot of paper mills down here too now that have... Honestly, there's really good control down here too. They just need more burgers, which... Honestly, they need universities down here is what they need. Well, most of them actually have universities. It's just this one here that doesn't. Which I find to be funny. Plus, we need to get our stability positive again, because positive stability will help control promotions. Culture map, sure. We actually just gained a new core over here in the south, if that tells you anything about how that's going. Culture. So that's how Brandenburgish looks right now. We've been kind of working on it as we conquer. But this is all Brandenburgish, and we're working on it down here right now. This is the most recent areas that we're kind of annexed in. In fact, our subject's building another town. On wine. I don't care about wine too much. So yeah, that's going pretty well. I need rice and incense. They've learned about rice and incense, chat. I can't make either in the market. Oh, Castile found the agent right as it hit 75. I could have stolen technology. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, I want to take a look at that really quick. The Lazaretto. Oh, is this literally... Is it literally a building that you can only build on the... Oh, it's a coastline building for towns. Okay, I get it. It's a coastline building. So, great for combination with hospitals there, I bet. Get a lot of disease resistance. I definitely wouldn't say EU5's bare bones. At least it hasn't felt bare bones to me, but maybe my expectations aren't as high, maybe. Maybe I should have higher expectations. I've been enjoying it so far. I actually want to canonize another saint. You know what? Let's... Ooh, who do we canonize? Let's canonize our late father, Karl II, Holy Roman Emperor, is what I'm thinking, because he was the one who broke Bohemia and effectively established Brandenburg's superiority over it, as well as its freedom from Denmark, Poland, and establish that relationship with France. Or so we're going to say. So we will declare him a saint. Which I don't know if that's actually accurate to say, but, well, no one's going to correct us. So, yeah, we're just going to say that. Yep. Our subject in Bohemia is going to be disloyal for a very long time since we forced the religion to spread. We lose 12 stability, but gain 10 humanist. Well, I want humanist. I just don't want the instability. So I really want to adopt these. Although if I wait, at this rate, they'll be very cheap. Stability-wise. I'm just trying to avoid any unfortunate civil war. Oh, this 2.25 tech speed won't last, chat, because the clergy satisfaction's dropping. It just dropped, actually. But it is awesome. Yeah, banning the nobles from the cabinet really did dilute the pool of qualifications. That being said, France keeps changing it. Just ignore France. France is just looking for attention right now. Don't look at France, guys. Don't give them attention. Don't look. Oh, wow. Salt has gotten crazy profitable. There we go. We're actually expanding some of this in wool gas, too, which is fine by me. We'll get more wood. Brandenburg is pain simulator right now, I bet. I will say we got a little lucky because the neglect event ended only a few months in. But honestly, I think the biggest pain with the neglect event at the start for Brandenburg is the 50 control loss and 40 legitimacy smack you suffer. It's just 3 months in, suddenly you lose half your control over everything. You effectively lose half your tax and levies until you recover that. And then you have that minus 10 max control until it ends, but that you can at least partially counteract. Oh, they built that up to a city? Oh, shoot, chat. They, our subject down here near Bohemia built that up to a city. And the clergy there are building a university. And that's their clergy, not our clergy. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I noticed that the mission trees can only be accessed if you're in the tutorial. I don't know what to say or feel about that. A town, dude, they're just building up towns. They're just urbanizing down here for us. I love it. I would have built it on livestock too, but I don't have to pay my money. You know what? They're not really paying us cash, but they're paying us in a different way. Also, they have a lot of beeswax, which apparently you usually need a decent deal of. New World would be good, but meritocracy, I really want. Even if we don't do a lot of the meritocracy techs, +5 efficiency for our cabinet is fantastic. 2.5 tax efficiency, 0.01 monthly literacy for all that rural territory that never, ever gets their literacy up. The gravel road cost is nice, except at this point in the game, we kind of don't need it, so oops. We are slowly working towards Prussia-ing, but we've been focused on... We were waiting for the opportunity to beat Bohemia down from the Hussite Wars, and that is exactly what happened. They are still led by Hussites, I believe. Yeah, they're still led by Hussites. But we took it... Their court language is French. But we took advantage of the situation and managed to not only reverse some gains up here in the north that Bohemia got, we even managed to break in and seize their capital before turning it into a subject. So now a good chunk of Bohemia's situation that gave them a lot of strength is just gone. They don't even control their own market anymore. We've actually contemplated breaking their market, but that might not go well. In fact, I can't even steal tech from them right now, chat. We actually have more technology than they do, I guess. Or however that works. Yeah, because we have 83 there. I can't even steal technology. Our activities are hidden. We can exploit this. CV creation speed. Promote urbanization. What would that make into a town? They still want to make that place into a town. You know, the place that makes lumber that we want to maximize the production of. Oh no, I'm still looking forward to Victoria 3 in December when they release the new update with the law amendment system. I'm going to be very interested in how exploitable that is. I bet it would be very exploitable, honestly. I have a feeling it won't be balanced, but then again, we will see. You never know. They might make a few balance passes on that before then. I really want to conduct a census, even though it gets you so few pops. It only gets you a couple hundred. But it's nice. It's a couple hundred pops that we otherwise wouldn't have. I'm going to do it. I'm going to be greedy and do it. We're going to do it. Support of innovative ideas. Absolutely. Then change policy. No, I like my central council more. Land focus. +5 land. Yeah. Yeah. That's not enough support yet. Oh, no, that is enough support. Is that another land focus? We just got +10 land for values out of that chat. +10 land value. Where's land? There it is. So that just shifted from 35 to 45. I don't expect our RGOs to suddenly grow in size from that. But I do expect that we're going to see this on the next month tick change just slightly. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. I was supposed to look at here to see if that would change. Darn it. But yeah, as you can see, land is giving 4.5 now in the reduction. Just that nice little change. Honestly, my land push has largely just been through Parliament. If it was the actual natural value push, it would still be stuck at 20. Our land range use over C is going to spike because of this, though. I would like to get more capital economy. We've been slowly trending towards that. We actually paused, finally. More communalism would be nice, too, just because it makes the estates more happy. Against their will, I might add. Humanist, we've still not been able to get down. We just really haven't unlocked any ways of pushing towards it there. We probably would have to change some of our laws, but we did technically change devout education from one that was pushing it more before, so it's not as bad now. And we could push free subjects more. We actually kind of held off on that because our prosperity's been pretty good. And we're trying to prioritize taxes over that. But I'd say it's in a good spot for us. Oh, wow, we're actually at 0. This is perfectly balanced. Larger than expected army. Well, that makes sense. Our centralization is at a nice, delicious... If I can get the mouse to work. Sorry, I think hair got in it for the dogs. 90.92, so we almost have all the centralization we can get from this. Look at that 45% crown power booster. It is so nice. Yeah, National Militia, that would be fun. I actually do want to go down plutocracy. I am very much leaning towards it, but we have a lot of different laws like land rights that give us tax efficiency. And then this we did because it made the levies have greater combat efficiency and gave us a larger levy size in general, which boosts the aristocracy, but it's beneficial for us. Stability investment cost is honestly nice too, so I haven't revoked that yet either. So it's just kind of that circumstance where I want to go plutocracy, but there's just some really good things we have right now that we're using. So a 14 stability, we can eat that. It's gonna hurt, but we can eat that. We'll just have to prioritize that a bit with the cabinet if we haven't already done so. We already have. Oh no, that's strengthened government. You're doing that right now because it's saving us on costs, isn't it? Yeah. So if I revoke it, that's gonna hurt. And you're both assimilating different zones. I think you're almost done with the assimilation, right? There's not that many Silesians left. We can temporarily fight off that then. Actually, wait, I need military. Who's the good military guy? No one. There's no good military guy. We got rid of them all in the last war. In that case, just go give us more stability so we can get this up here to get out of that hole faster. So we're at 2.16. We need the next month tick to understand what tech speed we're at now. Where is our technology? I will let the merchant quarters finish, chat, and then what we are going to do next, we're going to just rewire this a little. I want to grab that 5% cabinet efficiency. And then I'm not sure if I want to grab the rest of the techs here. Tax efficiency is good. More actually, I do want to grab more literacy, and I'll show you why. If we go to our demographics to areas that we've controlled forever, we still have peasants in rural zones who are not even at 20% literacy, and our max right now is over 33%. If we get that tech for monthly literacy, it will literally double their literacy gain. And average literacy affects our tech progress. So we need to increase it as much as we can. I don't think... I would say mercenaries are good like regulars. Levies are generally not going to be as good, but they give you the cannon fodder you need. It's just that as you're going in the ages, their maintenance will go up and their efficiency will drop. But we have a number of advances... Not advances, but privileges that are boosting the levies so they haven't lost their strength like they normally would. Ooh, global trade. So we're at 2.16 tech. Now our clergy are getting less happy, but we just embraced an institution, so now it's 2.22 monthly research, which is the benefit of embracing those institutions when you can, is just that extra research. Start cutting down on time. And I kind of want to save our money now, chat, so that way we have a bunch of money to upgrade our merchant buildings. That way we can get a lot more trade capacity. Actually, if we can build more marketplaces, we may as well do that now. Because we are selling a lot. We're importing 20 furs from Novgorod. I was wondering why we had so much fur, actually. That would explain a few things, because I was going to say we're definitely not making this much fur. For the burghers and nobles. It's just for the burghers and nobles. That's all it's for. All the way from the Novgorod market. Interesting. The Tsarograd market. It's not even Constantinople anymore. That's just sad. Still can't reach it, but we can reach over here at least. Hey, Teutonics. I'm a little curious. Before I finally lose myself to fatigue. Can we offer you yes, we can offer you, but you have your own market, don't you? No, you just have no real opinion on us. Honestly, chat, I mean, if we really wanted to, we could invade the Teutonic Order and seize their lands. What are they at right now, actually? Because they have kind of made the area very Prussian at this point. And early on, we were being very friendly with them because we needed an ally to counteract Poland. But Poland is not as big of a threat now. Our levies are only 10,000, but keep in mind that's because we have Age of Discovery levies. And they tend to have less people in them. And also, we have a 13,000 standing army, by the way. The Lubeck name, I think it was made a bit more Danish. I think that's why the name looks weird. Honestly, we could invade Denmark to fix that and maybe destroy it outright. I haven't really been that focused on Denmark because they haven't really bothered us. We haven't really bothered them, so we've just kind of ignored each other. That's been most of our interaction with Denmark, actually. They protected us for a bit, and then we just kind of drifted apart from each other. Ooh, we can improve cultural opinions? Ooh, yes, let's go. What is this one? Silesian, all right. And what about the others? Oh, I can only do this once every 50 years. Okay, well, these already like us. They didn't like us, so that's probably the best way to do it. That's once every 50 years. I was wondering how they would nerf that. Evidently, that's how they do it. Oh, I don't want to upset the burghers further. We already took one of their rights away, which weakened them, so they can have their little seat. Hey, we're growing at 1,200 pops now. It literally doubled our pops. Well, for the moment it did. Oh, we're just spending so much money everywhere. I need to cut costs. Our cultural investment costs have really been going up. Ah! We have a scientist. I wonder if this scientist is why we've been getting, the research events that have given us that research at a cost. Yeah, no, arrest the members. We have what we need for that. Steel technology. Steel technology from Batom? I don't know what they've researched or how we're stealing technology from them, but I'll take it. 7 stability from the census, very nice. And that storm research is going to help us. We've stolen research like 4 or 5 times now, chat, so it's like a good 25. Yeah, definitely when the new Vicky 3 patch drops. That's when I want to do it. And yeah, the levies are good cannon fodder, but also help to carbon siege. I cannot tell you what the optimal oh, the coalition against us disbanded. Awesome. I cannot tell you what the optimal arrangement is for your standing armies. I just have a lot of infantry in here with honestly I need more cavalry. I have way too little cavalry. I do have 1,200 cannon for sieges and some auxiliaries. We have mostly melee infantry with some ranged infantry mixed in. Actually, this is all... Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize this at some point, but I guess at some point our early arquebusiers all died during the war. Because we have none. we have none. Because they have really high initiative, which allows them to kind of just join in faster and act. Definitely want cat flanking. I don't know what happened to our arquebusiers, though. I guess they must have died somewhere back in the war, and we just didn't realize. We'll get some more cavalry because we do want flanking attacks. And then that will probably be it for the army expansion at the moment. Because the army is actually really big already. It costs 70 ducats just to maintain this army, I'd like to mention. We spent a lot. We actually could drop it to minimum maintenance, I suppose. I don't know what that would do. I think it does... It just kills their morale, right? Yeah. It kills their morale. Let's just leave it at that for now, unless that causes our subjects to get rowdy and start looking at killing us. We'll just keep it underfunded because we're spending a lot of ducats on it. Yeah, look at that. We're over 130 ducats now already. Trade is also fluctuating wildly, which doesn't help. Apparently a new coalition against us formed, but it's a smaller coalition now, so... On the one hand, hostile coalition. On the other hand, it's not as big, so... If the bigger one wasn't going to come after us, this one certainly won't. Hey, now we know all the Arabian Sea. We just stole that. So our artillery, you can kind of think of it as like ranged combat. I'm pretty sure how it works logistically speaking is that it definitely does. What does this do? Yeah, so there is a bombardment phase, which is the opening phase of combat, and artillery can fire during that phase, which means they can fire their combat power to deal damage to the enemy regiments before everyone else even engages. But the biggest reason to get them is for their siege potential. You can get up to +5 on your dice rolls with enough artillery. And each dice roll is worth 7% chance to knock them out. So you're looking at a good shift there in how long it takes to knock out a fort. Oh, we have so much stuff. I think, yeah, let's just sit on our money at this point because this is about to finish. There it is. Then we go grab meritocracy really quick, and then from there we will we'll figure it out after that and educate bureaucrats, because my god, the bureaucrats need an education. Oh, the estates are building a local shrine. That's cute. That probably doesn't help us at all. Conversion of clerics blocked. Yeah, that's what I thought. So these are merchant quarters is what they're called, and we have a lot of merchant quarters to upgrade. This is going to cost not too much, actually. The base cost is 200. I think it's because we're upgrading, maybe? Unfortunately, to do the upgrades, you have to click it individually. You can't just, like, tell it to upgrade them all as much as you can afford, which really kind of sucks, because when you have a bunch of buildings like we do right now, if you're wanting to just go in and say, hey, I want you to upgrade all of my marketplaces to my new, if I can find it here. Yeah, this list is long. Give me just a minute. It's a merchant's quarters, I can say. Like, you want to upgrade it from the marketplace to a merchant's quarters. It would be nice if you could tell the game to just upgrade as many of them as you can and only do upgrades. Maybe there is a way to do this, and I just haven't figured it out yet. But as far as I've been able to tell so far, I haven't seen a way to do that. Maybe what I just did there was it, actually, with the shift click. Let me, our cause is just, that's great. Technically, we have a debt to pay off as well, chat. That is paying 3 ducats of interest, but we have another matter to solve first. Really quickly, can Berlin build more than 5 marketplaces? It can't. Okay, I need to find one where I can do the research for this on. I don't think any of them can, so it doesn't really matter for that as much as I thought it would. I was trying to figure out if the shift click was enough to do only upgrades, but I think it does more than just upgrades. How long do these take to build? A fair bit. So we'll move 2 there, and we'll just put 2 here. Just spreading out the constructions to spread out the construction time. And each one is going to be a 50% increase to the trade advantage and trade capacity that we get from it. So it's basically half a marketplace. Yeah, Magdeburg has kind of got the pop attraction in the market because it's a city with high development and all that. So what's kind of been happening is pops just kind of migrate to it as time goes on. So I was able to show that earlier, but it's not showing up now. But they all just kind of migrate to it, which is kind of cool. But yeah, see, 2 levels of emerging quarters gives us 3 trade capacity. So it's going to be a nice change, because this is still capped at 23 building levels. So I guess with the merchant quarters and the marketplace, you won't overbuild because you're always going to be at the cap. Cities build 2 at once, right? So we actually really should add another. Or, sorry, we really should... well, I guess the upgrade is going to upgrade from it. That's why it's cheap right now. Yeah, trust me. I don't want Magdeburg to get sieged. I actually have a fort next to it. Just in case of the very unlikely event someone gets a bit too close to home. There we go. Loan paid off before someone gets really upset about us not having paid it off. Nope, Austria is suffering a rebellion, chat. That means expenditures are going up. And I need to figure out where they are. Where is this revolt against you, Austria? You called us in for this? I feel insulted. I feel like what they've called us in for is not worth our time, but I guess we'll march over and help them. Ah, +5 efficiency. I'm honestly going to keep the capital at Brandenburg. I feel just stubborn about it at this point. Brandenburg will be the capital, even if it isn't the most populated. Actually, Brandenburg has 30,000 pops. If we get the money, we can make it into a city. This is not efficient at all. I'm just thinking about being very wasteful. Honestly, I don't even think we need to bring our regular army down here to help them. I think they've got this. Oh, we're actually trapped in the snow. Cool. Honestly, I'm just gonna drop the army maintenance and the fort maintenance. We don't need it. Oh, look at that money, chat. We're rolling in it. I'm sure the other AIs are gonna start rolling in it faster too, though, because they're gonna get the various technologies. We might be ahead in tech, though. It's very possible that we are actually ahead in technology because we've been stealing tech whenever we can. Speaking of stealing technologies, Poland doesn't have any for us to steal. Not the best, but I guess we can steal their map of Upper Egypt. So now I can see the map looks better. Bro actually helps AI, right? Yeah, we kind of got stuck in the frozen tundra. You know what's great, chat? They didn't even need it. All we did was march down here and got stuck in the mountains, and some of us died of dysentery. Actually, frostbite, but, you know, that didn't sound as cool. So, yeah, that's a thing that happened to us. We basically just marched down there for nothing. That's not even a joke or an exaggeration. Let's build these up in a very spread out manner. That way they're all being built up at once. That's the idea of spreading it all out like this. All of these upgrades to the merchants, so that all of them will finish in about 130 days or however long it takes them relative to their development. I don't want to lose innovative, but I don't want to lose 20 stability. I guess we'll eat the stability then. Sorry, New World, you're gonna have to wait a while longer. And Brandenburg is out of tools again. I even started making more tools. Do you not like my tools? Are they not good enough for you? Ooh, that's a nice profit. So our trade capacity is now at 218, and it's not, we're not even done building these, chat. We're nowhere near done. This is gonna be a while. I would say the RGO that the city of Magdeburg starts on is pretty okay to upgrade. It makes some food, but it's only needed for pop needs, and that's it. And the pop needs have not really exceeded my productivity. So I would say anything that has the legumes, which I might be mispronouncing on it, go ahead and build the town or city on it. Don't worry about it. It's not going to hurt you that much in the long run. I would say livestock's decent to build on too, but it does make more food, and you can use it to make tanneries, which we are making a lot of tanneries now because tanneries supply our armories and training fields and soldier upkeep. So it actually ended up being really important. So it's a good thing I didn't make this into a town instead. But we built it on the other ones here and made those towns as our trade-off instead. We also built some towns down here because we kind of largely came to the conclusion that sand is pretty plentiful everywhere in the game. It has the common goods trait, so some of it is always made relative to your market size. Leather guilds do need it, so I do actually need to make more pretty soon, more sand. But it's not hard to build sand pits if I really need sand. Speaking of which, where are we on goods shortages here? Ah, yes, rice. The thing that we can't have, or that we can't make, but everyone wants. We're actually having under a wheat shortage. So maybe we just build a few there. Schwerin. I mean, yeah, we'll just build this up to maximum, even though it won't have it. This is why we wanted to own it to begin with, was to ensure the wheat would be properly produced at all times. Sorry, I forgot the technologies. But yeah, I would say those two are at least you can sacrifice, like sand and the legumes. Maybe fiber crops, because like Berlin starts with it, and I'm actually still relatively fine on fiber crop production. Like, we have quite a surplus, but I wouldn't do it on all of them, just because you definitely want some around for your paper workshops. Paper workshops can use just fiber crop for its production instead of cloth and wood, and that means they get the 10% production efficiency because they're using a resource from an RGO. Which is great, because now they're acting as if there's 10% more production here than there otherwise would be. Because our paper costs have been skyrocketing. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. There's oh, wow. Brandenburg's actually about to hit its supported building levels. We're really building up this area. We really should make these into cities then. But yeah, that's why we're building tanneries and paper mills here, because they have access to the RGO production methods, which is making them very efficient. We also have the gunsmith here just so we wouldn't have an expensive amount of guns and be paying out the nose to supply the army. I'm going to let these finish now so we can... Oh, God, right, the text. I keep forgetting. I keep going into it, and I look over, see a question, and go to answer it. And I completely forget what I was doing. 10 power projection is not bad. Tax and trade efficiency. I know this is an only Age of Traditions tech, and so it's not that great. No, possible artist is fine. I actually don't want another artist, because then I have to pay money to fund them the whole time, which sucks. So that means no stability investment. We might forgo everything beyond efficient bureaucracy. I want the tax efficiency, because then we get more money from tax. Trade efficiency is just as good, though, because trade efficiency will modify your trades to make them more profitable. So if we go over to our trades here, as you can see, what happens is you have the market selling price, and then that is modified by whatever trade efficiency you have, allowing it to be more profitable. So this ends up actually making a bit more money than it otherwise would, and allowing its total profit to be a bit higher. So we're going to grab that so our trades are more profitable, but we're also going to make it to where we can tax a bit more efficiently to get more tax. Basically, we get more money from everything. Okay, and as all of those are now finishing up, I just saw a lot of the little ticks go off. 222 trade capacity now. That was just from upgrading a couple of them. We still have dozens of marketplaces to upgrade that are just not even done. They're nowhere near done. And pretty much with the amount of money we're getting every tick, we can start the construction of like 2 or even 3 of them at once. Oh, I can't afford it over there. Oh, well. So it's just very good. Yeah, I might as well just click on the merchant quarters for the upgrade, because it'll automatically take it out from there. Now, perhaps one downside is that they do employ more pops, I believe. Or no, this actually wasn't even at its maximum, was it? Oh, I see what it is. They don't employ more pops at all. It's just accounting for an assumption that the building is going to take pops. So you, the player, have that math instead of it not telling you, and then suddenly you don't have any pops to use, and then you're frustrated because you don't know what happened. I could definitely see that happening. Definitely need more lead, because we are starting to use lead in a significant manner. We have actually been making lead. We don't import it that much anymore, which is good. Oh, the fact we're rolling in triple-digit money now, despite our expenses, and the fact we're underfunding the military is very nice. Maybe we should get the military home. Oh. Right, we don't have access now because we're at peace. Ah. So, chat, our whole army might be stuck until the next war. Yeah, I forgot that could happen. I don't think Bohemia is going to give us military access anytime soon. Maybe we can get it through Poland and Hungary. They would be willing to give it to us if we paid for it. It is a lot of ducats to get our army home, though. If we had a navy, we could just sail it back around, but we don't have a navy, so yeah. That would be just an issue to take care of at a later date. We have been going on for over 7 hours now, which is probably a lot longer than I should have. I didn't plan to go along this far again, but I'm having way too much fun with this. We are going to take a pause here. We are going to end it here for now because this was very fun and it's very late and I have to walk the dogs. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you all had a very wonderful time watching this, and I cannot wait to see you next time.